छोटा सा बच्चा था मैं, खेल कूद भर करता था, जल के जैसा मन था मेरा, मस्ती से जी भरता था। छोटा सा बच्चा था मैं, खेल कूद भर करता था, जल के जैसा मन था मेरा, मस्ती से जी भरता था। तब शर्मा अंकल घर को आए, परसेंट कितने हैं पूछे, अपनी छोटी लुल्ली पकड़ के मैंने उनको दिखलाई और अनायास ही कह बैठा, लौड़े से मेरे, 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 लौड़े से मेरे। बढ़कर मैं म्यूजिशियन बन गया, गाना बजाना करता था, शोज वोज के चक्कर में मैं दिन और रात भटकता था। बढ़कर मैं म्यूजिशियन बन गया, गाना बजाना करता था, शोज वोज के चक्कर में मैं दिन और रात भटकता था। क्लाइंट ने बोला पैसे कम है, एक्सपोजर पर भर के है, मैंने अपना बड़ा सलल्ला धर के उसको दिखलाया और सीधे मुंह पे कह बैठा, लौड़े से मेरे, 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 लौड़े से मेरे। दारू मत पी बुरी बात है, लौड़े से मेरे, रात में जगना हानिकारक, लौड़े से मेरे, गाली मत दे भोसड़ी के, लौड़े से मेरे, फोन मत दे बुरी बात है, लौड़े से मेरे, संडे को भी ऑफिस आजा, लौड़े से मेरे, समोसे के संग चटनी नहीं है, लौड़े से मेरे, शादी कर ले उम्र हो गई, लौड़े से मेरे, 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 लौड़े से मेरे। जरा नवाजी के लिए शुक्रिया।
What's up, chat? Good evening. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going, man? How's it going, chat? Today is a very important day. First of all, भूलो मत hashtag game शुरू बेबी, हैशटैग गेम शुरू बेबी। ओ माय गॉड, अर्ली थोड़ा बातचीत करेंगे, बोला यार एक्साइटेड हूँ भाई। बहुत बढ़िया टीम पबजी पीसी की हमने साइन की है, स्पीड रन S8UL फैमिली। हाँ, लॉल का भी मैच चल रहा है, फाइनल्स। थोड़ा जल्दी आया हो, मैं बातचीत कर सकते हैं ना। फाइनल्स भी चल रहा है लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स का, बिकॉज वी आर लेजेंड्स। एंड बी बुया का भी चल रहा है, वहां पे पता नहीं कैसा चल रहा है, बट चल रहा है। एंड व्हाट्स अप मैन, हाउज इट गोइंग चैट? क्या सेक्सी सेमीज, किसका सेमीज भाई? लीग ऑफ लेजेंड का फाइनल्स है ना, वो सेमीज है क्या? वो सेमीफाइनल्स है, कोई बात नहीं, जीत ही जाएंगे, ये वाला भी जीत जाएंगे। सेमीफाइनल्स है, कोई बात नहीं, अपनी लीग की टीम नहीं हारती, उनके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में लिखा हुआ है हम लोग ने कि उनको हारना अलाउड नहीं है। चिल, अपनी लीग की टीम नहीं हारती चैट, एक भी गेम नहीं हारे वो लोग इवेंट में, वो लोग को हारना अलाउड नहीं है, तुम लोग को पता है ना, वो लोग को हारना अलाउड नहीं है। बाय द वे, जस्ट सेइंग मैन, जस्ट सेइंग बेबी, जस्ट सेइंग। कल तो फुल स्पोर्ट्स डे, कल फुल स्पोर्ट्स डे है, तो कल भी मजा आएगा। बहुत सेक्सी पबजी पीसी की टीम हम लोग ने साइन करी है। लॉल जिसको देखना है FSN एशिया पे देख सकते हो, FSN एशिया चैनल का नाम है। बी बुया का भी लास्ट डे चल रहा है और 9 बजे स्ट्रीम भी लाइव हो जाएगी, जहां पे हम लोग कल, अच्छा मोबा भी है ना, ओ हाँ कल मोबा भी है, ओ शिट, साइनिंग स्टोरी। तो चैट स्टोरी ऐसे साइनिंग की इनकी कि एक दिन मैं और थक भाई बैठे थे और थक भाई ने बोला कि हमने इनको साइन किया है। ये स्टोरी है, मेरे को इसका आजू बाजू का कुछ मालूम नहीं है, सच बताओ तो। इतना ही स्टोरी मालूम है मेरे को, इतना ही पता है मेरे को, और कुछ पता नहीं है। पबजी पीसी मैनेजर इज बेटर देन यू। बिक गए ना, बिक गए ना, हो गए ना रेसिस्ट, बिक गए ना, भूल गए ना अपनों को, अपनों को भूल गए ना तुम लोग। हाँ हाँ, कोई बात नहीं भाई, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं भाई, कोई बात नहीं। तो स्टोरी तो शी इज डैम ब्यूटीफुल शिट भाई, शी इज डैम ब्यूटीफुल, शी इज अ यार, शी इज अ मैनेजर, शी इज अ गुड मैनेजर। तुम लोग छोड़ो। क्या है ब्यूटी उटी की क्या बातें कर रहे हो? शी इज अ मैनेजर ब्रो, शी इज अ प्रो टीम की, वेरी गुड टीम की, वेरी गुड मैनेजर, एंड दैट इज हर क्वालिटी दैट वी शुड बी टॉकिंग अबाउट। The fact that she's doing her job very well and she's managing a champion lineup, that is the only quality that we should be talking about, right? That's the only quality we should be talking about. Anyway, तो एक्साइटेड है चैट, एक्साइटेड हैं आज हम लोग। बी अच्छा खेल रहे भाई, पहले गेम तो कुछ 16-17 किल देखे थे मैंने, उसके बाद मैंने देखा नहीं। एंड वेरी एक्साइटेड चैट। अपने अपने लोगों का ये देखा है तुम लोग ने? बाप रे, देखो एक सेकंड देखो, लिक्विपीडिया के भी डार्क मोड आता है क्या? मेरे को पता नहीं। एनीवे एक सेकंड, अपने लॉन्डोस का तुम लोग ने स्टैटिस्टिक्स देखे है क्या? स्टैटिस्टिकोस सिर्फ एक मैनेजर के बीच, एक मैनेजर के बीच गाने हो जाए बहुत, मतलब सिर्फ भाई एक मैनेजर के बीच गाने हो जाए मतलब बोथ पबजी एंड व्हाट्सअप पटेल भाई, व्हाट्सअप वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट है पटेल भाई। ईडब्ल्यूसी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, वेरी गुड रोस्टर अपने पास है चैट। एक बार देखो, एक बार अपने प्लेयर्स, एक सेकेंड, एक सेकेंड, अपने प्लेयर्स, ओ माय गॉड, इधर देखो भाई, क्या बात है। गोल्डी मॉडल थर्ड सुमित सोवरिया, सुमित सोवरिया सॉरी, गोल्डी भाई का पेज बनाने को बोलना पड़ेगा लिक्विपीडिया वालों को, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है रेड कलर में। ईडब्ल्यूसी ऑन व्हाट्सअप सागनिक भाई, ये देखो चैट पटेल भाई, एक बार देखो, एक बार देखो, 3 लाख वो, फर्स्ट थर्ड सेवन फर्स्ट सिक्स फोर्थ फर्स्ट थर्ड सेकंड फर्स्ट, क्या बात है। अडूसी भाई 28 साल के, मेरे से 2 साल छोटे हैं सिर्फ, क्या बात है, क्या बात है। हाँ, बेस्ट ओलोक, बेस्ट ओलोक 26 साल का है, क्या बात है। $2,23,210 USD। Still sit by as manager BMPS BJS, obviously baby, love you यार सिद्धेश भाई, love you baby, love you buddy, love you। यही तो सुनना था। फिलवन फर्स्ट, इसको प्रोनाउंस कैसे करते हैं, किसी ने पूछा है चैट? फल F1 फर्स्ट, F1L फर्स्ट, किसी ने पूछा प्रोनाउंस? मेरे को मालूम नहीं है, सॉरी। इसको प्रोनाउंस कैसे करते चैट? फिल फर्स्ट, मंसूर बोलेंगे हम लोग इसको, मंसूर बोलते हैं। FL नाम है उसका, ठीक है, FL भाई है अपने, FL। आप यूके में पढ़े हो ना, यूके में हम लोग नाम ऐसे नहीं लिखते थे, उधर नाम लोगों के नाम में 1 नहीं था, उधर लोगों के नाम में 1 नहीं था। FL भाई बोलेंगे हम लोग इसको, FL भाई बोलेंगे फॉर नो ऐसे ही $167,000 क्रेजी। और मोलोडॉक्ट भाई, बाहर के स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर ऐसे एकदम, हाँ चैट, मॉडल क्यों दिखते एकदम सारे, एकदम ये देख, क्या सीन, हाँ क्या सीन ये। 7.5 फुट तो हाइट रहेगी इसकी, सोच रहा हूं मैं, है ना। इनका नाम है मोलोडॉक, मस्त कूल है, कूल नाम लगा मेरे को, मोलोडॉक एकदम मस्त लगा मेरे को नाम। क्या मीनिंग है इसका पता नहीं, बट मोलोडॉक नाम है, 23 years old, 21 years, ओ ये यंगेस्ट है अडूसी भाई, ओल्डेस्ट। आई एम अज्यूमिंग अडूसी भाई इज द इन गेम लीडर। यस यस यस, ही इज द इन गेम लीडर चैट, इन गेम लीडर, इन गेम लीडर। ये क्या है भाई, इनका रोल नहीं लिखा हुआ है, कुछ तो है, इनका भी रोल नहीं लिखा हुआ, इनका भी रोल नहीं लिखा हुआ, बट ठीक है, क्या करना है अपने को, रोल क्या करना है। नकुल इज ऑल्सो ए मॉडल। यस यस यस, आई एग्री, आई एग्री, आई एग्री, आई एग्री। एक्स नावी क्या लेना, क्यों एक्स नावी क्यों डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो, देयर करंट एसएटीएल बेबी, ये क्या बात हो गई, हाँ ये क्या बात होगी, एक्स नावी क्या बातें कर रहे हैं बिंग से लोग चैट में, एक्स नावी, इनकी पहचान एक्स नावी नहीं है ब्रो, देयर करंट एसएटीएल बेबी, हैशटैग गेम शुरू, द फक, ये क्या बातें कर रहे हो तुम लोग, ईव द फक, ईव। फॉर्मेट ये है बिंग्स की, नहीं मालूम मेरे को, अच्छा खेलने का बस यार बिंग्स। अगर हम दोनों वॉच पार्टी करने के लिए प्रिपेयर होके आए, हाँ प्रिपेयर होके अगर हम लोग आए, तो पॉइंट नहीं है वॉच पार्टी करने का, अपना एसेंस, एसेंस वो नहीं है। भेजा क्या मोनाली जी ने, भेजा है, उप्स, कहां भेजा है, एक सेकंड, भेजा है शायद, एक सेकंड भाई, एक सेकंड, कहां भेजा है, इसका फॉर्मेट कहां भेजा है मोनाली जी, क्या बात कर रही हो, भेजा है क्या, नहीं इसका फॉर्मेट नहीं भेजा है, कहां भेजा है, एक सेकंड, शायद भेजा है। आज टॉप 8 आए तो फाइनल्स, क्या बात है। सिड भाई एमएल एमएस में करियर है यार, अभी तक इवेंट चालू है, अपन देखेंगे, होप्स रखेंगे, होप्स रखेंगे हमारे टीम के लिए, दैट्स द बेस्ट वी कैन डू, चीयर फॉर आवर बॉयज, दैट्स द बेस्ट वी कैन डू, यू नो, होप रखेंगे, टेंशन मत लो। कांग्रेचुलेशन सिड भाई फॉर टॉप 5 इन इमर्जिंग। अरे क्या करूं इसका भाई, नहीं जीतने वाला इमर्जिंग में मैं इमर्जिंग नहीं जीत सकता भाई, कैसे जीतूंगा इमर्जिंग, ओ अच्छा ये है क्या, इमर्जिंग नहीं जीत सकता यार मैं, बट थैंक यू सो मच चैट जिसने भी अपने लिए वोट किया। टॉप 5 इमर्जिंग में मेरे और जो बाकी के लोग हैं वो लोग में 15 साल का डिफरेंस है, कम से कम 15 साल का डिफरेंस है, जो बाकी 4 लोग हैं नॉमिनेटेड उसमें। टॉप 8 आएंगे आज, आज टॉप 8 फाइनल्स में, वरना कल टॉप 5 फाइनल, वरना लास्ट डे 3, अच्छा समझ गया, मतलब बी बॉय जैसा ही है। 40 years हो गया, इमर्ज हो गया, मैं वही तो बोल रहा, क्या कर सकते हैं, अभी हो गया टॉप 5 आ गया हूं मैं, इमर्जिंग में आ गया हूं मैं, 15 साल का डिफरेंस है, डिलीट शैंकी वैंकी लोग मेरे साथ नॉमिनेट, मतलब टॉप 5 में। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि मुझे फ्री फायर वाले ना जिताए, बहुत शर्म आएगी, बहुत शर्म आएगी भाई, अगर मैं गलती से जीत गया तो बहुत शर्म आएगी स्टेज पे जाने को, बच्चे लोग के ट्रॉफी नहीं जीतनी मेरे को, प्लीज एक हाथ बुढ़ा डाल देते मेरे साथ टॉप 5 में, तो मैं शायद चला भी जाता, मेरे को नहीं जाना प्लीज। 2 अंक का, एक ही अंक है उसमें, एक सेकंड चेक करने दो, टॉप 5 में एक ही अंक है शायद, प्लीज मेरे को मत जिताना फ्री फायर प्लीज, उनको कितना आएगा वो सोच, भाई मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ। बहुत मेरे को बहुत शर्म आएगा यार, प्लीज देखो दिखा रहा हूँ तुम लोग कौन कौन है इमर्जिंग स्टार में, रूफानी, टीजी माफिया, टीजी शैंकी, टीजी डिलीट और सिड, प्लीज मत जिताना भाई प्लीज, प्लीज देखो मैं दिखाता हूँ तुम लोगों को, टीजी डिलीट आएगा क्या इस पे, डिलीट की उम्र चैट डिलीट है, नहीं आ रही उम्र, नहीं उम्र नहीं आ रही, बट 18-19 साल का रहेगा, माफिया है, माफिया की भी उम्र नहीं आ रही, शैंकी, शैंकी तो लगी 16 साल, शैंकी 19 साल गए, प्लीज मेरे को मत जीताना प्लीज, मैं भी यहाँ के इलेक्शन एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ, नेक्स्ट ईयर टिकट दे रहे हैं मेरा कोई भी, मैंने है, मेयर बन सकते हो पटेल भाई लंदन के, मेरा वीजा करा दो यार, मेयर बन सकते हो मेयर, मेरी एज इज 34-35 दिस ईयर, वेरी प्राउड, कम से कम 10 साल का डिफरेंस है चैट मेरे और बाकी नॉमिनेशंस में, सो इट्स लाइक एक, हेलो, हाँ आहे स्टेज आहे, चालू शकतो, तिकडे नाचायचं तिकडे नाच, बाय। सो that's the thing. What is PEC? What is PC? PEC is our PUBG PC tournament, which will start in 12 minutes. First match will start in 30 minutes. We are very excited. मेयर नहीं भाई, लोकल इलेक्शन फर्स्ट है, तो धीरे धीरे पहुंच जाओगे ना फर्स्ट स्टेज सेकंड स्टेज, वो होएगा ना। कितना टॉप कितना आना है आपको कि आप नेक्स्ट स्टेज में जा सकते हो? अभी ये फर्स्ट स्टेज है ना, अगर लोकल इलेक्शन फर्स्ट स्टेज, तो अभी टॉप कितना आना है आपको? टॉप 2 टॉप 3 की आगे ये स्टेज में कैसे जाओगे? सिड भाई आप मेरे लिए इंस्पिरेशन हो, लव यू, लव यू, अप्रिशिएट इट। ना 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 ना। सो नगर सेवक इलेक्शन है। नगर सेवक इलेक्शन क्या होता है? नगर सेवक लंदन में नगर सेवक कैसे होएगा? लंदन में नगर सेवक कैसे होएगा है चैट? वैसे एफएसएन एशिया पे लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स का भी अपना फाइनल चल रहा है बाय द वे, उसमें हम लोग करंटली मार रहे हैं शायद, सो प्लीज उस पे भी है मैचेस, बी बुया के भी चल रहे हैं मैचेस। वेरी 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 एक्साइटेड फॉर टुडेज गेम्स। सिर्फ भाई जैन पार्टी के वोट स्प्लिट नहीं होंगे, दोनों सेम में नॉमिनेट है, दोनों सेम में क्या कर सकते चैट? दोनों के लिए वोट करो, जो तुम लोग को पसंद है उसको वोट करो यार, क्या कर सकते चैट? क्या सेमी है? सॉरी फाइनल नहीं, सेमीज है, सॉरी माय बैड, माय बैड, मस गलती हो गई, सॉरी। एक स्ट्रीम आपकी भी पबजी भी। ए सुनो साकिन भाई, उससे याद है, ये एफपीपी रहेगा टीपीपी रहेगा? क्या सीन रहता है, किसी को मालूम है? एनीबडी नोस चैट? डस एनीबडी नो? कोई पूछ रहा है सिट भाई ये वही पटेल भाई जिसने स्नेहिल का, स्नेहिल क्या, जिस पे स्नेहिल ने वीडियो बनाया क्या? एफपीपी है? कोई टीपी बोल रहा है, एफपीपी बोल रहा है? टीपीपी है, टीपीपी है। अच्छा, पटेल भाई पे वीडियो बनाई है स्नेहिल ने? क्या बात कर रहे हो सच्ची में? सीड भाई पबजी पीसी S8UL की मैनेजर एक लड़की है, और हमारे का मैनेजर एक लड़का। ये नाइंसाफी क्यों? क्योंकि बाहर के एक कम्युनिटी में गंडवे लोग नहीं रहते ना, इधर लड़की नहीं रख सकते ना मैनेजर। अभी अगर किसी दल्लो से लड़ना पड़े कल उठ के बीजेएमआई वाले, तो लड़की नहीं लड़ सकती ना, समझ रहे हो? बाहर के लोग शांत है ना थोड़े, उधर लड़की हायर कर सकते, इधर नहीं कर सकते। कल उठ के अभी कोई बोल दे तो लड़की नहीं आ सकती ना लाइव डिफेंड करने के लिए, गाली भी देने के लिए, समझ रहे हो? दैट्स द सीन, दैट्स द सीन बाय द वे। मुझे नहीं पता, मैंने सब्सक्राइब नहीं है आपके ऊपर, अरे वो आपके ऊपर बना के तो दिखाई, कुछ ऐसा नहीं है पटेल भाई के ऊपर, आपके ऊपर नहीं है। सिड भाई पीसी वॉच पार्टी आर कैन वी ऑल्सो सी पनोती पावर आउटसाइड इंडिया? वी आर गोइंग टू ट्राई प्रभी धर्मील भाई, वी आर गोइंग टू ट्राई आवर बेस्ट। डोंट थिंक आवर टीम नीड्स इट बिकॉज वी आर वेरी गुड, बट वी आर गोइंग टू ट्राई। सिर्फ भाई कब से डिबेट पे आके रिएक्शन वेट करो, कर दो यार प्लीज। नहीं यार अच्छी वीडियो है वो, जाके देख लीजिए, बट उस पर रिएक्शन नहीं करूंगा मैं। कौन रियो पटेल भाई पे वीडियो क्यों बनाई है? रियो पटेल भाई भी तो लेजिट ही है। हाँ सिर्फ वाई डू कम लाइव लेट, इट्स 1:30 बिकॉज थिंग इज दिस इज द परफेक्ट टाइम। ये जो हमने एनआरआईज रहते हैं उनका, अभी तक मैं तुमको बता दूं कितना लेट आता हूँ मैं, करण पटेल भाई। तो अगर मैं अभी 1:30 बज रहे ना, अभी अगर मैं आपके हिसाब से 11 साढ़े 10 11 बजे के टाइम में आया वीकेंड को, तो कैसे तभी फर्स्ट पैक रहता है, समझ रहे हो? तो वहां पे कैसे डिसीजन मेकिंग थोड़ा अच्छा रहता है। तो तुम $10 करोगे, तुम $5 करोगे। अब 1:30 बज रहे वहां पे, जहां पे भी हो आप है ना, इंडिया को एक तो मिस कर रहे हो, मेरे को मिस कर रहे हो। अब तुम्हारा चल रहा है 5वां 6वां पैक, समझ रहे हो? अब कैसे अब डिजिट्स दिख नहीं रहे, अब 10 के आगे मैं एक और 0 डाल रहा हूँ गलती से, मैं $9 कर रहा हूँ कि मैं $99 कर रहा हूँ, वो अभी समझ में नहीं आ रहा, समझ रहे हो? तो वो रीजनिंग है, थोड़ा मैं लेट आता हूं इसके लिए, समझ रहे हो? इंडियंस का भी फर्स्ट ही, वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, इंडियंस का भी अभी फर्स्ट ही होगा। इंडियंस का कोई बात नहीं, इंडियंस मैच जब तक अपन खत्म करने आएंगे तब तक इंडियंस भी 4th 5th तक पहुंच जाएंगे, तो बुरा नहीं सच्ची में। कैसे अभी डिसीजन मेकिंग फिर थोड़ा सा वीक हो जाता है ना वो टाइम तक, जब तक चौथे पांचवे में फिर दिखता नहीं है, ब्लर दिखता है। अरे 8 कर रहे हो 80 कर रहे हो, दिख नहीं रहे, समझ रहे हो, वो सीन है। स्ट्रैटेजी रिवील नहीं करते, अरे मील बांट के खाना चाहिए ना, बाकी लोग ने भी फॉलो करना चाहिए मेरा स्ट्रैटेजी। सिड भाई पोकेमोन यूनाइट का क्या सीन, मुझे क्या मालूम क्या सीन, मुझे क्या पता क्या सीन। हाँ क्या एक और सुपर चढ़ाएगा, हमारे मैनेजर अंकल है। अरे तो बच्चे लोग को पाल पाल के अंकल बनाऊं मैं, क्या टेंशन है। एपेक्स, कल एपेक्स भी है चैट, कल एपेक्स भी है, कल क्या क्या है, ओ नो, कल एपेक्स भी है सैटरडे। एएलजी स्प्लिट 1, ओ शिट, ओ हाँ मोबाइल एजेंट्स भी है, और चेस चेस का तो हम लोग नहीं कर पाएंगे स्ट्रीम शायद। ओ माय गॉड, कल इज इंपॉर्टेंट डे, कल इज इंपॉर्टेंट डे, इंपॉर्टेंट डे। मैंने आपको भेजा, यस मैंने चेक अब भी चेक किया, शायद अब भी चेक किया, मैंने कंफर्म किया कल है, मेरे को मालूम था ऑलरेडी, मैंने कंफर्म किया, मुझे मालूम था कि मतलब है, मैं बस कंफर्म किया अभी है है कंफर्म किया मैंने, जस्ट कंफर्म चैट, इट्स टुमारो वेरी बिग डे फॉर अस, वी गोइंग टू हैव अ लॉट ऑफ फन टुमारो। तब तक लॉल देख ले, एसएटीएल वर्सेस टी2। मुझे नहीं मालूम, हम लोग ने ऑफिशियल वॉच पार्टी का परमिशन मिला तो इस पे हम लोग कुछ और गेम लगा सकते हैं कि नहीं, बट मैं अभी तुम लोगों को बता सकता हूँ 8-9 चल रहा है, हम लोग ने 3 टावर लिए, वो लोग ने एक भी टावर नहीं लिया है। अपने पास रेनेक्टन, जारवन, कॉर्की, सिंड्रा, लक्स है, उनके पास मिस फॉर्चून, थ्रैश, कार्थस, जायरा और कुछ तो है नया वाला हीरो, मेरे को नहीं मालूम कौन सा है। 9:30 को सुबह देखो, मैं आपको सच में क्या मत करना, क्या मत करना, हाँ नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैंने बोला नहीं कर सकते, मैं बोल ही रहा हूं नहीं कर सकते, ऑब्वियसली नहीं कर सकते, परमिशन के हिसाब से जो मिली है वो तो हम लोग नहीं कर सकते, बट तुम लोग को मैं बता सकता हूँ क्या हो रहा है। अभी देखो मिस फॉर्चून ने अपने एडी कैरी को मार दिया, अब वो लोग किल्स में आगे है, बट हम लोग गोल्ड में नहीं, गोल्ड में भी हम लोग पीछे है, बट नहीं हारेंगे हम लोग, नहीं हारेंगे, अपना टीम बहुत बढ़िया है, टीम फाइट में हम लोग जीत जाते हैं, टेंशन मत लो। स्पीशीज अननोन कब करोगे वापस, अरे जब नए स्पीशीज आएंगे अननोन करने के लिए तब करूंगा, आने तो दो, आने दो। हाउ अबाउट आईक्यूसोल मैनेजर प्लस एसएटीएल मैनेजर गेम प्ले, इट विल बी फन। कैसे खेलेंगे, वो शिट कांग भाई मेरे स्ट्रीम पे आया आज। हमारे मैनेजर दोनों रोल में फिट आता है, लड़का लड़की, ये क्या बात होगी, एक सेकेंड, एक नहीं एक्चुअली बराबर है, थैंक यू फॉर द $19। हमारे मैनेजर दोनों रोल में फिट आता है, लड़का लड़की, सो लोगों के पास एक मैनेजर होता है, हमारे पास ये ये मैं ये मैं रोस्ट हो रहा हूं कि मेरी तारीफ है, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है चैट। हमारे मैनेजर दोनों रोल में फिट आते हैं, लड़का लड़की, सो लोगों के पास एक मैनेजर होता है, हमारे दोनों है, को मेरे को समझ, मैं चेक नहीं कर पा रहा हूं कि मैं इसमें अपनी इज्जत मिल रही है कि जा रही है, सच्ची बताऊं तो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, बट थैंक यू, लव यू। येलो सीट भाई गुड नाइट, वेरी गुड स्ट्रैटेजी, बट दिस इज द लव यू हैव फॉर यू। करण भाई लव यू, करण भाई एक और बना लो, मैं बता रहा हूं, करण भाई मैं बता रहा हूं एक और बना लो, बहुत बढ़िया गेम्स बना होने वाले, एक और लास्ट, एक और लास्ट 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 बना लो। चेक यूपीआई, ₹1, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। चैट सुनो, यूपीआई जब तक बड़ा नहीं रहेगा तब तक हम लोग यूपीआई नहीं देखेंगे। आज लोगों को हम लोग एकदम अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस देने वाले वॉच पार्टी का, कंप्लेंट नहीं चाहिए कि सीड सिर्फ सुपर चैट करता रहता है। अब मेरे जिंदगी में ऐसे लोग हैं तो मैं कुछ कर नहीं सकता, बट आज हम लोग कंट्रोल करेंगे, ठीक है, आज हम लोग कंट्रोल करेंगे। कांगपा जी ने अभी तक मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा, रोस्ट किया है चैट, कोई मेरे को कंफर्म बताएगा कि मैं रोस्ट हुआ हूं कि तारीफ है। धर्मिल भाई किया यूपीआई चेक, कुछ दिख नहीं रहा, ₹1 दिख रहा है, कोई मेरे को कंफर्म बताएगा कि छक्का बोला है, आई डाउट इट। धर्मिल भाई नहीं है कुछ यूपीआई पे यार, कहाँ है, ₹10 है, रोस्टेड एंड डस्टेड है क्या? अच्छा, मेरे को भी समझ में नहीं आया. ऑन QR दैट गोज टू पेटीएम बिजनेस. लेट मी टेक पेटीएम बिजनेस. धर्मिल भाई coming in with the 1,000 rupees on UPI. Love you, धर्मिल भाई. Let's fucking go. क्या बात है, चालू होने के पहले ही हम लोग ने चालू कर दिया है. अभी भी एक्साइटेड है. चैट बी बुया के मैचेस भी चल रहे हैं, उसमें भी 10 किल दिख रहे हैं अपने. थोड़े से और बेटर अपने को मैचेस चाहिए. आज लास्ट होप है क्वालिफाई करने का. नहीं हुए तो कोई बात नहीं, बहुत टाइम है अपने पास, अपने फ्री फायर टीम के पास. और 5-6 इवेंट खेल सकते हैं हम लोग अगला आने तक. बट होप कर रहे कि वो लोग क्वालिफाई हो जाए. नहीं हुए तो भी क्या कर सकते हैं. बहुत टाइम है अपने पास, है ना. पूरा साल. तो देखते हैं क्या होता है फ्री फायर का. पबजी पीसी मैक प्रेडिक्शन करना है. ए टीपीपी है कि एफपीपी है? कंफर्म हुआ? किसी ने अभी तक कंफर्म नहीं किया. टीपीपी है? टीपीपी नहीं, एफपीपी है भाई. कौन बोला टीपी? अरे मिसाइल लॉन्चर है इसमें. वो फक, उसने गाड़ी पे मिसाइल लॉन्चर चले. चैट व्हाट द फक. ये देख.
I actually get some grenade goes.
No way they have another Panther.
ये देख.
Look
They
at
have
the
another
fortifications.
Panther.
Oh no!
वो फक.
Here again, explosive act.
मिसाइल लॉन्चर बिंचर है बे. होली शिट. चैट टीपीपी नहीं है, टीपीपी है. टीपीपी है, सॉरी टीपीपी है. मेरी गलती हो गई, मेरी गलती हो गई, मेरी गलती हो गई. चैट सबसे पहले मैं क्या बोलता हूं, सबसे पहले देखो मेरी स्ट्रीम तो तुम लोग देखो हुई. सबसे पहले थोड़ा सा अगर हम लोग रॉकेट्स या गेम शुरू इधर अगर थोड़ा सा डाल के आएंगे, थोड़ा सा अगर इधर डाल के आएंगे हम लोग, क्या है ना, दिखाना पड़ता है. एक सेकंड बाकी, एक सेकंड रुक जाओ. ये सब बाद में कर सकते हो. मेरी तरफ से शादी में शगन समझ लेना. कांग्रेचुलेशन. थैंक यू कांगपा जी, अप्रिशिएट इट. कांगपा जी अप्रिशिएट इट. वेरी वेरी थैंक यू. फुल फोर्स में तैयारी चल रही है. हो चुकी है ऑलरेडी. 13-16 more days to go. Very fucking excited. Most likely 27th या 28th को मेरी लास्ट स्ट्रीम होगी एज अ सिंगल पर्सन. एज अ सिंगल पर्सन मेरी लास्ट स्ट्रीम होगी वेरी सून. वेरी एक्साइटेड फॉर माई न्यू बिगेनिंग. यू नो द फैक्ट दैट मैं कभी भी अकेला नहीं रहूंगा अभी जिंदगी में, अगर चाहूँ तो भी. बट अच्छा लगेगा कि मतलब वेरी एक्साइटेड फॉर फेज 2 ऑफ माई लाइफ. अप्रिशिएट इट. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर the $100 मैन. अप्रिशिएट इट, अप्रिशिएट ब्रदर, अप्रिशिएट इट, अप्रिशिएट इट. 8 इसमें कौन से मैप से चैट वैसे? इसमें भी इरेंगल मिरामार तो है, मेरे को पता है ना. इसमें भी है इरेंगल मिरामार, आई एम प्रिटी श्योर. बट उसके अलावा क्या क्या है इसमें? हाँ चैट, उसके अलावा रोंडो भी है शायद. रोंडो भी होगा तो रोंडो में रिकॉल विकॉल भाई मजा आएगा भाई. वी आर लूजिंग अनदर सोल्जर. चैट यू आर गेनिंग अनदर सोल्जर, डोंट वरी. ऑन स्ट्रीम बहुत मार खाने वाला है. हो सकता है, हो सकता है, हो सकता है, हो सकता है, हो सकता है. पॉसिबल है, पॉसिबल है, पॉसिबल है, पॉसिबल है. और मेरा रूम, हाँ तेरा रूम मतलब एक और मैप है इसमें. कौन सा? टाइगो. ओह शिट. Sid bhai definitely coming to Indonesia. Remember the deal. Soul jersey with your signature, please. It's a dream. Done. Karan bhai, but you get in touch with Monali, okay, about this, and you just let me know well in advance so I can get that shit done. क्या अभी सोफा पे सो गए? तो उसके लिए मैंने ऐसा प्लान किया कि जो सोफा मैंने रेंट पे लिया हुआ है वो रिटर्न जाने वाला है जस्ट शादी के पहले. तो देयर विल बी नो ऑप्शन नहीं होगा. नया सोल्जर एडिंग छोटा सीट नहीं भाई. सेजल भी तो नया सोल्जर ही हुई ना, ऐड ही होएगी ना वो भी ऐड ही होएगी ना. हाँ पागल. मैं भी शादी के बाद शिफ्ट होऊंगा ना साथ भाई, टू टेक केयर ऑफ माय ब्रदर. बिंग्स के घर पे एक शायद, बिंग्स का नए वाले घर पे शायद है जगह. बिंग्स के पास शायद है जगह. रेबेल के साथ शिफ्ट होना थोड़ा रिस्की है, क्या मालूम. मैं भी इवेंट के लिए बाहर जाऊं और फिर वो मेरा कमरा ही खाली कर दे। आई मीन अरे यार बिंग्स ने सेम जोक मारा यार, हट। बट देख रहे हो तुम लोग चैट, बिंग्स और एकदम सेम है चैट। बिंग्स और ये थोड़ा फ्रीक्वेंसी सेम है, फ्रीक्वेंसी सेम है, फ्रीक्वेंसी सेम है चैट, फ्रीक्वेंसी सेम, सिमिलर, सिमिलर फ्रीक्वेंसी, सिमिलर सिमिलर सिमिलर, दोनों ने सेम जोक मारा। शिट शिट बे, दोनों अंक सही सेम रेंसल सेम है, फ्रीक्वेंसी एकदम सेम है, वेवलेंथ है, वेवलेंथ होता है, फ्रीक्वेंसी भी वही हुआ, कुछ ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है फ्रीक्वेंसी और वेवलेंथ में, सेम है। सेम हालत होगी, मतलब मेरी भी लगता है मेरे को शादी के बाद सेम एग्जैक्ट सेम टू सेम हालत हो सकती है अपनी, है सेम टू सेम। कोई ना, आप स्ट्रीम ऑन करके सोचना चंदा भी आ जाएगा। हाँ अंकल माइंडसेट, प्लीज प्लीज मैन, प्लीज स्टॉप इट। ए बुया है क्या अपना? नहीं, टीजी का आया शायद, अपने पास 10 किल थे लेकिन चैट, अरे 10 किल थे तो कितने पॉइंट्स आए? जितने भी आए कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं बॉय, कोई बात नहीं। अंक डुओ भाई, अगर ये अंक डुओ एक्टिवेट हो गया ना एक दिन कंटेंट की दुनिया में, जस्ट सेइंग सिड अंक साउंड्स अमेजिंग गोटेड, यू डोंट नो, यू डोंट नो व्हाट यू आर अबाउट टू गेट हिट विथ, जस्ट सेइंग। क्या चल रहा है भाई? एसएटएल वर्सेस शिट, क्या हम लोग लीग में हार रहे हैं क्या? मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं? क्या क्या देख रहे हो? कभी लीग कभी बूया? अरे बी बूया भी देख रहा हूं, लीग भी देख रहा हूं, बी बूया में भी शायद हम लोग हार रहे, लीग भी शायद हार रहे, सेम एयरलाइन भाई। सुनो मेरी बात, मैं कुछ भी सुन के लूंगा, मैं कुछ भी सुन के लूंगा, प्लीज प्लीज, मैं कुछ भी सुन के ले लू, सेम हेयरलाइन बिरलाइन मत बोलना मेरा और बिंग्स का, प्लीज प्लीज। नहीं मतलब एक लिमिट रहता है, एक लिमिट, एक लिमिट रहता है भाई, एक लिमिट रहता है, मतलब कुछ भी मैं सुन के नहीं लूंगा भाई, प्लीज। हाँ प्लीज, एक लिमिट तक मैं सुन के ले सकता हूं, ह्यूमर सेम, ब्यूटीफुल वाइफ चॉइस सेम, हाँ हेयरलाइन बिरलाइन सेम नहीं है, प्लीज प्लीज। क्योंकि तुम लोग को जितना दिखता है ना बिंग्स का स्ट्रीम पे, उसके और ऊपर है उसका हेयरलाइन, जो कभी कभार ना कभी उसको हेडफोन, कभी तुम लोग को उसको हेडफोन डालते हो नहीं देखा, वो हेडफोन पहन के बनते हैं, गलती से उसने एक आध दिन ऐसे पहन लिया ना हेडफोन, तब उसकी रियल हेयरलाइन दिखेगी तुम लोग को, रियल। मेरी चीजें दिखती है ना उतनी है, उसके और पीछे तक जाती है, प्लीज। जास्ती बोलने का नहीं, हेयरलाइन बिरलाइन और पीछे तक जाती है उसकी। कभी नोटिस नहीं किया तुम लोग ने? हेडफोन स्ट्रीम पे नहीं पहनता हो, पहन के उसका लाइव चालू होता है, देखो कभी नेक्स्ट टाइम नोटिस करना, डायरेक्ट चालू होता है उसका स्ट्रीम। सिर्फ फ्री फायर के स्पोर्ट्स में करियर है क्या? है, हो सकता है हमारे टीम में फिलहाल करियर ही करियर है, बहुत जगह है हमारी टीम में, जगह मतलब टीम टाइम बहुत है, करियर भी बहुत है। आएगा लॉल में लग रहा है चैट कि हम लोग फर्स्ट गेम हार चुके हैं, फर्स्ट गेम हम लोग हार चुके हैं शायद, लॉल में ऐसे लग रहा है ना, दिख रहा है मेरे को। बट हम लोग ने बी बुया में 21 पॉइंट निकाले हैं, क्या बात है। सिर्फ गूगल में देखो, मैड संधू बिल्कुल आपके जैसा है, मैड संधू। भाई देखो, मैं कुछ बोल नहीं पा रहा हूं यहां पे, मैं कुछ बोल नहीं पा रहा हूं यहां पे। सच बताओ तो मैं कुछ बोल नहीं पा रहा हूं यहां पे ज्यादा, क्योंकि है थोड़ा सिमिलैरिटी। भाई सच बताऊं, मेरा और माम्बा का अगर बच्चा हुआ, हाँ एक बार अभी ध्यान से देखो, अगर मेरा और माम्बा का बच्चा हुआ है ना चैट, देखो है चैट भी बोल रही है यस, अगर मेरा और माम्बा का बच्चा हुआ, आई थिंक, हाँ चैट, हाँ है ना, क्या बोलते हो, मेरा और माम्बा का अगर बच्चा हुआ तो है, आई इन माई ओपिनियन, इन माई ऑनेस्ट ओपिनियन, देखो एक बार ठीक से, इसमें कुछ और, इसमें इसमें अल्ट्रॉन और माम्बा का बच्चा लग रहा है, सच बताओ तो यहां पे मेरा और माम्बा का बच्चा लग रहा है। अगर मेरा और माम्बा का बेटा हुआ तो है यहां पे तो मां कसम, ब्रो व्हाट द फक, ब्रो व्हाट द फक। मैं अब तो लन भी बाल नहीं बढ़ाऊंगा भाई, चांस ही नहीं है, अब तो बाल बढ़ेंगे ही नहीं भाई, अब तो बाल बढ़ेंगे ही नहीं कभी, अब तो बाल नहीं बढ़ेंगे। व्हाट द फक, मैच चालू करो भाई, इसके लिए जल्दी नहीं आता मैं मोनाली जी, मैच चालू करो यार, किधर है मैच, चालू नहीं हुआ अभी तक, मैच कब चालू होगा भाई प्लीज, 3 मिनट में, वी आर स्टार्टिंग इन 3 मिनट्स। सिड भाई तेरी इज अ सेइंग, क्या सिड भाई तेरी इज अ सेइंग, ऊ लड़की क्यों पड़ी हो झाड़ में, नहीं समझा, नहीं समझा मेरे को, नहीं समझा, नहीं समझा मेरे को इसका मीनिंग, मेरे को इसका नहीं समझा मीनिंग क्या है, कुछ इंटरनल जो के सेट, हम लोग फर्स्ट गेम हार गए, लोडे लग गए, वो फक, इसमें नहीं, बी बुया में नहीं, हम लोग लीग में फर्स्ट गेम हार गए, कोई बात नहीं, मैंने बोला था ना तुम लोग को, हम लोग हारते नहीं है आज पावर्स है, मतलब आज पावर्स है, टेस्ट कर दिया मैंने, अब जीत जाएंगे, रिलैक्स, बेस्ट ऑफ 3 अब जीत जाएंगे, मैं पावर्स टेस्ट करने के लिए बोला, मैंने पावर्स टेस्ट करने के लिए बोला, सच्ची में हम लोग जीत जाएंगे अभी, अभी जीत जाएंगे लोग, टेंशन मत लो। 8-bit beings, I just want to know one answer. Me being a commerce student reading in class 12, what can I do to study to get into esports manager part or any of the top position in esports? What do you mean like study what wherever you want the position यार, मतलब फाइनेंस में घुसना है तो फाइनेंस की पढ़ाई करो, मैनेजर बनना है तो आपको थोड़ा सा मैनेजमेंट वगैरह के बारे में सीखना पड़ेगा थोड़ा सा, इन जनरल। आई सेड ऊ लकड़ी क्यों पड़ी हो झाड़ में, आओ मेरी गांड में, ऐसा कुछ तो कहावत है ना, शायद ये सुना नहीं है मैंने शायद. ब्रो मेड माई नाइट इवन बेटर, व्हाट डिड आई जस्ट वॉच. क्या मालूम किधर से लेके आए हैं कांग पाजी, मेरे को नहीं मालूम भाई. फर्स्ट टाइम नाम सुना है मैंने ये. क्या है कोई ये है क्या एक्टर भी, मतलब ये है क्या क्रिएटर है क्या सीन है, मेरे को पता नहीं है. हाँ, is that like some like celebrity or something, like what's the scene. हाँ, आओ घुस जाओ मेरी कान. हाँ वही मैंने सुना है, वो मैंने सुना है. एसएडब्ल्यू ने हैशटैग वाइन बीबू या क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए टॉप 5 में आना होगा और 2 गेम बचे. आ सकते हैं टॉप 5 आना है, आ सकते हैं. हाँ वही है, आपने अभी पोस्ट करके वही किया है. दैट इज ट्रू but you know how it is, like we do these things to make our boys laugh, you know, that's how it is. That's how it is. चालू हुआ चैट 38 seconds. Let's go. Oh shit, ज्यादा बड़ा हो गया मैं. 1 सेकेंड.
They're gonna learn something real simple.
ये संजय दत्त, ये पबजी में संजय दत्त है.
Simple.
देख,
They're gonna learn something real simple.
वाओ. अभी ट्विटर पे भी बहुत कुछ होने वाला है. ट्विटर पे तो मैं वैसे भी छाया रहता हूँ, टेंशन नहीं है. ट्विटर पे तो आई एम ऑलवेज ट्रेंडिंग, यू नो. ट्विटर पे ऑलवेज ट्रेंडिंग ऑन ट्विटर. हम आए मी. ना 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 ना. क्या बात है. एक्साइटेड चैट. इज योर बॉडी रेडी? इज योर बॉडी रेडी? गेम शुरू बेबी. लेट्स फकिंग गो. मेरा लेने देने, मैं तो ट्विटर पे ऑलवेज ट्रेंडिंग, मेरे को कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं ट्रेंडिंग
It's the year 2026 and we are back.
ये अरे जेंडर भाई सब जगह पे रहते हैं.
Undisputed best region in the world, that's for sure. We won PGS2, we won PGS3. Who's gonna stop here? That's my question. My name's Kalaris and we get to watch all the regionals go down here.
Let's go baby.
A right treat over the next couple of weeks. Avenger and himself joining us on the broadcast. How have you enjoyed the Cup so far? Are you excited for all the big dogs to come in?
क्या बात है.
You've watched them.
ये 5 गेम है, इनके 5 गेम होते हैं चैट. इधर 5 लिखा है.
It's vicious. It's a bit vicious, isn't it?
Wow,
really?
इधर
That's
देख
what I'm
5
worried
लिखा है.
about. You've got
5.
a lot of small dogs, a lot of big dogs.
मेरे को
but
लगा 6
some
रहेंगे.
Small dogs could grow up into be huge
आज लॉल में
dogs.
जीत जाएगा, जीत
Maybe.
जाएंगे. रिलैक्स करो.
Potentially, we don't know. They've
The
had 5
potential
weeks
of
to grow.
growth.
There is potential of growth here, though.
रिलैक्स
Well,
करो.
our
रिलैक्स.
pre-show before all of this, we were
Please
talking about how your ears grown,
relax,
so you gone.
please.
So yeah, I guess
Please.
that it's kind of come all the way through. We're talking about some interesting things. It seems like Martin's headphones have grown as well
He's hidden
between
them.
all the seasons. I know he's.
Relax.
Right, anyway, let's talk about the format and what is actually to come here, Martin. Because compared to 2025, we have had some shifts here, Martin.
Yeah, a huge change. Obviously, we are
Day 1
going
आज
through
Friday.
playoffs, and
8
with
invited
the
teams,
cups,
6
you
cup
are
teams
seeded into
to
different
direct
days.
qualified.
Day
Top 8
1
1
today,
finals.
we're
ठीक है,
sending
top 8 आने
8
का
teams
आज.
to the finals.
Top 8 आने
There's
का
gonna
है
be 8
और
new
कुछ नहीं
teams
करना है अपने
coming
को.
in
ठीक है चैट.
tomorrow. We're going to be sending 5
Top
teams,
8.
of course, on Sunday. We're
All
going to
we
send 3
need
teams
to
straight
do
to the finals. So then finals next week.
is come
where we're going to be playing for
top
all the points.
8 baby.
Oh.
Let's fucking go.
Yes, definitely. There is effectively 2 finals that go on, right?
Yes.
Of course, with these first 2 weeks, and then our next 2 weeks.
720 के करो,
we're
कर
really
सकते तो
focused
कर
on
दो.
this here blank.
अच्छा लगेगा
And
मतलब.
considering that all of
तुम्हारे
these teams
ऊपर
have a good
मेरे ऊपर
opportunity.
नहीं,
If
तुम्हारे
you're one of the teams that fell
Top
down
8 आना है, top 2
lower in
क्या
the
बोल रहे
cups,
हो?
though, I'm a bit concerned
टॉप 8 एडवांस टू फाइनल्स लिखा है. अबे ये क्या लिखा है? टॉप 8 एडवांस टू फाइनल्स.
for you because it's going to be quite difficult to get through on that last day, I would say.
Yeah, you're going up against some tremendously good teams from both the cups as well as our invited teams as well. And I
क्या
think
बोल
that
रहे
the
हो?
struggle is for
टॉप
them
8
is
लिखा है
that
इधर.
when you look at the cups, there was probably 4 really big standouts there.
Top 2 in finals to EWC. अरे तो finals पहुंचे क्या? Finals जाने तो दो पहले. Finals तो जाने दो. उस टीम की chat देखो एक बार. Chat मेरे को देखने की गरज नहीं है. मेरे को पता है उधर क्या होता रहेगा. I just know. I just know, baby. I just know. It is what it is. I just know. Like we don't need to see this. We don't need to see this, yaar. Please. Finals तो easy है. देखते हैं. मैंने अपने टीम को एक्शन में अभी तक देखा नहीं है, सच बताओ तो. Very excited. Very many excited, chat, to watch our team in action for the first time.
These 5 games we're starting
for
with is going to have such an impact for everything, right? Like
time.
Top 8, it's going to be the easiest way to get to the finals, but also it's against the hardest teams. That's why I'm so excited for today. Yeah, and obviously I'm going to be able to sit back and watch.
Let's go.
While you guys are casting some.
सिर्फ अपने टीम्स पे क्यों पनौती लगा रहे हो? बोलो लॉल.
Super exciting. Yeah,
मैं नहीं लगा रहा हूँ पनौती. Please wait. First game देखेंगे.
Always awesome to have this.
Top 8 finals. Top 2 teams will come to combining 2 finals. Work that team will qualify EW. Done. Let's fucking go.
But now the big dogs are coming in, and yeah, the potential of growth has happened throughout the 5 weeks, but. We saw at PGS how good the teams are that we have here in PEC and
international पनौती on है. Death Note भी चालू हो जाएगा. गेम मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं बाकी कौन सी टीम compete कर रही है. मेरे को आइडिया तो हो.
Definitely 3 teams that we have to kind of start things off with as we look across the whole lineup.
3 teams बोला रुक जाओ.
Rolling, right? You've got Virtus Pro that just came off the PGS 3 win after having a bit of a lackluster start to PGS's, admittedly. You've got Navi, PGS 2 victors blank. And then you've got, of course, Twisted Minds, who should have Perfectix back on the board finally, which is always very lovely to see, because arguably they're still the best team in the world.
And watch.
Yeah, I mean, Perfectix being back.
Wait and watch. Nakul खेलेगा. Nakul online help कर रहे हैं.
It became quite apparent how much it was.
Nakul online help करेगा टीम की. टेंशन मत लो चेक. बहुत बुरा लगता है सिर्फ इतनी गेम्स की watch party स्ट्रीम थी. का best watch party streamer.
He did have a huge amount of impact for our team, so it's nice to have.
क्या कर रहे हैं mods? फटाफट delete नहीं हो रहे. हेटर्स का चैट डिलीट नहीं हो रहा है. मॉड्स एक ही मोड एक्टिव है क्या चैट में आज? 50 मोड तो है अपने पास कम से कम. किधर है मॉड?
PEC is their territory effectively here, and we'll see if anybody can kind of upset that balance. Of course, we have new organizations coming in as well. Avenger, we've got
चैट से ज्यादा मॉड्स है मेरे पास.
The XBBB team, I am super excited.
Which headphones are using? Black Shark V2.
Of course.
Black Shark V2.
Fame in other PUBGs, and we've got
ऐसा 3-4 ही है भी सबको हटा दिया.
Nemesis is here, so there's so many new organizations ready to go for
and hamaara coming as well with the new English lineup. They've been playing with their German lineup. We have our big boy Kidda coming in from Team Denmark, Tune 25. I'm pretty excited to see him play. He is a great player, so have some high expectations to these guys. But yeah, it's going to be difficult to come in again. It's a bit of a change of a pace, but for the other teams that's coming on our right-hand side,
Osama भाई ने क्या लिखा है? Construction workers,
and they could be, warmed up quite a bit to this.
अरे मेरे स्ट्रीम पे ना स्ट्रीमर के साथ सब लोग इधर गत्ता फूक के बैठते हैं, पता नहीं. ले लिया नाम. शिट मैंने नहीं सुना. कोई बात नहीं, गेम देखेंगे. मैंने नहीं सुना. शिट सॉरी. लिया क्या?
Erangel sandwich going on for the whole day. But Blank, when it comes to those teams from the cups, obviously construction workers is a big focus point for a lot of people. Of course, they don't have Gustav, which is a bit of a hit. We know kind of what's been going on there. And then at the same time,
also a follow-up question: will NBA help to get on top level of esports backend side? No. Does nobody cares?
So what do you make of those two teams?
Esports में फटाक से मैं आपको बोल देता हूँ. म्यूट नहीं करता. Sorry. Esports में unless you are going for like a specialized thing, for example तुमको किसी और का CA बनना है तो तुमको CA पढ़ाई आनी चाहिए, right? बट अगर तुमको मैनेजर बनना है, nobody cares तुमने क्या डिग्री की है. तुमको बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट मैनेजर बनना है, they will care कि आपका डिग्री क्या है, आपने पढ़ाई कहाँ की है, मास्टर्स किस में की है, क्या किया है ना. अगर आपको आर्टिस्ट बनना है, nobody will care आपकी क्या क्वालिफिकेशन है. तो डिपेंडिंग ऑन द रोल इट विल मैटर वेदर यू नीड अ MBA or not. डिपेंडिंग ऑन द रोल, बहुत ज्यादा डिपेंडिंग ऑन द रोल. गॉब्लिन है क्या? गॉब्लिन को बेंच किया हम लोग ने आज. गॉब्लिन को बेंच किया. गॉब्लिन को बेंच किया. Now it's time to show PUBG to FF kids. Why bro? Why kids? You know अगर मैं आप लोग को एक बात बताऊं, if Free Fire for BGMI is a childish game, BGMI should be a childish game for people who play on PC, right? So before you call somebody childish, some game childish, right? Just people, लोगों को रहने दो और अपनी गेम्स एंजॉय करने दो ना, क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है चैट? हाँ, क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? बट अगर BGMI वाले फ्री फायर को गाली देंगे तो उसी हक से PUBG PC वाले भी BGMI को, क्योंकि वो मोबाइल पे गाली दे सकती, क्योंकि मतलब समझ रहे हो, इट्स द सेम एनालॉजी, मतलब देयर इज नो डिफरेंस. सो प्लीज डोंट डू इट, लेट पीपल प्ले देयर गेम, लेट पीपल हैव फन. हर बंदे का अपना अपना गेम होता है, हर बंदे का अपना अपना इंटरेस्ट होता है, तो करने दो यार उनको. गॉब्लिन के लिए स्क्रीन बड़ी है इसलिए बेंच किया है. बेंच किया, गॉब्लिन को बेंच किया, गॉब्लिन को बेंच किया, बेंच किया. चैट सीडन बिंग बहुत बड़ी है में कुछ फर्क नहीं है. बिंग्स भी कभी वैलो का फाइनल क्वालिफाई नहीं हुआ. और सीड भी एज अ प्लेयर मैं खेला ही नहीं हूं मैं वैलो क्वालिफाई करने के लिए. ये कौन सा रोस्ट हुआ भाई? खाली पीली पिट रहा हूं मैं खेला ही नहीं हूं. द फक, ये क्यों पिट रहा हूं मैं चैट? ये क्या सीन है? कुछ भी मैं वैलो खेल कुछ भी, मतलब मेरे को दसना है करके कुछ भी. कोई चैट में लिख रहा है अभी गॉब्लिन अपनी ऑर्ग खोलेगा.
These 16 teams that are playing against each other like this here, this is the first time with this much on the line for him.
Well, of course, before we actually do get all to the games here,
सेंटर भाई क्या बात कर रहे हैं? चलो सेंटर भाई की बातें सुनते हैं.
Joined us from the cups, going to give us some tips and tricks. So we've got Habibi from Vis.
सेंटर भाई,
before we get the games rolling.
अगर आपको लगता है गॉब्लिन भाई ने भी अपनी और खोलनी चाहिए तो गॉब्लिन भाई को टैग करें.
I'm going to show you how to find yourself in one of the best elevated spots that's in Miramar without using a Nemesis pickup.
Chat, we are getting some tutorial. Let's watch tutorial. Let's go.
Walk all the way up until this ledge.
Why? Oh my.
Vault and jump.
Quality looks
vault
like
again.
BGMI. No.
Then you have to run all the way up until
Is
this
PC
corner.
or mobile? Chat.
You have to.
Is this PC or
jump
mobile?
and vault.
Why looks like mobile?
And then all you have to do from here is to like.
All you have to do. Why is this PC or mobile? Chat.
And then
why look like?
Boom. You find yourself
I
at
think
the
is
top.
PC. Look like mobile. Why? The fuck? TPPs and tricks. क्या बात है?
There it is. You two could be like
क्या बात है?
The mountain goat himself being able to climb on up, and Habibi's teaching you just how.
गॉब्लिन को बोल देना बायआउट के पैसे पूरे दे.
दे
भाई हम लोग को छोड़ के कोई बायआउट नहीं देते इंडस्ट्री में. क्या बायआउट? क्या बातें कर रहे हो?
Snakes and ladders.
बायआउट सिर्फ हम लोग के लिए देते हैं, हम देते बस. कोई बोल रहा है कि भाई बैकएंड से कोच कर रहे हैं. नहीं आयोगी भाई फिलहाल एपेक्स के लिए बिजी है अभी. कल हमने इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस है. एपेक्स बोल रहा हूँ, MLBB मोबाइल लेजेंड्स. नहीं बात कर सकते हम लोग दूसरे गेम्स की चैट.
Yeah, it always surprises me the graphics these pro players are on as well. Just absolute mud.
Just bare bones.
It's true. And actually, I mean, after I saw them playing like that, the way that they used to.
Welcome to middle class army. Arya Joshi, by the way, chat. Membership के भाव आप लोग को पता है ना चेंज हो गए हैं. But because मैं आप लोग से प्यार करता हूं, मैंने चेंज नहीं किए हैं मेंबरशिप के प्राइसिंग. जिन्होंने भी चेंज किया है उनसे ज्यादा मैं आपको प्यार करता हूँ. ये बस मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. जिसने भी चेंज किया मेरे को नहीं मालूम किसने किया.
I will say this now. I'm actually a Dragunov enjoyer recently with the ace, with the tilted grip. It's absolutely disgusting. It's a laser, so that's what I'm grinding at the moment. I'll say this as well too. Habibi's video is great. Obviously, that all these pros are making some content for us. They should also do that on the YouTube. But it's also the way
there were some rumors for some mixed team members.
It's just the same.
I don't understand why isn't or
there's no change there.
Our teams are playing there.
There's a ledge here, and you come close like, oh, there's a ledge there. Yeah, I can tell.
समझा नहीं.
I was going to say there's a pixel line.
क्या बात है members? What's up members? Let's fucking go.
Mountain goat's got a mountain goat. I mean, you got to get up there somehow. But anyway, we are starting things on Erangel and Martin. Before we actually get there, I guess I want to get your thoughts.
By the way, we have Lady Power as our
situated. Obviously, there's
makes
so
no sense,
many
bro.
familiar
ये सब चीजें मत करो. Just because she's a girl, ये सब बातें हम लोग
names
नहीं करनी चाहिए.
that
It does not matter what the gender
they're
of our PC manager is, of our players. कुछ मैटर नहीं करते.
Who are you excited for?
तुम मत बोलो chat में chat. Please. बहुत गलत चीजें imply करती है वो. ये सब चीजें नहीं बोलनी चाहिए. जो भी हमारा मैनेजर है, she or he should be given respect regardless of the gender of that person.
And
वो अपने टीम का मैनेजर है, वो लड़का हो या लड़की हो, उसको वो मैटर नहीं करना चाहिए. तो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है वो लड़का है लड़की है. प्लेयर्स आर गोइंग टू प्ले द सेम वे, है ना. प्लीज ये सब चीजें ना बोले. थोड़ा बहुत मस्ती मजाक हम लोग करते हैं क्योंकि वो लड़की है. एक हाथ बार फिर भी ठीक है, चलो थोड़ा बहुत मस्ती मजाक. थोड़ा हम लोग ने एक लाइन क्रॉस नहीं करनी. प्लीज लेट्स शो पीपल रिस्पेक्ट, लेट्स शो गर्ल्स बॉयज रिस्पेक्ट. स्पोर्ट्स है, स्पोर्ट्स में जेन्युइनली मैटर नहीं करता क्या है किधर जो भी है ना, मैटर नहीं करते. as long as you're talented, as long as you know your work, it doesn't matter. What's up, Parth? Welcome to the stream.
That is true. But these guys have been grinding. Like it's insane how much these guys have been grinding.
What's up? Welcome.
Everything goes on with squad.
Is Goblin joining?
Yeah,
Tag.
I cannot imagine where these guys don't come in and qualify and challenge for the top. I think they're definitely going to be in the top 8 today.
Okay, well, of course, as we look back at the cups and see some of the things that actually went down,
What's up, Parth bhai? How is Nakul doing? Is he okay? Yes.
And
I don't know.
Of course, Blank was casting it with Mark as well. This was possibly one of the most insane games I have ever witnessed, Blank.
Yeah, it was weird, right? We got to like Cup 4 and then I think everyone just sort of lost their minds at this point in time. Everyone had plans about this particular location. I think it initially started off because one team had brought two Panzers to the scenario and then everyone wanted a piece of the pie
difficult नहीं लग रहा है.
felt
क्या
like
बोलते
a
हो?
good spot to play, I guess.
Recoil हो नहीं रहा इसमें शायद.
More hectic. I'm sure there was other places to play here, but yeah, it really went hell for leather on this one.
Have you ever seen this many teams crash this dip at Avenger in professional play?
I've seen a lot, but this takes the medal for how many. Obviously, it was rough for Hive, but everything kind of went off with the amount of knocks that they had. But the amount of kills that they got and everything that lined up, and then they managed to get this up. And then Panzerfaust was just going ham. It was insane to see. And also, like at this point, you just have unlimited utility. Like there's gonna be 30 smokes, 20 grenades, 10 stun grenades. Like there's just unlimited amount of stuff for this area, right? So you can just
easy लग रहा है game, इतना difficult नहीं लग रहा है.
Fun game.
रिकॉइल दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को लगता है खेलना चाहिए हम लोग ने गेम. स्पोर्ट प्लेयर का तो वैसे भी नहीं दिखता, आप खेलो फिर दिखता है. प्लीज यार ईशान भाई, यार ईशान भाई पहुंच गए लगता है दूसरे तीसरे पे, आ गए वो अपने जोन में यार. सेकंड थर्ड पे पहुंच गए लगता है मेरे को ईशान भाई यार. बट करेक्ट बोल रहे हैं, मेरे में रिकॉइल दिख सकता है, मेरे में दिख सकता है.
But now we've got No Slack here, who's a full finish roster, back trying to challenge here PEC, and for me that's exciting. How did you see them in the cups? Do you think they've got some chops here, or what do you think?
Yeah, I really do. I think No Slack probably when we talk about potential for growth, they fulfilled that potential, I would say. I think when you look back on week 1, it didn't feel tremendously amazing. There was definitely some highlight points,
game ये
as the days went on and the cups went on,
खेलना चाहिए ना स्ट्रीम पे. मेरे को लगता है चैट 4 मैन
really find their stride, and I think by Cup 5 they were a really fearsome squad. Hello. But yeah, I mean, Kovarevi is a really fantastic player. Obviously, I think you guys were talking about earlier. He's a great analyst for the team, for multiple teams in the past.
मेरे हिसाब से
one of the best.
To show
now he's playing on
all
the
of
side.
you
He can like translate a lot of that knowledge
कितना
into
easy
the
है.
gameplay.
ठीक है ANQ.
One player that
तो किसको
really
किक
did
कर रहे हैं हम
stick
लोग?
out to me, though, you guys should definitely keep an eye
मैं
out for
Bings ANQ
he's incredible. As a
चौथा लगेगा.
player, you didn't see better
किसको
than
किक
him
कर रहे फिर?
really, unless you were looking at the team
चौथा कौन?
Nemesis or you were looking at construction workers. Outside of
Pinky?
that, I think IXE had some of the most amazing performances.
ओ भाई RRQ नहीं है, ANQ है.
That's fair. I watched
RRQ
the
को रे
cups, pretty
भाई.
darn good. They were able
शादी
to
के
get
बाद खेलना
themselves
उससे
into
पहले
this first
शादी.
day of play, that's for
हाँ
sure.
यार
PEC.
शादी
A team that I want to talk to you
हो
about,
गया बट
Martin,
अभी अब
is
कुछ करने का
Construction
बचा नहीं
Workers.
है.
We know this is basically what was FaZe.
नहीं 5 लोग नहीं खेल सकते, 4 ही लोग खेल सकते हैं भाई.
I think that there's going to be a fire lit under some of these guys.
But I think मैं और
Surely
Bing
to
से
be able
enough
to
है
do
तुम लोगों को
something in a
दिखाने के
tournament
लिए
like this. They looked amazing in the cups, and I'm excited to see how they're going to fare here.
Yeah, they look so good. So they won Cup 4 and had enough points to say, yeah, we're not going to need to play Cup 5. So we're just chilling.
It's a wild move.
And yeah, obviously compromising of X-Face and this superstar tag of PGC.
दिखाएंगे तुम लोग को. हम मैं और Bings तुम लोग को PUBG पीसी खेल के दिखाएंगे, टेंशन मत लो, तुम लोग देख लेना, हम तुमको खेल के दिखाएंगे चैट, हम तुम लोग को खेल के दिखाएंगे भाई, तुम लोग का, अरे तुम लोग बहुत अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हो बे, अंडर एस्टिमेट ऐसे धड़ाम करके वॉचिंग क्यों गिरी भाई, कुछ हुआ क्या, मैंने कुछ गलत किया क्या, सॉरी, हेलो, एकदम इतनी धड़ाम करके वॉचिंग क्यों गिरी भाई, लैग भी हुआ क्या chat?
Big arms. Stacked. He has like an extra large mouse because the smaller ones can't handle his grip. You see? Right. I've heard that. That's just rumors. That is just rumors, though. Okay.
क्या पता? PUBG PC FE में खेलना पड़ेगा, नहीं, नहीं, lots of ads.
Always felt like a construction worker.
Fuck these ads.
Definitely a lot of pedigree.
Ads is off, baby.
Beyond
off.
all of that, though,
off. Ads off हो चुके हैं.
We kind of have to talk about really.
Ads off हो चुके हैं. Ads are off.
Obviously,
no
this is a new
more
look
ads.
to PUBG PC as a
भाई
whole.
पर इतनी watching कम हो गई.
But it's not new names. We have seen all of these components
3000 से 1300.
kind of quite the journey through PUBG. Melman is an ex-world champion and oftentimes very underrated as a player compared to the other names that were on that roster. Like
match start IPL की मैच तो चालू ही है.
What do you think for Nemesis here, Blank?
Incredible team.
एकदम watching गिर गई भाई. सबकी स्ट्रीम पे दिख रही है गिरी हुई. ऐसा क्यों हुआ?
Put a finger to the pulse on this squad because they were very, very strong.
Mamba की कम हो गई, Bings की कम हो गई.
Most of know is an incredible fragger on side. So said as well. They all played very, very well. But they were one of the few teams that actually opted to play more for an edge play style in the cups. And this is why I find it difficult to really know how well they're going to do here because they were one of the few teams that actually really went against the mold and did it really well. But what I will say is I think this team has a very good grasp of TPP.
बंद कर दिया, ऐड बंद कर दिया, अपनी आएंगे
game from an outside position, and it was skillful. That was the cool thing about it. It was very skillful. The way they went about it,
खिलवाओ easily रेड पेड हो जाते हैं,
and the way they swept teams in that
खिलवा सकते हैं. PUBG PC खिलवा सकते हैं.
If the circle ever went away
खिलवा
from
सकते,
cover,
खिलवा
they were
सकते.
closing that game out. So I'm excited to see how
सिर भाई होटल लीला में गांधीनगर में आप रुकोगे FM में क्रेजी होटल है शायद, पता नहीं. Is there any revenue sharing for watch party? No bro, no revenue sharing. Why will उनका इवेंट हम स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, हम लोग को रेवेन्यू थोड़ी देंगे वो लोग, या हम तुम पूछ रहे हम उनको रेवेन्यू देंगे? नहीं, कोई रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग सिस्टम नहीं होगा.
Apart from maybe Melman, who
did have a whole लास्ट गेम चल रहा है और
up until after that, these four are kind of scattered to the wind and really couldn't find themselves a proper home, and that's actually what we said about Defense on GK, and then he came along and won actually one of these PECs.
भाई देखो फोर्थ है हम लोग,
I see them. How do you see them?
फोर्थ है हम लोग. लास्ट गेम नहीं आगे तो हो सकते हैं,
fan of Navi from
है ना? लास्ट गेम नहीं आगे अगर
2025, you're definitely going to be a
तो
fan of this
हो
team
सकते हैं,
former Navi players, and it's
हो सकते हैं. लास्ट गेम अगर नहीं भूखा है तो
I'm surprised this works out as well as it does.
हो सकते हैं.
So let's see if it is these guys are too good for
बहुत बड़ हो गई. फॉर्मेट प्लीज, इसमें अपने को टॉप 8 आना है फाइनल्स, नहीं आए तो कल टॉप 5 आना है फाइनल्स, नहीं आए तो परसों टॉप 3 आना है फाइनल्स. फिर फाइनल्स के टॉप 2 में टॉप 2 EWC जाएगा. मर्सी, माम्बा, सीड, बिंग्स.
If all these spots
मर्सी का पीसी है भी अभी,
this team could be like another GK where
सबकी वॉचिंग गई है ना? बोल रहा कुछ तो हुआ बे, समझा नहीं एकदम से सबकी वॉचिंग गिरी भाई.
insane player. Melman obviously
कुछ
with
तो
the
कांटेश
experience
हुआ
and
है,
everything that
पता नहीं
if
क्या.
everything molds, I should say, here in this team, they are going to win a PC. They're easily in the top 8 today, by the way.
अरे जो सिक भाई इग्नोर मार रहे हो आप. अपग्रेड, अरे सॉरी नहीं यार, कहाँ मारा इग्नोर? आई एम सो सॉरी मैन. आप अपग्रेड भी किया जेंटलमैन क्लब में, क्या बात कर रहे हो? जुम्मा भी नहीं मिला है. कब किया? मेरे को नोटिफिकेशन आया क्या? मोना जी ये सब चीजों पे आपका ध्यान रखनी चाहिए. मैं आपको मालूम है ना, मैं थोड़ा सा चुतिया हूँ, मेरे को दिखा ही नहीं. आई एम सो sorry brother, thank you for upgrading to gentlemen's club, love you, thank you for the 1000. Arya Joshi भाई मैची आया था. साहिल भाई बताएगा कौन?
I think one of the concerns though is that
मैंने तो बोला मेंबरशिप देखो.
two teams that
That's my bad. Then that's my bad. My bad.
Internationals and been able to
PUBG
do a
में एक
lot.
रूल
But
है,
the problem for some of these teams
4 बॉट
is
एक टीम
now,
में नहीं खेल
Blank,
सकते.
that you've just suddenly now been put in this lobby where you suddenly have 10 world-class teams if you actually really want to make a bit of a stretch, as well as teams that have been able to win on those world-class stages as well. So the lobby, as much as the cups were great, this is another kettle of fish, I think.
Yeah, I think that is always the struggle as well. But they've already been through the ringer in the sense that every single cup that you play, it is such a sprint to do as well as you possibly can. They, at least these teams coming through from the cup, they understand that today they have to give as much energy, as much vigor as they did during the cups to make it through. Right, though, for Team Nemesis, it is weird. Same for construction workers. You've essentially just been blasting them up, right? You've just been hitting them hard and fast, and there's not really much anyone could do about it. Here, it's going to be a very different beast, so you wonder whether
all players watching
is going to be playing a little bit slower here. Construction workers, I think it weighs a little bit more heavily on them.
Who's watching का क्या फायदा मेरे को बात बताओ.
Really priority positions on the
आप लोगों ने नोटिस नहीं किया मैं बहुत ज्यादा अवॉइड करता हूँ ये चीज प्लेयर्स का स्ट्रीम करना या क्योंकि ना मैंने नोटिस ये चैट मैं बहुत ज्यादा इंस्पायर हुआ हूँ लास्ट ईयर से फ्रॉम पीपल लाइक स्नैक्स एंड जोकर. बहुत ज्यादा इंस्पायर होता है मैं रिगार्डिंग टू कंटेंट. अभी शादी वादी के इसमें थोड़ा बिजी हो गया, नहीं तो आई फील लाइक आई वुड हैव डन मच बेटर. मैं उन लोग से बहुत ज्यादा इंस्पायर होता हूँ. मतलब आई फील लाइक दे आर सो मच, इतना अच्छा कंटेंट वो लोग बनाते हैं सोलो कि जब उनके साथ कोई आते हैं तो दैट कंटेंट इज 100x बेटर. आई फील लाइक तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा ट्राई करता हूँ उनको फॉलो करने का इन टर्म्स ऑफ यूट्यूब, जहां पे मैं अपनी औकात इतनी बनाऊं कि मुझे किसी की जरूरत ना पड़े, बट अगर कोई मेरे साथ आए तो वो 100x बेटर हो जाए. चलो लेट्स गो बेबी, गेम शुरू. Let's go.
Northwest, but aside from that, all good and dandy to start things, Blank.
Yeah, a bit of a wonky one to start the day off.
ऐसे लग रहा है टट्टी कर रहे हो
waking up potentially. It is the afternoon, but we've all had those days. Okay, so it's time to drink this. I'm not sure everyone's had those kind of days, but it's time to drink your coffee.
Every day for me.
Waking up at 5 p.m.
No, absolutely not. I'm a morning boy.
In the chat,
taking 5 a.m.
please.
True.
Yeah, we're going to head into this one. Like you say, it's a little bit wonky. Getting over towards that northwest side is slightly more difficult. So that's you North George, potentially over towards Severny, which I imagine Team Nemesis is making a quick shoot over towards. And I think that's something that
zone prediction.
The top team.
Zone exactly इधर आएगा chat. इस पे लिखा हुआ नहीं आता जगह का नाम.
Aggro positions on the map. Jogo Benito, on the other hand, love to go for those aggressive positions.
इधर लिखा हुआ नहीं आता.
They might struggle slightly. But at the circle, it's hard down towards the
called
side,
it,
which means
baby.
the going to really benefit from this. They get started
क्या
very
sexy
early
दिख रहा है
into the
game.
game over towards Primos. Got a lot of looting time.
Oh my god, sexy दिख रहा है chat. Game क्या sexy दिख रहा है. Oh
Jogo Benito though, Calaris, extremely aggressive.
Chat.
Oh yes, yes they are. I've seen them be aggressive.
Game क्या दिख रहा है बे?
A lot of the cups, they were basically ram raiding some of the teams that they do go against.
लिखा है?
And currently the Mythos.
हाँ लिखा है. मैं मजाक कर रहा था. लिखा है.
There is a potential where we
लिखा है. ऐसा नहीं कि मेरे को नहीं दिखा पहले. लिखा है. मैं मजाक कर रहा था.
Drop become
हमारे opposite है zone.
Now the one thing that does exist though in some of these scenarios, even in Yasnaya, even right now, and especially in TPP, is
Battle Royale आपने देखा है ना? Free Fire नहीं देखा आपने कभी?
Like Yasnaya, it's so
big
that they can stalemate out, and you don't
अपना scene वैसा है.
at all. And then you eventually
कर नहीं सकते अपना.
Completely unscathed.
That's how it works.
The thing is though, is that still will slow down your rotation to
अपन
a
देखो इधर
faraway
है.
circle like this. So either you get aggressive, clean it up, and then be able to rotate quicker, or you're kind of biding your time and wasting some time in some of these kind of situations.
1080 max है.
I think the onus right now is on.
Oh भाई क्या sexy लग रहा है but ये game यार.
The easiest rotate for them would be West Yaz Bridge. Right, and you
माँ कसम पे मैं गेम अगर खेलूं ना मेरे को बंदा दिखे ही ना ब्रो. माँ कसम.
If they want to go through,
मुझे लगा मोबाइल टू पीसी में कुछ तो चेंज होगा. कुछ भी चेंज नहीं. कुछ भी चेंज नहीं. कुछ भी चेंज नहीं. इसलिए हम लोग का 2-3 साल बाद 4 साल बाद 5 साल बाद अगर नकुल रिटायर हुआ
Now I like this because Jogo Benito,
तो
they
कोच
had
बनेगा
these
पीसी का.
moments
It is
over in the
80
Cups
GB
where
chat.
they were
Your PC
overly
will suck.
aggressive. They took
ऐसा
too
कुछ
many
नहीं.
fights, and I think they were sort of memed on for this as well. But I'm
क्या
glad to
दिख
see
रहा है
that they're
बे?
taking this very seriously. They're not going for funny business here.
मस्त
They're
दिख रहा है.
immediately gone,
दिख तो रहा
which
है chat.
opens things up here for TMO.
Beautiful.
Well, they had their ups and downs. Let's put it that way without extrapolating too much.
Very high ups.
And then after they'd had their first Cups performance, everyone was like, "Oh, okay, they're kind of cool. It's fine." So I won't extrapolate any further on that. But yes, for a circle like this,
अजिंक्य भाई thank you for the 100. मोबाइल पे खेलते टाइम पीसी पे बंदा दिखना पड़ता है आपको अगर पीसी पे खेलोगे तो टीप बंदा यार मॉड्स किधर है बहुत हेट आ रहा है मेरी तरफ चैट से आज
and now they've flexed out to internationals, which I think is exciting, and they have an exciting circle to start things off.
Yeah, for them it's very, very good, and I think that Virtus Pro takes a really cool approach to this one.
इसमें फ्रेंडली फायर है एक सेकंड ये गेम में फिर मैं नहीं खेल सकता ये गेम में खेल नहीं सकता चैट इसमें फ्रेंडली फायर है
Loot might not be insane, but
short chat इसमें फ्रेंडली फायर है
disastrous work.
Impossible. Cancel मैं नहीं खेल सकता है गेम cancel मेरा पिंक्स वाला स्क्वाड कैंसिल एकदम कैंसिल impossible खेल ही नहीं सकता मैं नहीं हो ही नहीं सकता impossible
And we're back again. Of all teams you don't want to be running into, the PGS3 champions, they're pretty good at the video game. Maybe not the best. So for a home circle for Ascend, that's a bit of a catastrophe. I'm wondering if they want to try and eventually get that blue chip back and see if they can get them back on board. That's the thing. And I don't think Nixie stopped his car to pick anything up.
Airbag.
So there might be a world where they get T-Bone back
Airdrop.
on board. But we'll see.
I mean, it's a big crunch right now.
Emergency pickup.
Migrating down this side. You've got E-pick.
अबे तुम लोग समझाओगे मेरे को ठीक से क्या किसको पिकअप करेगा क्या प्लेयर को उठा के लेके जाएगा मेरा रिकॉल नहीं है चुतिया मत बनाओ प्लीज
I think it's just the speed of which this game takes place, right? Once you start to get these bigger teams involved.
ए रिकॉल नहीं है भाई प्लीज कोई बताओ ना पीसी वाला यार प्लीज
ahead of the pack there.
मोरल की साइल
had to cut looting time short a little bit. But they'll know that in future if they ever get this circle again. But that's the difficulty.
आप ही एक्सपर्ट हो मेरे लिए
तो
जो वो हेलीकॉप्टर है ना चैट वो एक्चुअली
these 3 days
एयरड्रॉप है देखो एयरड्रॉप ड्रॉप था
you just lost that home advantage.
सिर्फ भाई इस गेम
में
में आपका वेपन कॉम्बो फेमस है वेक्टर बीएसएस सच में तो मेरे को पता ही है ऑब्वियसली मेरे को तो पता ही था
Oftentimes the Primos team
मेरे को पता
wants to be out of Primos because of the way circles work, right? So
मेरे को तो
even if
पता
you have
ही
a
है
circle advantage, it's not necessarily like okay, we could just stick
वो
around
ये
Primos
ड्रॉप
and
था
hope
एयरड्रॉप
for
था
the best. They did move pretty early.
They did, right?
A little bit, a bit more of a northern position. That said, though, it's getting very congested on that west side now, and that might not bode well for Nemesis, who's coming in much later than other teams from the north side. They might have to play edge play, but you were saying in the pre-show that they were okay with the edge play.
They loved it. Yeah, this is the thing for Team Nemesis. I don't think they minded too much. And most of the time, when they weren't getting the big wins, they were still getting quite a few points. If that was kills or getting in for a 5th place. And they beat out the competition by consistency. I think that's what Team Nemesis is very good at. Which is why I like the Severny pickup for them. No one contested on that. So every single angle we get now, you're like
to parachute मतलब क्या वो जो हेलीकॉप्टर आ रहा है वो उठा के जोन में लेके जाता है.
The difficulty with this type of play style is it doesn't have explosive points capability, does it, Kyle? It's more going to be a case that
अरे भाई जब तक एक गेम सीखता हूँ ना मैं दूसरा गेम पूछना नया लेके आता है ब्रो.
All that really matters is
BGMI सीखते सीखते फ्री फायर चालू हो गया. फ्री फायर लगा कि थोड़ा सीख चुका हो अभी तो अभी इसमें हेलीकॉप्टर लेकर उठा के जोन में डाल रहा है.
That we haven't been able to see play much in the start of 2026 in Bushido Wildcats. Of course, they've got Code Mark on board alongside Celtic. And
गौतम भाई सिर्फ इसमें ब्लू जोन वाला बॉम्ब भी है.
I think that's a
इससे एक ब्लू जोन बनता है इसमें फर्स्ट टाइम गन उठाने पर खुद रिलोड करना पड़ता है प्रीलोड नहीं आता.
Mostly like when we think about Turkey, we think about S2G, who had their foray into PGSs. But it didn't go quite their way. They did all right in PGS1, but PGS1, 2, and 3 were a bit of a disaster. So Turkey's traditionally, Blanca, a very strong region in terms of their individual skill, but they've not been able to mesh in the past couple of years properly. So I'm hoping maybe kind of that rights itself a little bit alongside S8UL as well, who came in from the Cups.
हम लोग वही करते हैं. मिलिट्री जोन में हम लोग को हेलीकॉप्टर उठा के लेके जाते हैं जोन में.
Like they have a lot of skill on board, but they do press the panic
बना रहे
button
मेरे
quite
को
a
थोड़ा
lot.
सा
where
कम रहेगा
it's the
नॉलेज
full
मेरे को
send
ठीक है
moment.
कम है
It's
थोड़ा
either
इतना भी
we
कम
wipe
नहीं है
that-
मेरा नॉलेज
We either wipe the
हाँ
enemy
बीजीएमआई
squad
में भी है
or we
साले
die trying. And that's usually
क्लासिक
how it
में
went
अच्छा
down for
क्लासिक में
Exile,
क्लासिक में
and
मेरे को
I
मालूम
think
था
that's fairly
क्लासिक में
true
है
for
मेरे
a
को
lot
मालूम
of
था
Turkish
कंपैरेटिव में नहीं
teams.
देखो
But again, I think TPP does
लेट रोटेशन
require you to have a
क्योंकि
little
अभी का
bit
जो
more
मेटा है जो
patience
पैच
on those,
9.3
full
है
sends. Doesn't quite
उसमें
work as well when
लेट
teams can
रोटेशन
really spot
ज्यादा
you out
अच्छा
coming from
है
very
ऐसा मैंने
far
सुना है
away,
Shiv bhai,
and
just
take
sharing, I
those
was at
engagements a
T2
little bit more safely.
Free Fire Esports player for
We've
2020
seen
to
some of
2024
these
and then left
buildings over
Esports hoping
towards
to
this
play with
western
you
side
while
of the
you
map as
stream
well.
FM in future.
Absolute
If you permit me to play it
fortresses
just for
where
time
you
pass.
have to walk
Sure,
down some of
sure.
these corridors to
Sure,
death.
done.
It's
Next
very,
time we
very
play
difficult to make
Free
happen.
Fire,
So
we'll do it.
I think those full
Done.
sends don't work quite as well if they're not backed up with good
Done, done,
utility
done,
as
done.
well.
Big splits.
Commentary
across
low
the board. 1-1-1-1s for John Bonita.
मौला जी सब कुछ सही है क्या ऑडियो ऑडियो एक बार बताना
Mythov got down all four alive.
शिव भाई अगर विंचेस्टर तो आप डोमिनेट करोगे पॉसिबल
Quarry as well.
कंफर्मेशन नहीं दे सकता मैं
Taking up a bit
but
more of the position on the east side there. Look at
kind of maybe possible
on that left of Quarry. So they were definitely entering treacherous territory with the Mythov, but they've negated a little bit of
सही है
the
ठीक है
slowness coming out of what
गाड़ी
could have
लेकिन
been
स्लो
that
चल रही है
Yasmaya
इसमें ऐसा नहीं लग रहा
situation.
ओ फक कितना
Especially since
रियलिस्टिक
they
लग
might
रहा है
not
चैट
have
फक
known Jogomnita entirely
बाप
bailed.
रे
They should have heard maybe the vehicle, so but it was only one vehicle, so I'm not
चैट
quite
क्या
sure
लगता है
on
जोन
the
किधर जाएगा देखो
possibility of
मेरे
that,
हिसाब
but
से
yeah, they're in.
तुम लोग
They
मुझे
just got
पता है
a
तुम लोग
vehicle,
सोच
so
रहे हो
that's
कि
a bit of a
प्राइमॉर्क्स
problem later on
प्रीमॉर्क्स
potentially.
जाएगा
Yeah, you are
Yeah.
sort of
But I
banking
kind
on
of
the
feel like
quarry
Gatka
finish
is
at
the
this
next
point in
zone.
time.
Gatka.
Yeah.
He's
Around
going
this
Gatka,
area at least.
Chat,
I mean,
Gatka.
you could hike
Gatka.
over towards the eastern side, pick up some of the buildings there. But I don't mind the play too much going for
Gatka.
the emergency pickup. If they found it early enough on that side and you're just thinking to yourself, once you get towards a position like this, a lot of quarry is sort of defended by players on the outside edge. So if you can get E pickup in, you could essentially nestle yourself in between a lot of these squads, which is really, really nice to see. It's the DBS.
Is this lobby
It's
T1
the
or T2?
DBS.
Genuine
Mark
question.
says I bring the
It's
DBSs to the loot
T1
boxes.
lobby,
I'm
buddy.
so sorry, guys.
The
We
fuck?
don't wanna
T1
get-
lobby, baby.
Yeah, they're almost never
Called
successful.
it.
These hard shift north. They're almost never successful, apart from like one time in a PGS, like which just happened. Like actually, a
Aduzi
DBS
bhai
in late game
कहाँ
did
जाएगा?
make
Aduzi, oh
something
shit,
happen.
chat, fight
I
है
couldn't
शायद.
believe my eyes, but it did work. But anyway, let's talk about this shift. Of course, Twisted Mind, surprise, surprise, finds themselves straight on in the middle of this one, and actually they're taking an extreme 2-2 split here. I guess gambling on the compound south of Chopsticks, but still holding on
DMR meta
to the
इसमें.
position directly in the middle. I wonder if they get together. I feel like this
DMR मतलब
is
main
quite
है ना?
ambitious if someone starts crashing on them. We'll see, we'll see.
It is very ambitious, right?
Chat,
it's
fight
such a
है.
hard shift over towards that north side as well. Is that
हम लोग
at
रुक ही
least
नहीं
the
रहे, जाए
guys
जा
over
रहे,
towards
जाए
the
जा रहे.
east, with Perfectix,
Chat.
they have a lot of time to spot players and teams coming their way, but they
Oh,
also
shit.
know a huge amount of teams from the south after the migrate north
Oh,
right
shit.
now. A lot of players wanted to be around quarry
एक
area.
knock हो
So
गया
it's going to
हमारा.
be a lot of damage.
Oh,
They
shit,
might be
Aduzi.
able to get some
Oh,
little
shit, chat,
pot
नकुल
shots
गया.
in between.
Oh, shit, rush
for
हो
the
गया.
time being, it is S8UL coming up against a squad right in front of them in Seoul. We're taking heavy damage here, unfortunately. Flores does have to back off. 8 HP, Kalaris.
No, no, no. Don't want to see this go down for Seoul just yet. These boys are fearsome. XBBT, PGS champions, fantastic pedigree amongst them as well. But they're gone already. No, in 16th. What a disaster for Seoul on the
First game trial रहता है. Check. First game है.
Once you get these big hard
First
hits go
game.
down, barrier teams abound, and they fall.
I mean,
Trial
it's
ball.
unfortunate, right? They
Trial
did try
ball.
to take
Thak
the
bhai
best
restart
score
हो गया
possible,
क्या?
which is
Thak
try
bhai.
and rotate through the tree line, get a little
1
bit
2
cover
3
for
paging
yourself,
तक भाई
but there's
restart
so
होएगा
many
क्या?
teams coming up this way, and it is an unfortunate
Net गया
shift
था
on
हम लोग
the
actually.
circle, which
Actually हम लोग का
heavily
net
heads
गया
over
था
towards
खारगर
that
में.
northern
Please.
side. This is always going to create
Please,
problems.
net issue था.
Obviously,
खारगर
we
में
knew it
net
was
issue है,
gonna
light
move
गया
away
शायद.
from
Please.
the water. We just didn't know how viciously it was going to do that. So
Chat,
Seoul does get
first
caught on that
game
rotating,
trial
which
ball
is a
रहता है,
lot
कोई
of teams
tension
are going through that
कोई
fielded
tension
area
नहीं.
in
First
the
game
first
trial ball.
place.
ये जो 1000 लोग डायरेक्ट छोड़ के जाते हैं
Again,
मरने के
I
बाद.
think it does seem to be just
Huh?
fine right now with the way that teams have sort of melded each other in place.
शायद हो गए, शायद हो
Which
गए,
is
शायद
hard,
हो
this
गए,
is
शायद.
hard, but it's great for Twisted Minds, gives
भी
them
बुआ हो गए शायद
fantastic
qualify.
options
Chat, first
going
game
into
trial
the
ball.
next phase as long as they can hold on to this.
फर्स्ट गेम ट्रायल पर यार मत करो मान्या को क्यों तोड़ते हो तुम लोग हम लोग जब मरते हैं तो बेचारा
Not too bad at all.
हाँ?
I
क्यों
think
करते
for
हो?
Twisted Minds, that 2-2 that I was talking about before, they were just okay, as soon as
Center
anything
slam
comes
नहीं
close,
था ये
we're
नकुल
shooting at it. We're making it sound like we're far more than we are in those
रशिया
current
भेज रहे
spots.
उसको
I mean, having the tower and then also
भेज
that
रहे जा रहे हो
compound, it's pretty open between the
जा रहे
shots
रशिया जा रहे हो
people are rotating past and then actually moving. So let's take a little bit of a look further and see what's going on. Still in Quarry here, the myth of being caught in the bottom of Quarry. If
first game trial रहते थे, first game
I'm not jealous
first
of
game
Justice
jitters
right now down there. I'd much
first
rather
game
be
jitters
elsewhere. Just saying.
chill
Yeah, I think that.
ए बीबूया हो गए ना क्वालीफाई शायद बीबूया हो गए
A lot of the squads. Oh, never mind.
बीबूया हो गए W's let's go बीबूया हो गए क्वालीफाई
Some nasty word from Mogo.
Yeah, I think Mogo was a great pick.
गेम देखने में बहुत इजी नहीं लग रहा
लेकिन
I think औकात खेलते टाइम पता चलेगी but
even on international now.
नहीं दिख गया जो औकात में भी हिली ना ऊपर नीचे हुई ना उसमें मेरे को मेरी औकात पता चल गई वो गन बिना चलाए मेरे को उसमें मेरी औकात पता चल गई जो भी गन ऊपर नीचे हिली ना चाहे
Brilliant stuff by him.
औकात पता चल गई मेरे को
skilled indeed. It felt like though, and I was kind of hearing out how those shifts were going from team to team, that things just weren't working out elsewhere. So finding a home on Hive, hopefully this does work out.
Yeah, I think for Hive overall, they're very good when they get into the compound like this. Obviously, moving away from here eventually is going to be a little bit difficult, but you have the heals at least on this western side to keep yourself nice and cut off from a lot of the action there. Eventually he finds it.
भाई मतलब उसको नॉक होना ही था शायद सिल्वेन को स्लावेन उधर ही वो ऐसा उसका प्लान था शायद कि इधर होना ही है नॉक मतलब स्ट्रेटजी थी कुछ तो शायद
to be working around.
Yeah, especially when Twisted Minds has now moved to kind of a full 4-man strong in the exact middle of this. The whole team do not want in the middle in a lobby like this. It's definitely going to be Twisted Mind. As Code Marker will take a few shots over towards the observatory position. Yoga Benito trying to move in on the northwest side of their position at the moment, across the swamp area. Couple ever goes down to Schiller. So unfortunately, it has to be kind of dictating what may go on from the heavens.
Oh no.
Needs to be done as well. I'm trying to figure out this one. It's always a little bit more difficult. I mean, Twisted Minds, they've regrouped now. They allowed Viz in, which is fair enough. You make some space, and with this circle, I mean, this is a great place to be playing for them. VP over towards their western side. Good position for them to... Really, a lot of the action is happening down towards the south side now, Kalaris, with TMO, Navi...
FF qualified, W's in the chat.
Spots to get in.
W's baby.
The tilted grip and the Dragonov kind of.
क्या बात है लड़के क्वालिफाई हो गए चैट FF में.
Some big old shots in Levante.
अब हम लोग को देखना है कि यहाँ वाले लड़के क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे. इधर वाले भी हो जाएंगे. रिलैक्स करो हो जाएंगे.
But as you can see, Bushido has been able to
S8UL
spread
qualified only Indian team.
Quite extensively to make sure that it can negate some of that damage coming in. One thing's for sure though, with Yoga Benito trying to make things happen from the distance, it's not quite going down just yet. And they're also bottled up in observatory here that, wow, okay, they were carrying a lot of weight in emergency pickups, which aren't going to be becoming useful. So it's going to have cost them some util, some ammo down the line.
Yeah, it is a lot to be carrying around with you. I mean, it gives you some options, I suppose, but...
हो जाएंगे
having the utility, not having the ammo, it's very, very rough here.
First game हम लोग देख रहे थे कौन कैसा खेलता है. अब हम लोग अच्छे से खेलेंगे.
Also taking shots from those
Zone अब जाएगा मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ.
For TMO, this is a tough push for them, but they just opened a slight gateway. But it's now time for Navi to really hit some heavy shots back towards them. The blue is not taking too hard just yet, but it will do now.
It's okay.
In which case,
Give me
TMO
money
move on.
that does not
move north over towards
matter to
Ascend,
you.
or they try
If it
and
matters,
dismount
please don't give me
Navi here. But yeah, it's a rough circle.
मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ the people that
Team Nemesis,
donate to my stream or give me money ऐसा amount दे जो उनके life में irrelevant
in fact, where the Melman compound currently is one of the very high winning spots, if not like top 3 in a lot of these games. And also
take care of you and your family first.
As well as Twisted Minds is actually dismantling the myth of moving in underneath this. Bear in mind,
मेरे को
Twisted
लगता है
Minds was still in
Minds
kind of that 1-3 split, leaving Batulians up in that tower, and they
Twisted
were holding
Minds
down this roadside gap. But the thing is that Eventually, a team might try and move in underneath the Tourne's tower, up alongside that hills, but you got to engage some of the lines of sights from the east, for example, from the north as well as the south, if you want to make that happen. And it could yield a top 4 for a team down from the north as well as the south, if you want to make that happen. And sights from the east, for example, from the north as well as the south, if you want to make that happen. And it could yield a top 4 for a team down the line.
Akatori looking down those areas right now. The last team up. You saw especially with that and this is a very big focal point for them. Like you say, realistically, the only place where they're going to be taking a lot of fire, low damage is on that south side. It sends those up perfectly. Now they even expand that a little bit further, looking towards hillside. They probably know teams are coming out. Also,
S8UL qualified only India. Let's go. W's in the chat.
The shots have just been so disgusting today. It's nice to see.
With the big gun, with the M249.
What a flick.
Good stuff from him. Maybe they can't get Keda up, unfortunately, so Boostic will be able to take that scalp. We'll just be the two German boys
shout
here
grenade
from
at military in PUBG PC compared to T1 lobby and his overall game being a casual player. I will. Later on.
I don't know. I think it's going to be very difficult
later on
to make a meal out of this game, because coming in from this south side, when Hive has that compound, where Twisted Minds has that spread, where VP has God compound, and being able to try and work on through, I don't know. They're going to go for a mad dash here on the south.
And they have to go for something.
मजा आ रहा है ना लेकिन ये DMR वगैरह देखने को चैट काश काश मोबाइल में भी ये सब देखने मिले हाँ चैट क्या बोलते हो काश
cover to work around with here, and with how nightmarish this zone does get if we head over towards the eastern side, it's not a terrible spot to play, Ko.
Free Fire official ने अपने broadcast पे अनाउंस किया बीबूया से extra
charging up a mortar to try and shoot a S2G, I think, as well while this was going on, understanding some of those dips in the hill on the field a bit north. But anyway, Professionalism is going to peek on over against that position, knowing that that is pretty annoying, and you can actually dislodge people quite easily. This is making a big move as well on the other side. That's an amazing name from Perfectix. He's back on Twisted Minds. Professionalism is going to peek on over against that position, knowing that that is pretty annoying, and you can actually dislodge people quite easily. This is making a big move as well on the other side. Back on Twisted Minds. Yes! It's so good to have Perfectix here on the squad.
I mean, he's proven his worth, man. It's
भाई हमारे टीम में जोकर मिरामार में मिली स्पेशलिस्ट अब सब लोग यूज करेंगे ना बहुत मजा है ये पीछे से आ बुशिडो
Celtic over towards Pains from Viz. Good shots, double back quickly again. Batulins will find Lukarux as well as they attempt to move up from that western side. Twisted Minds.
Oh, nice nade
all over the place, and like you say, lovely nade will take down Habibi. Couldn't quite climb high enough to get away from that nade just there.
No.
क्या दिख रहा है लेकिन गेम यार चैट वाओ
sorry mate. This is beautiful. This is going to be Bushido trying to dislodge exactly what you want it to do. And for this was a bit more of a Hail Mary as well, trying to move across the entire circle to make this work, knowing that the fields eventually will be an absolute killing floor in a game like this. The kill feed is popping off. No Slack goes down. Example actually rips them apart.
Twisted Mind is doing it, chat. Twisted Mind. मैंने बोला ना मैंने कॉल किया था.
PS3 champions.
I mean, Twisted Mind is doing it here very nicely. They've been sticking in the
Twisted Mind is doing it, chat.
And Virtus.pro does go down, and that's Pains, like you say, getting a nasty nade across over towards Nixie and Beamy. And it trust you, this
FPB तो और मजा आता नहीं यार FPB मेरे को
low player count.
I don't think
well,
so.
It's an interesting team is this really, because it's such diverse individuals. Pains, for example, was previously actually playing for Ascend on that full all-German roster towards the very end of them being an all-German roster. So great individual players, just not really found a true home. Nailub's taken down Pains. Now he's gone, but Metabay will be able to continue that against them. It's just absolute anarchy here up on the hills, as Twisted Minds has lost the majority as well, but they've kind of done enough, right? 8 kills for Twisted Minds.
S8UL qualified, I heard.
Championship in PEC.
Construction workers team का नाम है.
Considering the way the circles went.
Yeah, I mean, a 9-pointer game already is great to see. For construction workers, though, they are getting absolutely obliterated. The nades come through. And if it wasn't the nade, it was going to be the vehicle.
Twisted Minds वाले ने डाला 3 kill मिले उसको उधर.
Today already coming straight back in and hitting a fat strike on some of these players. It is great to see. But yeah, everyone was on a ticking time bomb on this western side. They know they have to clear out as much as possible. And that puts the pressure on. Bushido Wildcats, though, they have come out looking pretty. But I think the team I'm most surprised about is Joker Benito.
movie देख रहे हैं ना?
Playing it pretty calm right now.
Yep, they know what they need to do, I think, by the looks of things. Just play it a bit more steady, a bit more calculated compared to the smash mouth style that we may have seen in some of those cups sometimes. I will say just around this out, amazing. It feels like he's a man possessed right now. We kind of crowned him the unofficial MVP of our last PEC season with good reason, because he was the highest damage dealer, kill leader, etc. PPMI missed out on PGSs, and look at what he's able to do in this first game. I'm so happy.
Oh,
terrible grenade, slightly further than you would like here from Jogo Bonito. You're looking for that air burst, but they are hard to hit. But yeah,
एयरक्राफ्ट गन चल रही है, इसे गई वो गन अभी बाजू से वो देख इतने बड़े बुलेट कौन से गन के भाई?
Really just looking down upon a lot of these players on the south. S8UL is going to have to move from that northern edge, as is Bushido Wildcats and Jogo Bonito. Currently 2 angry neighbors, maybe a little bit more angry with the local council and Team Nemesis along the way.
Yeah, they're causing some sound disruption, never mind anything else, I think.
We are qualified, I know. I know. Please stop spamming. I know. W's भी बोल दिया मैंने. Let's go.
Explosives, not necessarily
भाई वो गन देख कैसे चल रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है टैंक चला रहा है वो बे.
That is true. That is true.
These are tracer rounds actually real में you can हाँ वो तो देखा है मैंने. पर ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है एंटी एयरक्राफ्ट गन चल रही है ठप 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 ठप.
It's not exactly
बाप रे वो देख.
It's a field, but it's not flat, so there is still cover here for them to play with, and they have a lot of room with it, especially if they shut down S8UL.
S8UL is getting a little bit closer.
भाई खुश नहीं हो क्या? Of course खुश हूँ यार, लेकिन इतना खुश नहीं हो कि क्वालिफिकेशन पे अभी पार्टी लगा करूँ यहाँ पे, है ना? खुश हूँ मैं कि टीम क्वालिफाई हुई है. अगर जीतेगी तो और खुशी होगी. टॉप 2 आएगी, टॉप 3 आएगी और खुशी होगी. या अपने क्या बोलते हैं अपने गोल्स को और उनके गोल्स को छोटा कर दो कि क्वालिफाई करने में भी यहाँ पे नाचने लग जाऊँ और स्पेसशिप चला नहीं कर सकते ना.
I don't think it actually took him down. It was
इतना भी खुश.
Well, Nemesis is the one that
बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है इवेंट क्वालिफाई करना. इवेंट जीतना बड़ी बात होती है. इवेंट में टॉप 2 टॉप 3 आना बड़ी बात होती है.
I wonder if that was a body shot or something, but it felt good. It felt good. You really did feel it there. And now Team Nemesis is looking to clean up. And again, for Team Nemesis, typically this would be a much higher point game for them. But because some of these teams are so willing to fight and just absolutely crush other underfoot, a lot of those teams that they were going to put points on that western side, they don't even make it here.
Point system समझो, semi point system है.
So the points are spread much further through the lobby. Either way, I think Team Nemesis will be very happy with a chicken dinner.
Semi point system
but this is a situation where they sort of need that chicken dinner for this game to really be worth it to them.
Yeah, and because of that, it ain't all said and done just yet. Although
इसमें कौन सा मेटा चल रहा है? इसमें DMR मेटा चल रहा है, ऐसे मेरे चैट में बताया.
Normally, actually, if you get pushed out of this compound, sometimes it can be really bad. But they might just
बहुत ज़्यादा आर्मर रहता है ना चैट गाड़ी का. ओ लेके गया, घुस गया सीधा.
Just remove the cover from them, and they know that they're going to be shot at from elsewhere.
उसने कवर हटा दिया उनका. तो ये गाड़ी कितनी ब्रोकन है बे.
How about I just get rid of it?
देख उसका कवर हटा दिया उसने.
Bringing the old bulldozer to the mix. Still have the arm in play though.
The fuck?
Not going to cut through a BRDM, but the circle.
It's not links.
The circle is lovely, actually. I love this circle. It's not beneficial for either team, but it means both teams need to fight on an equal footing without any compound in
4v4, 4v1.
Could I say equal footing if there's a BRDM in play? I'm not sure, but they are laying bullets into it, like you say.
Yeah, those shots, very important here. But the problem is that has Nemesis been able to keep repair kits down the line? Are they going to be able to keep that going? It will be basically a mobile wall when it comes to some of the middle parts of this field. And they've even been so cheeky enough as Diffex to go for some loot over by where Bushido Wildcats was.
Individual kills है chat. 7.
This is, well, the thing is that Mogor has done amazing this game. 7 kills so far after what we watched him clean up with Exhal is insane. Which proves 1.75
points हर kill का.
For them. But they still have an okay spot
Chicken
to
का
play
10
here.
multiplier 10x, second का 9x, third का
8x,
fourth का 7x.
Makes it a bit more sketchy here for Nemesis. Apart from
1.75 points
the bullet count's
per
looking
kill.
very bad right now for Team Nemesis. At least on So said. I mean, move to Diffex, 90 bullets still S8UL left there, but on the old DMR for the FX, I think he's around about 28 bullets left there for him. They tried to take advantage of that high ground on the roofing as much as possible, but not meant to be.
Please.
They're going to instantaneously try and center off the back of this. So Team Nemesis do gain a lot of ground off of this one. Hive's a little bit slow to react.
Kya graphics hai?
I don't mind what Diffex was doing. Scared of potential like snakes or anybody on the other side of this. I don't think they had a full read on the fact that Hive is indeed 4-man on the opposite side of the battlefield. They've not been able to get full information on the
अलग-अलग टाइप के नेड थे कौन से नेड आते हैं भाई?
Actually needs to move in. Hopefully for Hive, they've been able to keep an eye on the fact that there was that car moving over for loot, and that potential off angle could become a factor. Look at Mailman as well, creeping on forwards. I think they're hoping for the, you know, the classic play of the distraction BRDM. Keep looking at the BRDM, guys. Keep looking here. Nothing else to see. Like a distraction Khan effects in Warhammer.
Stick a little clown horn on the back of it, you know. Hope it really does distract them long enough. Again, this is kind of awkward for the Team Nemesis because you're playing into the side of
Nemesis के पास लेकिन कितना जगह है देखो zone का.
Does have bush cover.
Saplings
that are available as well, which do make it a little bit harder to determine where to place your nades. And utility is so incredibly important in this late game. Luckily for Team Nemesis, with that forward push they made and the lineup they have
zone
now,
cover कर दिया देखो लोग ने एकदम.
It's a case where
Nemesis chicken 100%. क्या zone coverage देखो ना ये लोग का. Unless ये लोग फालतू knock नहीं खाए.
Yeah, it's as if Nemesis
100% Nemesis का chicken है. क्या बोलते हैं chat?
And you took no shots.
101%.
We've been able to seize what is priority ground. And now they're saying, all right, Hive, your move. What are you going to do? Because you weren't proactive on this side. I understand it, right? Because suddenly you're then moving into lines of sight from the players on Nemesis that might have been on roofs and things like that. It's difficult. So the upper hand has very much so been on the side of Nemesis, and they continue to hold it with BRDM and position now.
This is interesting. That's a bit of an alarming thing to have in hands at this stage of the game. And a vehicle to place it on. I don't know if it'll come to fruition, but it could be funny.
I'm not keen right now, because the thing is that you're going to have to gain some decent momentum, and I think Nemesis is going to shoot you out of it.
Likely. But he might create some space. You never know.
Mogor
still, it's see it's left in the chamber.
Mogor नहीं है वो अपने इधर महाराष्ट्र का है वो Mogor नाम है
उसका. He's going to send it.
कल्याण में रहता है वो Mogor नाम है उसका Mogor.
Okay, this is actually
Mogor Patil.
Because he's not going to jump out unless he actually gets knocked. But he's going. I don't know where we're going. Are we going for the BRDM? I guess we are. This is. He got out.
Okay.
No. Okay.
I mean, BRDM down. Stave does not go down, somehow lives, right? He's a little bit more tanky on that side of things. But I think they're absolutely okay with it. I mean, it's a heroic attempt, but it's not enough. Only one player left remaining now for Hive, as Mogul will hit the deck. And Team Nemesis is looking to lock this one down. An incredible game from the northern side, from Severny.
Diffex with 5. Yeah, I'm convinced Hive knew that they had very little chance here, and they were denied towards the end as well. That's Team Nemesis. Team number 1 here of PEC from the
Hive भाई जीत गए. जल्दी चालू करो अगला गेम please.
Back on to talk about that one.
Please, babies, please.
Joining us.
Please.
Let's
fucking go.
Whilst we watch the highlights here from this game as well.
लेकिन देखने को मजा आता है.
My money, I think blank.
Chat खेलने को गांड पड़ जाएगी. सच बता रहा हूँ. But देखने को मजा आता है ये गेम. मेरा माउस नहीं मिल रहा है. मेरे को माउस कहाँ गया?
It's that question mark of. I think we need to start denying points. And denying points totally fair at this stage of the game. I think the craziest thing though, Kale, is I'm not sure people expected 2 of the cup teams to be first and second place for the first game of the day. Really, really well done. And I think from, yes, if you look back on this game, you look where Team Nemesis and Hive are playing, they have a distinct advantage. They play both those positions very, very well.
Chill and relax.
Chill and relax. Taking that approach where they left
and relax.
On the buildings.
Relax. भाई देखने को मजा है लेकिन ये गेम खेलने को गांड पड़ जाएगी मेरे हिसाब से.
No, they definitely did. They definitely did. So impressive stuff here. Let's try and get Avenger on. Talk about some of this. Avenger, what's your take here with Nemesis being able to have? But it was a decent compound, and eventually a decent win.
Yeah, obviously it's a big compound to be able to lock down early on, but also the amount of kills that they had. They were in a situation where like, okay, they can actually get some kills. They had the roofs. They were able to push S8UL out without being breached with them. That was actually one of my worries for them, but S8UL sent it all the way around. And
चलेगा मोलेजी मत करो, members only मत करो रहने दो, चालू रहने दो, subscriber only
I was a little bit sad to see this
members only मत
sacrifice
करो,
of
चलेगा
Dax
चलेगा,
paying
it's
off.
chill,
They
it's
got
chill.
the rest in state. The kill didn't come through. So that was a little bit sad for them, but still 11 kills to boot on a second place game for them is huge.
Yeah, and so be 18 points for Team Nemesis, 17 for Hive. So as much as they couldn't round it out towards the end, 11 kills will be fantastic. And of course, Blank, get used to this because of Twisted Minds, even if they're not getting the wins, even if they're not getting the points, they keep their averages up so
C4 BGMI में नहीं है ना चैट? हाँ, तो C4 प्लांट करके उसने गाड़ी भेजी इन होप्स कि वो BRDM फोड़ पाए, करेक्ट? बट C4 BGMI में है या नहीं है? स्टिकी बम है ना, लेकिन स्टिकी बम है ना, स्टिकी बम ऐसा मतलब ऐसा वर्क नहीं करता.
There's only so much prep you can do versus 5 teams all coming your way in a race against the clock, and I think that they
ये इलीट वाले को टाइम आउट दे दो मोनालिजी, नहीं तो चलो बिंग्स की टीम. भाई देखो, एक तो धमकी मत दो. जैसे तुम लोग खुश होते हो ना कि तुम्हारी टीम जीतती है, तो इलीट के फैन बेस वो लोग भी खुश हुए कि उनकी टीम ओनली इंडियन टीम है क्वालिफाई करने के लिए. अब मैं सब लोग को टाइम आउट नहीं दे सकता, क्योंकि अगर कोई बंदा लेट अब भी आके अपनी खुशी मेरे साथ शेयर करना चाह रहा है तो एक तो धमकी मत दो आदित्य भाई, ठीक है? ये सब मेरे स्ट्रीम पे चलेगा नहीं. ये सब मेरे स्ट्रीम पे आप लोग धमकियां मत दो. जैसे आप लोग अपने टीम्स को सेलिब्रेट करते हो, वैसे इलीट का फैन बेस जो अभी S8UL का फैन बेस है यहाँ पे सेलिब्रेट करने आए हैं. मैंने 2-3 बार बोल दिया उनको, टाइम आउट वगैरह देने की जरूरत नहीं है और आपको धमकी तो बिल्कुल देने की जरूरत नहीं है. हो सकता है बंदा लेट आया हो, उसको मालूम ही नहीं हो कि किसी ने पहले बोला है. खुश है बंदा, बहुत सालों से टीम को फॉलो कर रहा है. हक दिया हम लोग ने FMMIC में, उसके जैसे ऑलरेडी मूड चुदा हुआ है. FMMI का स्लॉट चला गया, उसमें भी मूड चुदा हुआ है. अब एक इंडियन टीम है जो क्वालिफाई कर गई है, वो लोग खुश है, खुशी शेयर करने दो. तो धमकियां वगैरह देना मत मेरे को कि हम चले जाएंगे. चले जाओ, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. लेट पीपल सेलिब्रेट देयर हैप्पीनेस. S8UL के फैंस हम लोग भी ऐसे सेलिब्रेट करते जब हम लोग जीतते हैं, और वो अभी S8UL के ही फैंस हुए, वो कोई इलीट के अलग फैंस नहीं है अभी. इट इज S8UL इलीट नाउ. तो लेट देम शेयर देयर हैप्पीनेस. इट्स चिल. धमकी मत दो मेरे को, रिलैक्स करो थोड़ा सा. स्टिकी अपने आप 7-8 C4 अपने हिसाब से तो वही C4 क्यों नहीं डालते फिर BGMI में चैट? ये सब चीजें, हाँ, ये सब चीजें हम लोग क्यों नहीं डालते यार चैट?
Destructible, right? So not easy to be able to.
पता नहीं यार BGMI, बट अभी सच बताओ तो रोंडो आने के बाद थोड़ा सा फिर भी अब मजा आ रहा है देखने को BGMI. इफ आई एम ऑनेस्ट, रोंडो आने के बाद फिर भी थोड़ा अब मजा आ रहा है देखने को BGMI. पर अब झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा यार, मजा आता है देखने को. नहीं तो वो सैनोक वैनोक ना बोर हो गया था देख के.
And Nemesis coming in as like one of the last teams from the north side. Admittedly, they do have a little bit of an advantage in that they get some north hard shifts, which definitely
BGMI में बहुत है आधे आइटम प्रोग्राम में अलाउड. अरे करना चाहिए बे, पता नहीं करना चाहिए, करना चाहिए. अभी मेरी बात सुनो, आप लोग के लिए मैंने स्टैंड लिया. अब रेड रोनित वगैरह अगर मेरे इसमें आएगा तो आपको टाइम आउट देना पड़ेगा. ये ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम की वॉच पार्टी है, इसमें मैं एक फ्री फायर के प्लेयर को जाके रेड नहीं कर सकता. प्लीज ये सब चीजें अलाउड नहीं होती. आगे से परमिशन अगर मेरे को नहीं मिले तो बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी. ये चीज अगर स्पैम करोगे तो टाइम आउट दे दूंगा. ये तुमको समझ में आना चाहिए, इतने भी बच्चे नहीं हो, ठीक है? प्लीज appreciate it, thank you very much. C4 रखेंगे तो कोई रश नहीं कर पाएगा ना. कैसे C4 रखेंगे तो कोई रश नहीं कर पाएगा मतलब? तो वो तो इसमें भी हो सकता है ना. और ले लो स्टैंड. आदित्य भाई स्टैंड तो मैं लूंगा. मैंने आपके अगेंस्ट बोला क्योंकि आप मेरे को धमकी दे रहे हो कि आप चले जाएंगे कहीं पे. चले जाओ ब्रो, अभी भी क्यों हो मेरे स्ट्रीम पे? चले जाओ, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. टाइम आउट दे दो, वरना चले जाएंगे वगैरह जो बोल रहे हैं, आपका मैसेज अभी भी दिख रहा है मेरे को. बिंदास चले जाओ. क्यों अभी मेरे स्ट्रीम पे यार? अपने भाई है इलीट के फैंस, अब एक ये फैमिली अपने में जुड़े, तो तुम चाहते हो कि हम हमारे ही भाइयों को मैं इग्नोर करूं और टाइम आउट दूं, जब EWC में अगर 5, 10, 20, 50 हजार लोग और जुड़ गए हैं अपने जर्नी में, और आप बोल रहे हो कि उन्हीं को मैं हाई टाइम आउट दे दूं, तो आपकी साइड तो मैं नहीं लूंगा ना भाई. थोड़ा तो समझो. आप अभी मेरे स्ट्रीम पे क्यों धमकी दे रहे थे? चले जाओ, वो लोग अपने फैमिली में जुड़े, राइट? वो लोग पहले सिर्फ टीम एलीट के फैंस थे, अभी वो S8UL एलीट के फैंस है। जब अपने को जरूरत पड़ेगी कल उठ के EWC में चीयर करने के लिए, और अपने को जब और हाथ लगेंगे ऊपर अपने लिए चीयर करने के लिए, ये लोग ही आएंगे करने के लिए। कभी न कभी होता है, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, कभी कभी वो लोग भी बहुत एक्साइटेड है, क्यों नहीं रहेंगे? इमेजिन बीइंग द ओनली इंडियन टीम क्वालिफाइड फॉर एन इंटरनेशनल लॉबी विद ऑलमोस्ट चैंपियन टीम्स, सो ऑब्वियसली दे आर हैप्पी। तो दे डोंट नो कि हम लोग स्पैम कर रहे हैं, किसी ने हमारे पहले स्पैम किया, सीड भाई को पता है नहीं पता है, ये भी नहीं पता उनको, तो आगे मेरे साथ शेयर करने अपनी खुशियाँ। तो थोड़ा रिलैक्स करो, इतना एकदम मतलब रिएक्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं, हो जाएगा, टेंशन नहीं। कुछ ज्यादा ही रियलिस्टिक है, मैं बताऊं सच्ची में, मेरे को PUBG PC जब इनिशियल में खेलता था ना, मैंने थोड़ा खेला और मैंने छोड़ दिया था, वही रीजन था कि मेरे को गेम ना बहुत ज्यादा रियलिस्टिक लगता था। मतलब कभी कभी लगता है कि गेम जैसा होना चाहिए, मतलब अगर मेरे को रियलिस्टिक करना ही है तो गन भी मिलती है, मतलब समझ रहे हो? मतलब मैंने PUBG PC मैंने इसके लिए नहीं खेला था भाई, बहुत ज्यादा रियलिस्टिक लगा मेरे को गेम। मतलब अगर मेरे को रियलिज्म चाहिए तो मैं गेम बंद करके बाहर चले जाऊँ, बस ऐसा लगता है मेरे को। समझ रहे हो? तो भाई इसके लिए ज्यादा PUBG PC खेला नहीं, बट देखने को मजा आता है। PUBG देखने को फन है, इट्स फन टू वॉच, फन टू वॉच, फन टू वॉच। गेम फिजिक्स बहुत कंसिस्टेंट है PUBG PC में, BGMI तो ग्लिच की दुकान। यार देखो थोड़ा तो फर्क पड़ेगा ब्रो, मतलब PUBG PC आप ऐसे PC पे खेल रहे हो जिसमें 5090 है, यू नो, तुम्हारा इतना अच्छा प्रोसेसर है, इतना अच्छा हीट कूलिंग है। अब मोबाइल और PC के गेम्स को तो तुम कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते, नहीं कर सकते।
Like you have to just hold that spot for a long time. That is scary. That is scary just to hold that spot and know that if the circle moves too far away from you, you just lose the game. And I'm also not entirely sure why Viz made that move.
थोड़ा तो फर्क पड़ेगा।
They could continue to play there.
When will you upload next vlog? When we make vlog, bro. When we make a vlog. अभी vlog बनाया नहीं हम लोग ने। जब vlog बनाएंगे तब हम लोग।
Right, hard shift super far east, so they're pre-driving, and then they're like, oh. Guys, we made a mistake. I guess we're fighting here.
Okay.
So yeah, I just double checked that. Those
720k. Can we hit 720k today?
I mean,
let's fucking go. I think we can hit 720k अगर अपनी टीम 16 by 16 पे मरी नहीं, है ना? I think
insane.
I think. आपको फिल्टर लगाना होगा, किसका फिल्टर? क्या फिल्टर?
A few more conversions off the back of that. I mean, Avenger actually, to kind of follow up on you, because I already mentioned it to Blank during the cast. I think that he's a fantastic pickup for Hive. He's definitely a individually very skilled player.
Yeah, you could see that as well last year. PGC
EWC में क्वालिफाई करने के लिए फाइनल्स में टॉप 2
If it wasn't all for Levante, it was on Amiga. Sorry. If it wasn't all for
अरे ब्रो, मतलब मेरे को अगर रियलिस्टिक गन चलानी है तो गन रेंजेस वगैरह की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, किसी को जाके गोली मारने की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। अगर मेरे किसी भी चीज को बोले हुए तुम उल्टा लोगे पागल जैसे तो अलग ही लगेगा। मैं किसी को बाहर जाके गोली मारने की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। मैं मेरा बोलने का मतलब ये है कि अगर गेम के अंदर मेरे को गन चलानी है तो मेरे को धर्र वाली गन चलानी है, मेरे को रियलिस्टिक वाली गन नहीं चलानी कि जो ऊपर मारूंगा तो गोली नीचे जाएगी। ये बोल रहा हूँ यार मैं, प्लीज।
Thank you very much, Avenger, for that. We are going to game.
Let's go.
Now will be Miramar.
Game चालू हो गया। मिरामार चैट ये अपना बहुत स्ट्रांग है।
Bringing everything as much to
GMD
the best of Avenger.
अपना बहुत स्ट्रांग है चैट ये, मैंने सुना है।
So bye bye, Avenger.
इसमें Zone, सबसे पहले तो let me call it Zone.
Yeah, I felt bad.
Zone is going to resort Los Leonis.
Miramar stole away from him, but
Los
I have gifted it
Leonis.
back to him. I believe at some point.
ठीक है?
I kind of go with the flow a little bit here. But
okay, all right.
Leonis.
So I'm just agreeing with you.
No, have it.
Los Leonis. BMST की बात मत करो। ये वाली टीम का स्ट्रांग है।
Be mad about Miramar.
Los Leonis.
Right. He'll get it tomorrow or something like that. We'll see. But
Los Leonis.
No.
अरे यार चैट।
Have it out, okay.
चैट मिरामार में जोन मिल गया। Fuck.
Where technically this is possible. Like,
there's a big world.
चैट 4 गेम्स है यार।
World right now where this happens.
चैट और 4 गेम्स है, प्लीज रिलैक्स। चैट और 4 गेम है। लौड़े लग गए यार, चैट और 4 गेम है, हो जाएगा। 4 गेम में टॉप टॉप 8 आ जाएंगे चैट
sorry,
4 गेम में टॉप 8 आ जाएंगे रिलैक्स करो
than this, and like
रिलैक्स
please like a
प्लीज रिलैक्स
0.0 some chance could happen.
और 4 गेम है
Actually,
चैट
with
प्लीज
how
रिलैक्स
far
प्लीज
east this is, with the center of
Please
the
calm
circle
down,
technically
please.
being
Please
on the
calm down,
coastline
please.
of mainland. Oh no, there is a world where it
4
could
गेम है
happen.
और
It's
4
probably
गेम
not going to happen,
रिलैक्स
but it could.
I hope it does.
और 3 गेम है सॉरी 4 नहीं है 3 गेम है रिलैक्स मिरामार में जोन मिला है मतलब इसमें 0 पॉइंटर है और 3 गेम है प्लीज चिल प्लीज चिल
For the time being, though,
हो
you have to set
जाएगा
yourself
टॉप 8 आना है
up
हो
for
जाएंगे
that's the
हो जाएंगे
unfortunate truth.
प्लीज
When it
चिल
is
चिल
this far out
chill out
towards
chill
the
out
eastern side, you have to
Chill
set yourself
out,
up for that
please.
inevitability, which is why you're going to see a lot of teams instant moving. And if they're not instant moving, they are getting a lot of utility on board as quickly as possible. Foldable shields would be nice as well.
चैट अगर ये जोन में चिकन नहीं आया
because they're not
तो
making it towards the end game.
नकुल के पास पासपोर्ट है नकुल को भेज रहे हम लोग रशिया कल के कल
It is phase 1. It could easily
मेरे को इसका नाम
just not happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a
Island
terrifying
zone.
prospect. The thing is that if, as you're saying, if you do set yourself
भाई
up
क्या
on an
नाम है
island,
लेकिन टीम का
then suddenly
जोगा
you
बोनीटा
know you're like
बोनीटो
guaranteed top 3 with 15 kills, like or something like that. Like because then if people have to come to the
जोगा
islands,
बोनीटो
it's unfair. And already Twisted Mind. Whilst we take a look at Cristiano doing a big amount of damage here too.
उधर से देख एयरक्राफ्ट गन आई देख
Oh dear me. What a bit of a camp here. But I will say, Twisted Minds is already emergency pickupping. If they go to the islands, then all hell is breaking loose. Because that's just not what they do.
You take a chance, man. You take
Joga
a chance.
Bonita.
This is classic Joga Bonita.
नाम है बे
They were
जोगा
tricking
बोनीटा
everyone, tricking everyone in that game 1. They were like, oh, we're just a calm team, guys. Just a little calm team. And they're coming out swinging here.
एंटी ना भी
It goes down to Joga Bonito.
एंटी नहीं ये गेम ये तो नकुल को हम लोग रशिया भेजेंगे वीजा है अपने पास
Yeah, it was all a prank. It was all a big prank. The wolves in sheep's clothing.
Hakatori's got something to say about it, but misses. Oh no! I will say it is kind of funny to me, the idea of like Joga Bonito, you know, through the cups looked super aggressive. Game 1, they're like, all right, guys, all right, play it calm, play it still. Didn't quite work out. All right, full balls to the wall. Let's go up against the PGS2 champions and maybe even beat them. Or the Hakatori have something to say about it.
गोली किधर गई भाई
Shot from Hakatori over towards Cyber. I think that's a very long range as he hits that too.
गोली किधर गई
That is a nice setup. All right, that is aimed lovely. I'm surprised that didn't hit.
Leave my friends alone.
This is what 83 more bullets to do this with actually.
I'm very curious to see where Twisted Minds actually drops whilst this is going on, because there's every part of the
shit!
Man, Hakatori's mental. Where they just go coast, right? Where they just show coast, maybe kind of like say, okay, there is a boat there just in case, and maybe see what they can do there. But Hakatori's still putting in some work, 200 damage done. Now he's trying to pop the tires.
He's blasting them. He's absolutely blasting them. Twisted Minds, though, they're going to drop out early.
Not
going to head over towards the island. Again, like you said, you have to set up in the chance that it does happen. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to go to island. I think this is
like a fight
to set up on. Gives you the chance to be on that coastal side. Have a boat or something ready to get across with.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's still technically way more chance of main island, because when it actually draws these circles, there's far more potential for the middle point of these circles to be on mainland than any island situation. This one is kind of theorizing. But here's Virtus Pro once again going up against Example. Luca Rooks is already down. Lou will finish it off, but Kirexi will trade in kind. What is going to happen here? Beamy needs to do something a little bit more about this to try and shut it down. We'll send a flash forwards into that smoke, try and shut down some of the vision here of Example. Makes the cross. Find Example. Sprays on the corner. That's actually a really good potential prediction there, but Example has kind of subverted that quite a bit, moving straight into that smoke. Lead him out here.
ये क्या नेड है
Oh, nice.
एंटी ग्रेविटी नेड चैट ये अरे बेंचो तो उसको भी मारा इसने Oh my god नहीं ये नहीं गेम खेल सकता मैं ये क्या नेड था ये नेड क्या है इस नेड का मीनिंग क्या है क्या क्या है नेड एंटी ग्रेविटी जोन ईएमपी जोन क्या होता है उससे ब्लू जोन नेड अरे नाम मत बताओ मेरे को नाम का मैं क्या करूं क्या करता है वो नेड ईएमपी जोन मतलब वो क्रॉसर हट जाता है वो वाला क्रॉसर हट जाता है गाड़ी बंद पर जाती है वो वाला नेट ना ठीक है
I think to go for it.
I think in theory, right now, if you've come to this
zone
East
का
Coast,
damage
I think
पड़ता
it's
है.
too late now if you've not already done it, you know, because you're thinking, well,
जो
maybe
blue
a team
zone
is
करता
already
है,
gone. Especially if you're coming in from far arrays away on the map like this.
Oh.
And currently only one player has, as you say, with
Damn,
TMO
bro.
and Justice going over. I like that Virtus Pro kind of double blue naded
क्या
that
बात
smoke
है?
as well, because they knew it was example and they were taking no chances.
I don't want to deal with this guy.
Put him in the
Damage
grave.
देता है. Okay.
Yeah, they certainly electrified the fella, just minus the chair.
यार देखो.
But we're going to have construction workers on this southwest side. Team Nemesis do have very similar rotation paths to construction workers a lot of times. And Team Nemesis do end up being the slower to these ones. But
शीला नाम का player भी है
sit
इसमें.
out on the sidelines for the time being, just hold their position. You know what always annoys me about this kind of circle is how slow phase 2 feels to get to.
Blue zone क्या करता है? हौले वही blue zone नेड़ करता है. ठीक है.
To see if it really does happen. Ascend though, it's Chris. We'll be looking to send some shots across. Doesn't quite hit too many, but there is a swerver here on Bushido Wildcat. Sadly, T-Bone does go
इनका भी
down
नाम
and he
कितना
makes a full 180.
interesting है. Bushido Wildcats.
Oh, he doesn't want to be the first one to go down on Ascend 2 games in a row, that's for sure.
It's crazy.
Of course, that would be quite burdensome here to Ascend. And, well, it's Chris is going to be able to take Celtic down. Oh, Keta with the Balti on Crossberg as well. I'm
26 को अहमदाबाद आने वाले. Yes sir.
Justice actually coming across
फ्री
the
फायर
wall
का
for once
इवेंट और
again.
मेरे को
I
लोग
think
ना
they
बुलाए से हो
realised that
सकता है क्या?
technically, if they need to,
क्या समझे तुम
they
लोग ने
would
मेरे
be
को?
the ones that will be able to move across first,
तुम
right?
लोग ने क्या
They know
समझे
that
मेरे को
they've
भाई?
got linchpin there. They
The
know
fuck?
that
What do
nobody
you
else
mean?
is there. They're the ones playing with the most information, and in fact, tucking the boat away, hiding it a
Ridiculous.
little bit. Just in case it needs to be played.
हम तो invited है ना
for them.
EWC
Yeah,
PUBG
not
बीच में.
bad.
सुनो
Just
मेरी
walking
बात.
the boat. It's
EWC में अभी तक
Cove.
सेकंड ईयर हो गया. अभी तक
Yeah,
तुम
we
लोगों
could
को
do with
कैसे
that one.
नहीं समझ में आता. सिर्फ ये क्या जोन है?
Looking to raid
ये
the islands later on, but
अपने
we'll
lecture
wait and
zone
see. If we
Top
do
3
need that
in this
boarding
game.
party.
Twisted Minds नहीं. Twisted Minds. Hive मेरे को लगता है
You
और
can't get
Slick
your hopes up. You just can't.
और S2G.
'Cause, I've
तो
been
मैं ये बोल रहा
doing
था
it.
कि
Should I
EWC
temper
में
my expectations here?
You
Blind
unless
Shell?
you
should.
have
You
last
should
year's
temper your
champions.
expectations, as should I.
Every
I'm getting
other
a little bit too
roster has
excited
to
here. I
qualify.
need to calm
would-
down.
EWC में किसी को भी खैरात का स्लॉट नहीं
PEC.
मिलता है.
It really would be.
वापस बता रहा हूँ ये चीज अपने
Coming on
दिमाग
down
में
as
डाल
well
लो.
to try and rendezvous with the rest of
कोई
Navi.
भी
So at least
लाइनअप
they
ले
get
कोई
one
भी
res
और गो
off,
unless
unless to my
जैसे
eyes,
मैग्नस
Navi.
कार्लसन को
Okay, yeah, they didn't get
क्वालिफाई नहीं
Ferris
करना
either.
पड़ेगा फिर से.
But I mean, it'll be
तो
okay.
लास्ट ईयर का
Ferris
विनर
will
है
kinda
उसको
lead from
क्वालिफाई
the
नहीं
skies,
करना
as it
पड़ेगा
were,
फिर से.
be able to kind of jump
ठीक
around
है?
on those camera angles
समझा
and see
तुमको
what's going
concept
on.
EWC
There
का?
is
I hope
another
अभी तक समझ
emergency
में
picker
आ
coming up
जाना
from the
चाहिए.
north, and I think it's Bushido.
Except
So
the
they're kind of trying
champions
to
of
time this
last
out with
year,
circle pop,
nobody
and see what they can do
else
from there, which
gets
actually
a
could work
direct
out, right? Like,
EWC
it might be
slot.
one of the better ways if
Everybody
Silly Island
has
stuff
to
actually does okay.
qualify.
See, that's what I'm thinking. I was like,
Miramar में
very curious
recall-
about the
recall नहीं है
amount
कोई
of
भी. Recall कहाँ हुआ?
e-pickers are going to be coming through into phase 2, just in
Recall
case
नहीं
you
है.
do get one of those silly circles over towards the eastern side. But actually, it's not that many. Ooh, drum roll, please.
There's no way, surely. There's no way.
कोई गुकी है मैग्नस नहीं रे लाडले.
I told you, you got to temper.
अनिकेत भाई,
That's fair, that's fair.
जहाँ से भी जो भी आपका डीलर है वो चेंज करो पहले तो.
I'm disappointed. We're all
Change करो.
disappointed.
Apart from the teams.
और ले रहे हो आप शायद. तो आपका डीलर चेंज करो.
Anytime you get a circle like that, they're hating
And
life, but we're
zone तो
enjoying
फिलहाल
it.
अच्छा है.
The
Let's
best
go,
times
W.
in PUBG are when you watch the players and teams
Magnus
suffer.
जीता है last year.
Thankfully for them, they're all like,
PWC.
oh, okay, well, we've kind of got some positions.
जो
in this
winner है
field and
उनको
we'll play
direct
it
slot.
out. So they're
बाकी
okay.
everybody has to qualify. ठीक है?
Yeah, it's
क्या
not
होता
too
है
bad.
भाई recall? कहाँ
For
होता
Twisted
है? क्या
Minds,
बोल रहे हो?
still not a bad position to be playing on. We're towards that high ground on Impala. Works out quite well for them. They've got good sight lines down towards construction workers.
ओ भाई चैट में तुम लोग को बताना भूल गया. गुकेश इसने टॉपिक निकाला करके याद आया.
towards Impala.
BGS में सेकंड डे पे हम लोग रेस्टोरेंट गए थे नीचे होटल का खाने. और माँ कसम मैं ऐसा एंटर कर रहा हूँ.
Because this is where the narrative
और ना मेरे को
changes,
ऐसा
right,
fanboy
from
moment
a
कभी होता
potentially
नहीं है.
silly
मैं तुम लोग को
game to
इंटरेस्टिंग
a
बताना भूल गया.
very normal
मैं ऐसा नॉर्मली
game,
किसी
so
ऐसा
much so that these
बड़े
positions
हस्ती को देखता हूँ ना
are
मेरे को ऐसा
extremely common.
नॉर्मली
Jeez
फर्क नहीं
Louise,
पड़ता है
no,
मेरे
like,
को.
calm down.
हम
Trying to
ऐसा
take
अंदर जा
basic
रहा था
out
बाजू
from
से ऐसा
these
छोटा सा
just
लड़का
back
गया
in the
जो मेरे
game.
को लगा गुकेश है.
But as you
देखा
said,
मेरे को
Hive has an
समझा नहीं बे.
amazing position currently on kind of where the jump is along the road, as well as
गुकेश है वर्ल्ड
potentially the
चैंपियन
kind of
का.
long
अरे
building
पंकज
that's
भाई पागल हो
south
क्या
of
यार?
them. Navi technically
की बात
also
कर
has
रहे
a
हैं.
really valuable compound
क्यों
as
argue
well in a
करते हो?
circle
मैं भी
like this.
पागल हूँ जो
Some of the
इन लोग क्या
compounds
argue
north of
करते
that
हो.
road are not taken all currently.
और मेरे को लगा गुकेश और ब्रो पता नहीं
get a win at PGS.
इतना फैनबॉय मोमेंट मेरे को हुआ ना जब वो गया वहां मतलब वो निकला और मैंने वेटर को पूछा
normal circle for PUBG.
गुकेश था क्या वो?
Yeah, I always find that this is kind of a weird one as well because it's sort of that.
और मेरे को इतना फैनबॉय मोमेंट हुआ ना कि भाई
एक
वर्ल्ड चैंप के प्रेजेंस में मैं था बहुत बढ़िया लगा मेरे को पता है और मैं वो चला गया नहीं तो मेरे को बहुत मन था उसका फोटो मांगने का और वो चला गया यार रियली सेकंड डे पे टीम से भी पूछना आप लोग हम लोग अंदर जा रहे मैं अंदर आ रहा था एंड ही लेफ्ट ही वाज विद समबडी
And it's
बहुत
sad because
sexy
I
लगा
do
मतलब
think
मेरे
that
को
this is one of those circles where it's hard
बहुत मन
unless you
किया
have
था
some
जाके फोटो
incredible
मांगू
plays
बट
to
तब तक वो
win
निकल गया
from
था
those
बट मैं मेरे को
outside
बहुत अंदर से
areas,
एक्साइटमेंट होती फक ब्रो मेरे बाजू से वर्ल्ड चैंप गया
let's say.
It's a tough one. I mean, especially if we get the circle like suddenly shifting towards Impala, and then all hell breaks loose out there. Like, I mean, not only the fact that Twisted Mind still has the high ground, which technically speaking, like, normally we see the shifts away from.
Why is chat acting dumb today? सुजीत भाई होता क्या है ना अगर देखो मैं आपको बताता हूँ अगर मैं PUBG PC खेलूंगा तो मेरे चैट में सब अडूसी बन जाएंगे अगर मैं मोबाइल लेजेंड्स खेलूंगा तो मेरे चैट में सब है ना वर्ल्ड 2 टाइम वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस 3 टाइम वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस आते हैं अभी EWC की बात करेंगे ना हम लोग हमारे चैट में EWC के फाउंडेशन कमेटी में से जो फाउंडर्स है वो है अपने चैट में तो लोग को मालूम है कि गुकेश EWC चैंप है और गुकेश को स्लॉट मिलेगा मैग्नस को नहीं मिलेगा तो आप मत आर्ग्यू करो प्लीज मैच देखते चलो जोन सेक्सी है वर्क हार्ड वर्क
it's almost surprising they don't have Mogo over towards where Dante and Schengen are because I think you do really
work
need a
construction
significant
workers
fragger
चैट जोन जाएगा
teams that do move in.
फ्लिक के पास
I imagine they all will start moving
ऊपर
that way as the circle gets a little bit tighter over time but yeah if we move towards Impala that roadside trying to traverse over towards that direction it's horrendous
please
and then you have that fun game of how many teams can we squeeze into Impala
please Bhagwan
yeah it's tough one for no slack of course they technically had a very okay position on that compound which sits on the west side of these fields but that's no longer in play usually
चैंपियन और चैंपियन टीम वो नहीं मालूम वो मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा
Virtus Pro only 2 alive in this game not the best of starts but you know what they are keen to shoot at everything apparently as Virtus is going to be flying overhead here with the glider the problem for Virtus is that they are going to have a right tail ahead of the meal
यार मैं I try to be uninformed bro I don't want to know about the game मजा आता है और वैसे गेम मतलब करने में honestly बताओ like my watch party is not supposed to be an informative watch party analyze watch party
I know it's tough for
analysis
yeah it's funny because this is like from the time
last tournament has was LoL event in China LoL event in China and after that with Gukesh मतलब I genuinely I have never felt this excited in my life honestly मतलब मेरे से बहुत छोटा I think he's 18 or 19
he is cruel
बट मैं नहीं तो मेरे को नहीं फर्क पड़ता ब्रो मेरे को ऑनेस्टली आई कैन बी इन द प्रेजेंस ऑफ बिग स्टार्स आई डोंट रियली फील इट मैं इतना फैनबॉय वाला बंदा हूं नहीं मुकेश के प्रेजेंट में ब्रो मतलब है मैंने लेफ्ट इतना एक्साइट हुआ था बढ़िया लगा मुझे चैट एक नॉक मैच देखते हैं अभी चलो
so not exactly the most amount of bullets to start working things with and just peppering everything
yeah it's tough it's definitely tough it's a good nade over towards Jogo Bonito and they scatter immediately. Very, very terrifying there. I was going to say about Viz is that from watching them in the cups, they have very, very exciting and creative endgames.
कोहली भाई के सामने मेरी गांड पड़ गई कोहली भाई के सामने वो क्योंकि मैं इतना क्रिकेट ज्यादा फॉलो नहीं करता या मतलब इतना डीपली नहीं देखता क्रिकेट कोहली भाई के सामने मेरी गांड पड़ गई
It's a good start.
मेरे को वो वाला फीलिंग नहीं हुआ जो मेरे को गुकेश को देख के या ऑनेस्टली बता रहा हूँ इसमें मेरे को प्लीज गाली मत देना गुकेश को देख के या डबल लिफ्ट को देख के या फेकर को देख के हुआ था वो वाला मेरे को फील नहीं हुआ बट विराट के सामने इट वाज लाइक ओह फक आई एम इन द प्रेजेंस ऑफ
give it a crack.
Oh my god, ऐसे हो गया था
may end up going down considering their position and what is actually you know available
गुकेश के साथ या डबल लिफ्ट का ऐसा हो गया था कि
Benito is trying to make this
मतलब मैं बहुत एक्साइट हो गया था ओह शिट भाई मतलब
Vitality has backed off now the circle plays in Vitality's favor right they're a little bit further deeper into
chat JMDs
but eventually Nemesis
JMDs baby let's go
over here we're so
zone
so if they're not careful transitioning from building to building they could have a little bit of poking
Vitality
okay, we're parachuting.
For Diffex,
अभी भी पैराशूट कैसे है इसके पास?
always likes
क्या
to have a
हो
little
रहा है
bit of a
गेम
nosy,
में?
right?
Yeah.
Always peeking through the curtains. This guy likes to
अभी
see
भी
what's going on around the map.
चलेगा
That
चलेगा,
always
not
play back
bad.
in their favour.
Kills
Actually,
उठाओ
so
please.
said
Sit
the
by
five
मैनेज
main
गौतम
formation's
गंभीर and
fantastic.
मुकेश मैनेज
And like
फिगर
you
ना
say,
hopefully.
we do get that
Bro, I mean,
magnetization
I don't
over
want to
towards the
ऐसा
western side of
specifically
the
मेरे को
map,
ऐसा
and suddenly
कुछ प्लान
Hive's
करके नहीं करना, but
compound
it's just that
becomes really,
पब्लिक में
really
जब वो दिखा ना बंदा मेरे को
high
बहुत ज्यादा
value.
फैन बॉय
TMO
मूवमेंट हुआ
managed to
मैं उधर
just
पूछा
about
था
sweep
मुकेश
in
था क्या
on the
बोलता
south side
मुकेश
here,
बोलता
but
मुकेश ऐसे
a
हो गया था
lot
मेरा
of open sight lines their way,
बहुत
but
मस्त
Hive
लगा
is
मेरे को, you know,
loving life.
such a
With
young
this
boy
entirety of the
brought
eastern
so
side
much
kind of cut off in terms
pride
of sight lines.
India के लिए, you know,
Focus
brought so
teams
much for us,
over
like
towards their
बहुत मजा आया देख
northwest
के.
and south, which is very, very nice to
But
see.
anyway,
for
चलो
them.
मैच देखते
Yeah,
हैं.
perfect timing
बातें
to
ये
make
सब
the
बातें
move,
गेम की
because
बात
if they
करेंगे.
didn't, they would have been crunched down on by maybe
Decent zone है,
multiple
kills उठाने
teams.
पड़ेंगे
Well,
थोड़े.
most likely that takes up the position on the jump as well.
Kills उठाने
Middle of the
पड़ेंगे
road.
थोड़े से
At the
मेरे
same
हिसाब
time,
से.
there is the dip southwest of Hive's position on the kind of intersection of the road that does actually provide some cover for teams later on down the line. So maybe we'll see someone inhabit that for the moment.
Oi.
As Quizzy now taking a lot of damage, and he will go down here. Joga Benito is once again.
अरे बाप रे, kill feed देखो, झम डूम धड़ाम धड़ूम.
Shutdown. They take some casualties along the way.
एक नॉक मिला शायद ना, एक नॉक, एक किल मिला, एक किल मिला, एक किल मिला. आडूसी भाई.
So said, not doing terribly. The back of that, honestly. Getting some good
steals are
damage
nice.
done.
क्रॉस
Looking for a
है,
little bit
गोली
more, like
किधर
you
जा
say.
रही है?
Vitality just got.
बाप रे.
Hakatori special. Bam, there he is, Hakatori. You open your fridge, bam,
हाँ,
there he is,
क्रॉस है,
Hakatori. He's
गोली
everywhere.
जा किधर रही है?
I'd hate that, but
Gets, yeah.
Hive
For
का
a few
chicken है,
years
Hive
now.
का chicken.
Yeah, you
Hive
open
chicken,
up
Hive
appliances
chicken,
here and there. Bam, there he is.
Hive का
Hakatori, and then
chicken
he,
है.
you know, haphazardly
Hive
became
chicken.
the MVP of PGS2 because he's Hakatori, you know.
Looks like a Hive chicken chat. Let's go.
some Hakatori control on that one. Get them on the line. Trying to deal with that.
Hive chicken, 100%.
I think Hakatori
100%
so far has
Hive का
already
chicken.
shown off exactly why people fear him so much.
Impossible
in the
और कोई
game,
मारे
but
कोई
Pro now
दिखा दे.
starting to make
Chicken
their
is-
way in after being pestered.
100%.
Bothered by Jogo Benito, but Code Marco will be the one to take him out there from Bushido Wildcats, who had a little bit of an unfortunate start swerving on their road path past Ascend, who were able to find a couple of kills their way.
Yes, 15 पे आ गए chat. Vitality के ऊपर,
This
नीचे.
is a hard approach
नीचे,
now.
baby.
How do Soul get across here? Which position
Please.
do they take? Do they try and go for a Hail Mary?
नीचे,
Do they try
baby.
and get rid of X-Howl first and then sweep up on the north side? Because technically these buildings aren't outside the circle just yet, but you'd expect in the near future they will be.
Yeah, it's a tough one because generally when I would think Seoul and the XBB team, I would think to myself, okay, them coming in relatively late, playing edge play, but being able to shoot
अरे
everything
रोनिक
that
को
moves and
invite
actually
किया है
winning out
भाई.
a lot of those
Free Fire
fights
और
is
Soul
usually
पूरा
their
squad
forte.
invited
The
है.
only problem coming in from Impala
अब
is
जॉन्टी
a
भाई ने अगर
road
मैसेज
and
नहीं
then a
भेजी तो
downhill
जॉन्टी
into
भाई की
fields.
गान मारो.
And-
जॉन्टी भाई को बोल के
and
सबको
then
इनवाइट
everyone
किया है
chases
मैंने.
you. Yeah, it's a toughie.
It's a real problem, and that road is not small. It's one of the widest ones to cross.
यार अब दिक्कत है ना.
So we'll see
We're
what
gonna have
happens
to
to
do
that
it.
one. But yeah, like we
डालनी
said, now
पड़ेगी
they
गाड़ी.
have to move. X-Howl though going
यार
for a
ये ना
classic
जोन
X-Howl
फेवर मिलने का ना
maneuver.
यही
They're
दिक्कत
gonna
होता है यार.
usually send out.
स्टार्टिंग में किल्स
If
नहीं
you
मिलते और
have,
फिर
as
लास्ट
an
में
early
जोन ऐसे
camp,
हट
a
जाता है ना कि
mortar
फिर
set up here. Now, I wonder
किधर
what
तो
they're
गाड़ी
gonna do
डालनी
with
पड़ती
this
है.
one.
या तो फिर
They
पूरा
need to use it
लास्ट तक ही
properly,
जोन
though.
मिल
They're
जाए
on
ना.
the edge and will have
ये
to
जो
move.
ये वाला जो
It's
सीन
very
होता है ना मेरे को
extreme angle on it
बिल्कुल
as well, so
पसंद
they
नहीं.
were looking for a
फेज
far
3
off
4
target
तक
with
बेंच
that,
मिलती
but
जाता है
at the same
जोन.
time now, a
फिर
big
हट
hack
जाता
on
है.
through Howl, X-Howl, I should say.
एज
does
मिलेगा
manage
क्या?
to
कैसे
clean up
मिलेगा
this
यार?
position
ऊपर
and
नहीं
get
है वो
themselves
पूरा.
to spot. There is technically still that dip that I suspect Vis might be the ones to try and
कैसे
move
मिलेगा
into
देखना.
below the Hive compound that does exist.
ओपन जोन है ब्रो.
Oh,
कैसे
no, they're
जाएंगे
gonna
जोन
go.
में?
Okay, they're moving. Where are we going? On the side of the
देखना
road,
पड़ेगा,
and using
कहाँ
that as
जाएंगे
a
ये लोग?
transition point, but it's not as easy to be able to play the
जा रहे,
field
जा
on
रहे,
this side.
जा
I guess
रहे,
they want to go big
जा
or
रहे,
go
GMD.
home because they're going through the middle.
ये क्या खड़ा कर रहा है?
We sent up the
I
mortar,
mean-
you're right. For Viz though, they're sort of the Bob Ross of endgame.
वो mortar है
They're very
यहाँ.
creative. They look for something interesting.
Yes, सुना है
and they
मैंने
try
इसके
and
बारे में.
paint that picture. It's
Sorry.
going to be a hard approach here, and there
not
is
working.
oil smeared all across the canvas, but they are in.
It's not working.
Sorry.
It's not working, Blank. Abandoned ship. There's 2 down already.
चल like करे
is able to
sorry
put in a
sorry
bit
मेरे को
of
मालूम
damage as
था.
well, whilst Hive is able to shut a lot of it down. But
चल देखो जगह तो मिल गई है. हाउल को मारना पड़ेगा. हाइव का चिकन है.
Careful. They're trying to spread themselves out a little bit. That extra smoke thrown down means that they could spread themselves out.
Come on, baby.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough to spread yourself out in this area. The mortar shots are a little bit far off though.
Miramar और Skarel से मेरे को याद आया.
But that would have been
Zeref versus
pretty
Rebel.
insane shot.
Actually, from S2G.
अगर नहीं देखा किसी ने
For
अभी जाके चेक कर
S2G,
सकते
if
हो.
they were able to grab those, they would have been able to pick up this position. But it's too little, too late to set up another mortar shot for them. Already, the nades are in the hands of the boys on S8UL.
भाई अपने पास नेड नहीं है क्या?
S2G really needed those mortars to land because they need that dip. Currently, Hive is looking at them, and if they couldn't actually dislodge a team from the
blue
dip
chip
that
tower
they
क्या
would
होता है?
most easily be able to transition to, then it might be absolute lights out for them. That said, though, Soul is putting in a lot of damage against X. That's an absolute red zone being pumped down on them. Oh my days!
Oh my god!
But
हमारे नहीं थे वो नेड शायद.
But he's being shot from the side as well. Spiro can see him from all the way over the edge.
हमारे नहीं थे वो नेड.
पीछे
से भी आए
so
शायद.
they can try and hold on to this themselves.
I mean, the Mad has had some pretty pop-off moments,
सच्ची में
but
recall है
he's
इसमें
looking
नहीं
more
है.
like a balloon himself here, ready to be
Chat fuck
popped
HP.
with a pin on one of these grenades, and he will be
एक किल मिला.
And Soul do manage to maintain a lot of their players. There's been a slow approach from Soul, but I do
भाई
like
S2G
this
का एक
play
ही बचा
from
है.
them, and now they're looking
मार
into
दो
what
S2G मार दो. Nice.
He's very cheeky, trying to make his way into the vehicle immediately.
क्या बात है?
Picture. Very nicely done by Soul. A really patient approach there that worked out fantastically well
Beautiful.
for them. And they can
Zone अगर नीचे आया ना,
on this side, just underneath
बहुत
Hive,
बढ़िया
and
गेम
use
जा
them
सकते हैं.
as the guard dogs
नीचे.
for the rest of the lobby.
अरे
So
यार हाइप पे डालना पड़ेगा.
placing circle boosting away from them once again.
मुश्किल लग रहा है चैट अभी.
Needs to figure out a different
कैसे डालेंगे हाइप पे? डाल सकते हैं?
Yeah,
हाइप पे डाल सकते
Soul,
शायद.
they've got some smokes there from the body boxes that were
JMD.
down in that because they're going to have to make a push on towards Hive's compound.
कैसे
in
हाइप
a
पे
few
पुश करेंगे
moments'
लोग
time.
अपन?
Hive realizes that. Hive knows that a lot of threats are going to be coming their way. Not only Ascend
सोल
on the
बोल रहे हैं,
fact
मैं वो
that
समझ
they're
सकता हूँ
there
लोग
as
सोल
well,
क्यों
but
बोल रहे हैं.
also
S8UL बोलने में
Nemesis
थोड़ा सा
is going
फ्लो
to
में
need an
ये होता है
answer.
करके लोग
Where
सोल
are we
बोल रहे हैं.
going to
अटैक
be going,
कोई बात
from
नहीं,
that
चलेगा.
northeast side, and there
चलेगा.
could be
अपने
some
को मालूम है ना
significant
S8UL कोई टेंशन
crashes.
नहीं.
And Vis is still alive. You can see them here in this picture at the
और हो
moment.
सकता है फर्स्ट इवेंट
The fact
करके
that they
बोल
are
रहे
still
होंगे.
alive
तुम लोग को याद है
means that
सीओडी में
there's
भी हुआ
just
था ऐसी.
kind
कोई
of
टेंशन
booby
नहीं है ना.
traps
स्टिल
here for
मतलब
any
कोई
teams that
और
might wanna
ऑर्ग से
also
थोड़ी मतलब
approach
नाम
this
से
and try
थोड़ी
and
बोले.
deal
सोल
with
भी
Hive.
अपना ही है.
Yeah,
Smoke's going down.
It's hard, right? I mean, I think the funny thing for
Third party करना पड़ेगा. अरे भाई ये बंदा खाना जाए अपने.
for them would just be to crash the south side of Hive's compound.
नहीं पहुंचेगा लगता है ये ना.
If they try and send north on
last
this one,
last
they're
मर
going
गया.
to get
ठीक
caught
है,
up in
ये
the
नहीं खा
razor
पाएगा.
blades that are
मर जा भाई.
as well as Viz.
आइची
It's
गांड.
a really, really difficult decision for them to make.
Metabay is even trying to go for the
इसका
backstab.
spray थोड़ा मेरे जैसा था.
He was a prodigy a few
इसका
years
spray
ago,
थोड़ा
and he's been a mainstay ever since.
Same मेरे
for
मेरा
BB
spray था.
team going into Soul now. Soul looking fantastic on the position that they're in. So said trying to shut down the rest of Ascend, who was caught in the shack.
मेरे को तो
they
Hive
are
का
being blown to smithereens.
चिकन लग रहा है.
More guns
Hive
come
का
from
चिकन.
Nemesis. I
Hive
don't
का
know how
चिकन लग
Ascend
रहा है
gets
मेरे
out of this one.
हाइप का चिकन लग रहा है.
Nemesis are just so
Chat.
good at suffocating squads out.
हाइप का
Just
चिकन लग रहा है.
slowly applying the pressure until it's just a
100%.
little bit too much.
100%
And
हाइप
they
का
don't
चिकन.
often have to send too much utility in
100%.
to do that either. So already Ascend's down to 2, and
100%.
Nemesis feels like they've got a lot of time.
गाड़ियाँ लेके आ रहे हैं हम लोग.
A Doozy though has been spotting this out from the south side. Spots over towards Team
Doozy ने देखा
as
किसको
they
तो?
start to move in, but Chris will go down. More
भाई
shots from a
क्रॉसर
Doozy.
किधर है,
Smokes
गोली किधर जा रही है,
immediately
गेम में तो
placed
निकल
to stop these shots from coming through, and now
मैं
Team
तो नहीं
Nemesis
कहता हूँ,
might need to double back.
ओ शिट थर्ड पार्टी हो रही है.
You are the meat in this sandwich.
ये तो
It
सैंडविच
is
हो गए.
no go for you at all.
सैंडविच हम लोग ने खा लिया शायद.
Ascend is gone from the
अब Nemesis
sheer
मारो.
pressure coming in. That was a blue zone
एक
from
बंदा
Phil
knock
first
है.
as well. Phil first
मारो.
on his footing already and just
मारो.
two games
Skip.
alone here for
क्या बात है?
didn't go their way at all. But more nades against them.
Yes! एक और.
Here.
Oh my god! Yes!
Nemesis.
बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया.
One
JMD
perfectly
relax.
placed nade
Please
after
relax.
another.
Relax.
So lights them up.
Relax.
What a absolute
Relax. W,
explosive
JMD,
entrance
JMD.
onto the scene here for
JMD
Team Soul.
बहुत बढ़िया जगह
It
ली है
looked a
chat zone
little
के
bit
अंदर.
dreary in that last game.
बहुत
What a
बढ़िया
fight
जगह
from
ली है
here.
zone के
And
अंदर.
Doozy
Let's
provided
fucking
that
go.
information all the way back from the very beginning of that fight.
Let's
and
fucking
they
go.
capitalized. It's a really
क्या
nice
जगह ली है बे.
neutral
शांत हो
grade
जाओ
as
शांत हो
well.
जाओ
They
शांत
threw
हो
up
जाओ.
towards
गेम
the
खत्म
start
नहीं
of
हुआ.
that
बाकी
fight
है.
as well, Kale,
बाकी है.
where
अभी भी
not
हम
only
लोग
did it
जोन
finish
के
off the
थोड़े से
players from
जोन
that
में
building,
जगह
but
अच्छी
it
है.
provided a lot of more space
हाइप
for them
पे
to
पुश ही नहीं
move
करना
up,
पड़ा हम
where
लोग को.
Team Nemesis couldn't gain ground
ये
on
तो
them
किसके पास मिसाइल है.
inside the building. Very,
अरे
very
यार अब
smart
हाइप के
plays
ऊपर
from
जाना
them.
पड़ेगा. तो स्लिक को मार सकते हैं हम
No
लोग शायद वहां
doubt
से.
one of the biggest pickups in PEC for Soul, for BB team going over to Soul
Huh?
after being let go from BB team. So Soul has got some real high hopes for this squad. They have shown that they are championship material in the past. What an acquisition for Soul. And now Na'Vi going to be trying to move around on the south side here. Unfortunately for them,
Top fag है.
Dante
यार पर इधर से
instantly shut
थोड़ा
down
move
boosted.
difficult है.
There's not
स्लिक को
many
मारना
options
पड़ेगा
here
लग रहा है
left
ना.
alive for Spiro and
SL के
Hackatory
SLC
down in
के
that south
स्लिक
side.
कैसे मारेंगे स्लिक को.
No Slack looking for an entrance into this one, but
Slack बहुत बीटी देगा ऐसे लग रहा है. अरे हाँ यार. अरे नहीं. ठीक है चलो 10 किल आगे 11 किल आगे कोई नहीं कोई नहीं कोई बात नहीं कुछ क्या कर सकते हैं. ठीक है नॉट बैड. चल एवरेज पॉइंट्स आगे कोई बात नहीं
As much as yes, they're not going to
decent
be able
points
to
आगे.
win out this game, in a like 0.5% chance basically now of being
ठीक
able
है
to win
decent
it.
points
They've
आगे. I
done
think
enough.
अभी थोड़ा
Considering
survival
they
आ गया
had to
अगर
win
top
Bala,
3 तक.
had to make those transitions.
बट मुश्किल है
I
मेरे
did
को
see
तो
a
नहीं
smoke
लगता.
route
मेरे को
for them
लगता
to
है
try and
नहीं
go
ये लोग
towards the
कवर
Hive
दे देंगे मेरे को
position,
लगता
but
है.
realised, okay,
I
we're
think
not
that
gonna be
top
able
3
to
तक
do
आ
this.
जाएंगे हम लोग
But
मेरे को लग
here,
रहा है.
regardless,
है ना?
Hive once again
Top 3 तक आ
in a
जाएंगे
decent
शायद.
position with this compound, having
Like
to
करो
pick a
chat,
little
11,000
for
लोग
it,
दिख
and
रहे हैं.
this was
SPL का
early
first
flank
PUBG
that they
PC
have
match.
this. They understand. There's
Let's
so many
fucking
finishes
go.
in these
ओ
fields.
2 लोग
Just
बाकी है
hold
2 लोग
these
बाकी है.
positions, hold them
कर
strong,
सकते हैं
and it will reap rewards.
I mean, a second into a first
Ronit
place
Red,
here
thank
would
you
be
Ronit,
absolutely
congratulations for
ginormous
qualifying.
for them. The best thing for Soul here, though,
Please top
is that
3
they've
at
set
least
themselves
bare
up in a
minimum
spot
और maybe
now
top 2.
where it's
इनको
a
कवर
likely
मिलेगा ऐसे लग तो
second
रहा है
place
मेरे
if they
को.
can hold
बट नहीं
out
उनके पास
versus
नेड्स है
Noslack.
नेवर
And
माइंड.
they have
नहीं देख मिल रहा है कवर
Hive
मिल रहा है.
here
नावी भी मार दिया हाइप
versus
मार.
Noslack as they make their way in. It's
Sorry,
a
my
great
bad.
nade though from IXC
गलती
over
होगी
towards
भाई मेरे से
Bestelot.
मैंने बोल
And
दिया.
that's all down to Phil first. Another nade will tag him pretty heavily.
Phil first
Hive
नाम है
nowhere
इसका.
to be seen, actually.
चलो 4th place 11
He
किल
got
नॉट
this
बैड
point here.
नॉट
They've
बैड.
done what they could.
चलेगा
so,
मेरे
but trying to deal with the torrent of aggression.
मतलब
that's
जैसे
coming
जोन
from
जा रहा था
Noslack
मेरे
should
हिसाब से
be
बहुत बढ़िया
impossible
खेले.
here.
चलेगा
Phil
चलेगा
first.
चलेगा.
Now
एंटी
he's
एंटी
gone.
एंटी.
Satta as
NT,
well
NT,
as
not bad,
IXC
not bad, not
are
bad.
able to shut it down. I've
Not
been
bad,
quite impressed by
I
the
think, not
fact that
bad.
Navi's lasted for as
Zone
long as
के
they
हिसाब
have
से
on the
चैट
other
बढ़िया
side,
खेले
but
लौंडे.
they haven't really had many
जोन के हिसाब से
to
बहुत बढ़िया
compete
खेले.
with them on that west
Zone
side,
के हिसाब से
'cause
बहुत
nobody
बढ़िया
really
खेले
wanted to
लौंडे.
be over there in those fields.
Not
That was
bad.
kind of the last ditch effort.
Not bad, not
and the
bad.
circle bears down straight
Decent
on
points
the
आ गए
road
कोई बात
flank.
नहीं. 3 more games to go.
Yeah, I mean, for Hive,
3 more
this is
games
now
to
time
go.
take
Not
some
bad
notes from
at
last
all.
game. Obviously, they don't have to move
Not
just yet.
bad
Take advantage of this
at
high ground on
all.
one house as much as possible from teams moving out, and they might just be able to finish the
Absolute
game off of that.
W.
In particular, slots out Spiro, immediately takes shots.
Absolute
It's insanely
W.
well placed as well.
Not bad.
Very short time
NT.
frame. Really well done from Dante
NT.
there to find one kill over towards
Hive का ही चिकन है. Yes,
Navi.
Hive अच्छा खेल रही है भाई.
Very unlikely they get the res off.
मोगोरे देशपांडे का एक और चिकन है चैट. मोगोरे पता है ना तुम लोगों को ने?
Yeah, I don't think so.
कल्याण में रहता है.
the thing
कल्याण
is
का प्लेयर है
that
चैट.
In the end, blank. This is classic.
Mogore
Hive gameplay. Let the
Deshpande.
game come to them, and have in the previous game, of course, carved out a pretty decent spot for them to be able to play it. This time around, stay for alive. You don't really need to be shooting at a lot here for a compound like this to work. Right? 'Cause nobody really wants to approach it.
11
Look
kill देना,
how
11 kill, बराबर.
open it is.
Ronit
Every
Red,
single
thank you
angle
Ronit,
from this
appreciate
compound.
it. Thank you for
So
the
a little
raid
bit more,
brother.
going down here.
और
to be able
आपका
to try and
इनवाइट
make some of
मैंने
these
दे दिया है.
transitions for
जॉन्टी
Navi,
भाई को
knowing
बहुत
that they
टाइम पहले
need to
उसको
try and
बोला
get
था पूरे
into the
टीम को
circle,
बताने
get
के लिए.
Spiro up on board.
मोगोरे
See if he can
पाटिल
make
था
the
नहीं, वो
move,
उसका भाई
with
का
some
नाम
of
है
this
मोगोरे
deployable
पाटिल. ये
cover.
मोगोरे
But
देशपांडे है.
I
कल्याण
don't
से
know,
है
man.
ये.
There's going to be a lot of people
इनका
looking this way.
अल्फांसो मैंगोस का खेत है. इनके
I
डैडी
thought
का
it was a
खेत मतलब
little
अल्फांसो
further
मैंगोस का
over the
बिजनेस है.
I'm not gonna lie.
कल्याण से है ये जो हाइप का
Alright.
मोगोरे
He
है.
does get rezzed up, so Navi's back on too. So although it did look very nice when the shots come through from Dante, a little bit inconsequential. We'll just probably look for those kills once again later. But yeah,
But
you're
देखो
right, this
impossible
game
है
is a
कि
case of letting it come
Hive
to them,
chicken
but
नहीं मारे.
Hive
है
eventually
ना?
will have to move.
Impossible.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think he only tagged him. I think he
Impossible.
actually took some shots. I don't know if it was from Navi or Hive, but then it was the tag from the vehicle as he reversed that took him down.
क्वालिफाई करने के लिए कितने बना पड़ेगा? टॉप
Yeah, it can
8.
get a bit dicey there. I mean,
Top
like,
eight.
especially with smokes involved as well, you're like trying to judge some of those distances, and sometimes these things happen, especially in
Top
desperate
eight.
moments where you're thinking to yourself, every second is going to matter against you. It'll be interesting to see if they can make anything work from this. I mean, if you're no slack and Navi, your prime target right now should technically be high.
What if you're in top 2 direct invite?
Taking some
No,
shots
no,
at Dante
top
as he
2.
transitions through against this. They do have some smoke still available here to them.
इसमें
No
top
slack,
8 आए
so
तो
they're not gonna
finals
try
जाएंगे हम
just
लोग.
yet, and they are trying to make moves alongside
Top
this
2
role,
is
but
for
eventually
EWC
these
in
will
the
dissipate.
finals.
Eventually it will be open here, Blank.
I'm trying to
In
get
the
them all
finals.
for as long as possible. Surprised
यहाँ
this thing's
face-
still
मेरे को
going,
अभी
honestly,
पता है,
with
तुमने
how much
बताया
it
नहीं,
has,
face
but
cam
yeah,
का scene.
more smokes
Oh shit,
engaged
कहाँ रखा
here.
face
They've
cam?
kept a lot for this late game to try and make their way through. And
इधर रखना
there is a
पड़ेगा.
world. There is a world where no slack can potentially make this work. That is a nasty nade over towards Hive as well as they're attempting to
I've
leave
been a
here. Luckily,
nasty
they have the
girl,
emergency cover
nasty.
flares, but as do Navi.
टॉप 8 आना है फिलहाल हम लोग है टॉप 8 में बट और 3 गेम्स बाकी है कुछ भी हो सकता है
I think it was just
कुछ भी हो सकता है मैप के ऊपर नहीं, इधर ठीक है मेरे हिसाब से।
Still, never mind who else has.
ड्रॉ करके भेजा, हाँ किया तो सही।
वही तो रखा। Does do a little bit of damage, but not enough. Everybody knows now that Hive is moving into dangerous territory for them. Like they are now being a bit more vulnerable compared to any moment in this game. But they go down to the blue. Does now V. They're done. It's up to NoSlack to do something against Hive in number 1.
I think the thing is, for they have these trees actually to work with. I know it's very, very minimal, but they do. And it's the smokes as well that are playing a big part into this one. The amount of smokes they kept on board is big. Dante goes down as he attempts to make the cross. We're still in a 3v3 here. It's very possible. Dante flushed out now as they continue to send some more their way. There's stun grenade, blinds them a little bit. It's a good shot from Mogore. Keep things alive. Stun grenade, not quite enough.
Oh, NoSlack! What a play from them! Able to hit their shots. They knew Hive was going to be vulnerable on that move out. And NoSlack does
statistic
take
leaders
the win there. And bear in mind, Frank, this is the team that moved in
statistic leaders देख रहे हो क्या? Statistics.
After they all rendezvoused on that longhouse. So very important. It really shows how much control in inverted commas Hive had the prime positions, because they were in both of them until NoSlack.
Hive जीती रहा, let's fucking go.
That's what it's all about. They're really growing.
मैंने बोला था Hive जीतेगी. I called it. I called it when I called it. I called it.
I think for NoSlack, the big
Twisted Minds, defending champs, Navi and VP, PGS points से qualify for it. तो क्यों खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे? तो खेल क्यों ले रहे हैं यहाँ पे? इधर क्यों खेल रहे हैं फिर?
Yeah, the potential growth and the potential bait for a island circle.
इधर क्यों खेल रहे हैं फिर अगर qualified है तो?
I was excited about it too, guys.
EWC के लिए qualifications
here. The so-called Diamond Dogs chall series that Hive were in for so long.
हमारे एक लीग होता है खारगर में. खारगर में एक लीग होता है. उसके लिए जोशी फरसान सुने अपने? जोशी फरसान करके कंपनी है खारगर की लोकल. तो वो लोग के स्पॉन्सर्ड एक इवेंट होता है खारगर में पबजी पीसी का. उसके क्वालिफायर्स चल रही है. पबजी पीसी खारगर चैंपियनशिप स्पॉन्सर्ड बाय जोशी फरसान. उसके लिए ये एक्चुअली चल रही है. ईडब्ल्यूसी का नहीं है, उसका क्वालिफायर है. तो जो तुम बोल रहे हो Vitality already qualified, वो EWC के लिए है. जोशी फरसान लीग के लिए.
Once we get to that for esports mode, but for now that's not a thing for some of these battlegrounds, and it's just absolute carnage here. But NoSlack
सी नहीं खेल रही है EWC में.
32-minute game. Jeez, okay.
It's crazy. I mean,
busy है ना प्लेयर. शादी वादी हो रही है.
Are you surprised?
15 पॉइंट आ गए चैट. Not bad.
I had high hopes.
चिकन Hive को नहीं मिला.
NoSlack, who have always said has had a lot of growth over the weeks, but how surprised are you guys of how well they're doing in these games?
I'm not too surprised just yet, because I've always said blank.
अबे NoSlack के लोगों पे जॉन्टी है.
Out of any region, and I've said this ever since we go back to 2019. I think it's fair to say, like, these teams can still hang, and we're 2 games deep.
अच्छा कोई और जीता, Slack जीती. Oh no.
There are no pushovers. They're going to be able to work with them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most beautiful thing about this.
Oh
we have so much depth. There's so many great players, and even with meshing multiple old players in and out here, as we see though. S8UL and Phil first here on this new team coming in with the most kills. That is awesome, but the way that these new teams obviously are coming in, but that's what we were talking about on the pre-show, guys.
Miramar
these 5 weeks to play against
clearly
the teams that are going to come in and play against. On top of that, also
इधर भी strong है अपना.
Guys that are coming in, I would say, slightly exhausted from traveling. इधर भी the way on with PGS has also been exhausting. It's tough to compete. They're at their rest of their home and just chilling out, playing games, playing the cups,
सिर्फ किल से क्वालीफाई हो सकते हैं.
Meanwhile,
हो सकते हैं इसमें भी सिर्फ किल से क्वालीफाई.
Yeah, not only that, I think also hungry, right? You're watching. If you're if you're Phil first here, being able to take number 1, of course.
देखते हैं अभी मालूम पड़ेगा. जब इसमें क्या होएगा अभी? कौन से मैप्स होंगे अभी?
You've been watching these tournaments blank, like PGS go down, and thinking to yourself, we should be there.
चैट हम लोग लीग में सेकंड गेम में हार रहे हैं शायद.
Rival for these spots, and there's gonna be a lot of hunger.
याद है मैंने तुम लोग को बोला था हम लोग लीग में हार नहीं सकते.
It's beautiful stuff. It really is.
Please, अगर याद है तो भूल जाओ.
Teams and how hungry, like you say.
अगर याद है तो भूल जाओ, please.
At the moment. But it will be interesting to hear some of these regional teams and what they're thinking about these games as well, as we do have a listen-in with VP. And hopefully this time, it's not just the silence on construction.
Oh, Baron Seal क्या हम लोग ने?
Focus. Hopefully we'll hear something this time.
Let's listen in.
फिर भी हार गए. नहीं जीत गए शायद. जीत गए. फाइट जीत गए यस
One more.
ओह माय गॉड चैट कुछ तो है सीन आज पावर एकदम गजब पावर है आज
Outside, he's
Holy
outside.
fuck.
No,
Blue's gonna get 4 times. Come.
he's on that wall.
जैसे बोला फाइट जीत गए बे
Blue's
एफएस इन
gonna
एशिया एफएस इन एशिया पे what kind of map is Tego? Tego is an aquatic map actually. So instead of vehicles you ride fish.
They knocked someone.
And जैसे वाटर सिटी होता है टेगो में लैंड सिटी है जहाँ पे वो कोई जगह पे ही है बाकी बार पूरा पानी के अंदर
The two guys.
Oh my god
It's the
I think हम लोग गेम to जीत गए I'm not sure but not sure
They're coming in with a lot
Not sure.
of expectations
Not
on
sure.
them, but also they're coming in somewhat cold, right? They've just traveled, they've
Not
just
sure.
you know haven't played all the cups and everything, but still
Maybe a day or two off.
yeah, a little few days off, but still coming in, playing a few scrims and getting used to your home.
दिखा
setup
नहीं
compared to
सकता
the other
दिखा नहीं
guys have
सकता
been grinding for 5
भाई ये वाला
straight
देखो ना
weeks
देख
in the cup
ओ
runs.
भाई
Vastly
Yeah,
different.
पूरा
Yeah,
ब्लू
very
जोन ही
much
बना
so.
दिया
And
बे
actually that was for some of the
SMS?
teams that are like the regional partners, for example, right? Like an Ascend, like I'd spoken to
Is
some
that-
of those guys.
नहीं
They were very cold compared to, as you say, the cup teams that had so
Right.
much competition to be able to play through. As you see this
Right.
moment as well for Beamy, who was trying to go for what
कहाँ
was effectively
है?
probably a full team res for him, try and go off, but Medabay just
कहाँ
lurking in the
है?
wings, brutal stuff there to be able to try and have that happen. Because actually, it doesn't happen as commonly as you might think, Blank, right? Like normally people get their rest
भाई,
stop and they just
लेकिन
go by their business.
टीम
but,
में बात तो है,
being
Chet.
able to catch him at the rest station, tough stuff.
हाँ क्या बोलते हो टीम में बात तो है
It's a bit cruel.
बात तो है
It feels a bit cruel. Even let him get a good 7 seconds into that one as well. He let him feel the hope of bringing his team back before cutting it short.
I think it's because it took 7 seconds to kill him because he was only shooting his toes. It's like 5 damage, 6 damage, 5 damage, 2 damage.
He got 9 of them before he went down.
Let's not have this conversation that we had a PGS of like, what does constitute as one
अरे
damage
सीड
in
भाई
real
कास्टर
life?
BJS
Well, I don't know, like a nail being ripped off, and everyone's
कभी
like, no, it's not that. It's
कभी
not that. But we also do actually have
BJS की
no
तारीफ कर
damage
रहे
to you guys
थे?
at home because you've got.
They're coming in somewhat cold.
You see him in Nix. Just shoot outside. Shoot there.
Focused. Hopefully we'll hear something this time. We'll be interested to hear some of these regional teams and what they're thinking about these games as well, as we do have a listen in with VP and hopefully this time, you know, it's not games as well, but it's beautiful stuff. It really is beautiful stuff looking at some of those cup teams and
Prime rival for these spots. Down Phil first and Soul, you've been watching these. You're watching.
Right.
If you're Soul,
Exactly.
if you're Phil first here, being able to take #1, of course, the Khabib of PUBG.
Chutia.
If you're Phil first and Soul, you've been watching these tournaments, Blank, like
चुतिया PGS बोला रहेगा BGS क्यों बोलेंगे वो लोग
after the next
Candu.
couple of games.
एक सेकंड खबीब और
well,
PUBG
we
बोला बे
are moving on to Tego next, and
Huh?
so far, I think Blanks have really hit the nail on the head of
Holy
Engines.
shit, man.
Our cup teams looking
Chat?
fiery to start things off. 2 games, only a small sample
Damn, bro.
size, but it has definitely gone their way so far, looking good.
Yeah,
Damn,
but
bro.
you can't take away. It's
That's
best
insane.
of 5, top 8 goes through the finals.
That's
right?
insane,
So
baby.
At
Yeah.
this point, I would say
Khabib
that,
of
again,
PUBG
we're
बोला
talking
बे।
about a cutoff for top 8.
मेरे को नहीं
It's
मालूम
somewhere
था।
between 25 to 31 points or something like that. 3 of these
Huh?
guys just need a few more points. Then they're literally in the top 8 and they're
I'd say
literally
Charlotte.
in the grand finals. Yeah, true. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, unless they go 0-0-0 and the other teams
Huh?
go popping. I think Hype is in at this point. Also, the
Send
confidence
player
in
6
these two
months,
games will be
Dagestan.
easy for them.
वो वाला?
So now, you know, the 13 other teams that are not guaranteed don't run into Hive at this point. They're absolutely going to destroy you. Moko's an
Damn.
absolute tear at this point. So yeah, avoid them at all costs.
Yeah, not too surprised that again Mogo being picked up by this team has been able to
forget
make some.
forget send
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense,
Send,
right? 'Cause
son,
the thing
forget,
is that they technically
forget.
could have huge
6
impact
months,
on this
1 year,
lobby here,
send-
Blank, despite just already being
Russia, send-
in a great
send-
position to
send
be able to
Dagestan.
advance on. And I don't
वही
think
ना मैंने
they'd
सुना है,
mind
देखा है मैंने,
at
वो
all
game देखा है।
being able to take out some of the top dogs and send them down to some of the lower portions of this tournament and see if they get unlucky there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for high,
Chat,
like we
मेरे
said
को
at
एक
the
बात
start, if
बताओ,
we
अगर
get
किसी को
towards
पता
those
है
late
तो
games,
सबसे
they're
पहले ये
very,
ऐसी
very
दाढ़ी
good.
कैसे
It's
होती
been
है यार
slightly
लोगों की यार
disappointing where they're not able to quite
34
close some of
35
them
साल
out
हो गए
though
मेरे को
right
सब
now.
प्रोडक्ट ट्राई कर लिए मेरे
But I think even
मेरे
so,
बाल
the
रहते
amount
ही
of
नहीं ऐसे
kills that
straight
they're
यार,
getting,
chat।
the way they're getting towards the end of the
एक
game,
इधर से निकलता
I
है
really
एक इधर
don't
से
think
निकलता
if
है
you're
नहाने के बाद तो
fan
पता
of
नहीं
Team
सब ऐसे
Hive,
ऐसे हो
you could be
जाते
very
एकदम
disappointed with this. I think you should
कैसे
actually be
करते हैं
very
बे?
elated
क्या
considering the
product
teams
use
that
होता है
they're
दाढ़ी
going up against. I think Martin brings up a great point as well, is that, you know, maybe some of these top teams, they're feeling a little
little bit of the exhaustion slightly from travel days, which absolutely is the case.
Sorry, मेरी गलती होगी,
for a
मैंने
lot of teams.
मेरी गलती होगी, मैंने
पूछा.
sorry.
Grueling circuit.
But
even so, I
शायद.
still think they're doing fantastically well against some of these very seasoned players.
Wow, बहुत सारा chocolate है जिसको मैं भूल गया था और
it doesn't sleep. In 2026 is the best way to describe it, Martin. I mean, there was Master Series going on this morning. There was PWS in South Korea going on this morning, which I was watching as well and watching some crazy stuff go down. But here's some numbers of Mogor going up against Satta from No Slack, and I'm very impressed that if we see, Martin, another fantastic Finnish roster finally rise on up, I'm not going to complain.
भाई Apex Legends की world ranking आई है जिसमें हम लोग 9th number पे क्या
join him, right? We need to see some performance coming in from some of the Finnish guys. So it's good to see those that coming in. Some of the guys, obviously a legend in the scene. Only 20 years old, 28 years old.
Hey, baby.
Yeah. And at this point, for me,
W's baby.
He's still got some years in him. If you can couple the brain of an analyst with the data that he has available, then couple also with he's actually still a great player. I can see great things with him coming.
डर का माहौल है. Tomorrow LG's watch party in morning. तो साकिब में scene ऐसा है.
After this game, it's me and Martin going to be bringing you.
Yes. If I wake up,
We have to figure out how it's all going to go down.
If I wake up, yes.
We have a decent playing path for all of these teams to get situated and good to go for game number 3.
100%.
You have a neat, it's also an easy plan here to go all the way over down to Yang here, James. And yeah, for Tego to start things off with.
100%.
This game could solidify 3 to 5 teams in that top 8. We have had an insane amount of performance here coming from the teams.
Tego naam hai na map ka, Tego.
Especially if we have, I'm just saying, we're starting Northwest. It could be a Northwest circle. A lot of teams are up there. It kind of feels like one already. So, yeah.
ये map मैं first time देख रहा हूँ. Chat कौन-कौन देख रहा है first time ये map? मैं first time देख रहा हूँ.
Twisted Minds going to be moving over to their usual.
First time हम लोग ये map देख रहे हैं.
So, I mean, normally for the usual split of Twisted Minds, any potential threat will be coming from Terminal to start things off, but I don't know.
Let's
X-Howl
go. तुम लोग first time
rumbling with Twisted Minds just yet. Who've, again, not had the easiest of starts here to this tournament.
Zone जाएगा.
Game 1, obviously. But that south side was a toughie. But that's a south side circle.
That's a circle that almost no one has except for Viz is actually in a good spot to take some high prior here. So let's see what happens. Also, Wildcats could also get some stuff in here. But yeah, good to see Noslack. Good to see these guys coming in and doing great things. Obviously, we saw Scav last year. We saw him throughout some of the rosters.
Best thing about international player कि वो retirement नहीं लेते 20-24 साल की एज में, इसलिए तो इतने बड़े स्टेज पे खेलते हैं.
Analyst for a few years, and then he
यहाँ पे कौन लेता है retirement?
Hanging out in Thailand, helping out some of the teams in the Southeast Asia region. So that's cool, but yeah, now back to
अच्छा मैप है. क्या है स्पेशल मतलब इस मैप में
कुछ? They go through, and I would say
जो मुझे पता होना चाहिए कि कुछ इसके बारे में ऐसा ये है इस मैप में.
31, 32 is your safe spot for top 8. You are chilling.
भाई chat इधर से बोट लेके ऐसे जाके.
That's how you know somebody's got
ऐसे जाके ऐसे इधर से एंटर कर सकते हैं.
A name
just asking.
In the background for so long,
right?
And we didn't really get to see him on like PEC stages and things like that. But he was like, I guess he was like, you know what, screw it.
कर सकते हैं.
This is gonna be great fun.
Oh fuck, इसमें tempo है.
So coming in here, Nixie high.
Oh fuck, इसमें छोटा.
Big one to take down early on here. We were talking
Chat
about
इसमें छोटा हाथी है. Oh my god.
So with 29, but not so out like this. It was 0 points in a couple of games, but
chat game के अंदर छोटा हाथी है.
And yeah, thinking. We just need 1 or 2.
वो एक सेकंड सॉरी मेरी गलती सॉरी मैं चूक दिया हूँ इधर से भी तो आ सकता है सॉरी इधर से भी रास्ता है
we've had it already in PGS
ऐसे क्यों ही आएगा
इधर
इधर से भी है रास्ता बट इधर ये रेड कलर का लाइन क्यों ड्रॉ किया है इसका क्या मतलब है
is it just like this kind of grind set that's coming in for the team?
इसका मतलब क्या है
a little bit more difficult compared to what we had for the prior years.
Yeah, it's huge pressure, I feel. Like, I mean, the thing is that, well, okay, when
मेरी गलती हो गई इधर से आने की जरूरत नहीं इधर से भी रास्ता है
go towards finals, everything
वो रेड कलर का लाइन क्यों है
elongated
border
compared to what we have now. It's such mad
अच्छा मैप खत्म हो जाएगा
उधर. You're gonna have to somehow prevail on, and in a region
और
like
ये मैप कितना बड़ा है मिरामार जितना है
exactly the same thing I said before. Our region is the most deep when it comes to skill. In 5 games, man, anything could happen.
Yeah,
straight up Hormuz.
I think the teams are relishing the idea of getting to the finals and being like, please get me to the final. Please, by hook or by crook, at least there we can show across longer portions of games that we're the best.
Yeah, if you told me this was going to be the top
Lol,
3
game
after
2-1.
2 games, I was going to be like, no way, that's
Let's
not happening.
go.
Yeah, like, we're going to see a VP up there, we're going to see Navi up there, we're going to see a Twisted Minds up there. They're close, but still
8 by 8.
top 3.
Acha.
That's insane. So obviously awesome.
Nice,
Still
nice,
again,
nice.
only playoff.
That does not actually answer my question.
PTS points going on here. As we see,
My question is still here.
16th here.
Hype चलेगी, क्या बात है?
3 back-to-back series.
My question is still here.
Huge for them, but
ये Miramar जीतता है कि
Irangal
जीतता है?
points in this game.
किसी ने बोला 8 by 8. That does not answer my question.
Challenging for the vehicles that they were, it made a lot of sense.
Does not answer my question
coming in
at
from
all.
Godok, that maybe Hive would lose
Miramar
one or
जीतता है,
two
yes.
if they also
यही
wanted to challenge
सुनना
for
था.
those. But then going to this bridge when they did feels like
Oi,
a
red zone,
very
Navi pick.
bold move, like as early as it potentially is in this game. And you know, TMO just being set up here, ready to go on. What
Late
is
rotation है
effectively a
अपने
bridge
chat,
camp just
late
on
rotation है.
the
Hive मर गई.
prio side of where they're going to be coming in. This was easy for clean up for the lobby against Hive. Very easy.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. S2G coming in from this position is obviously massive, but yeah, let's see if they're able to get deeper than this here. Very open on this kind of western side of the map. It's very
Cycle लेके
towards
आया.
the center now, somewhat just vertical line straight down from the middle. A lot of space in the open compound, and actually, I see a lot of teams kind of taking these compounds, especially we saw in PGS. It was taken early, but
Prediction में बता रहा हूँ.
they kind of realize like if you take this early on, it's going to be crashed, and it's just like a full four-way split between the north, between the east, and the west, and the south side.
Bashido Wildcats
with all these walls, especially
first.
In 2026 here playing TVP, like it's so different. To lock this down is very difficult. I like this though from Ascent, locking down School here. They have a somewhat central position.
Nemesis.
They have a lot of water in play in the southern side, so
Second.
no, doesn't make sense just yet
ठीक
to
है?
commit to something big. And here they can actually get tons of information from TMO though. Another great team.
Calling
Good
it,
to
okay?
see these
Calling
guys
it right
coming in.
now.
Vitality and Levante.
Calling
Dangerous
it
player
right
to put
now.
On some 3 gear here, James.
Calling it
What was surprising
right
me more than
now.
the
Recall
top
है क्या
3
इसमें?
actually is the fact that Vitality has 0
पता नहीं
points
मेरे
in 2
को.
games.
अभी तक कंफर्म नहीं हुआ है, सच बताओ. अभी तक
I have high
players
hopes,
बढ़ा
high
है तो नहीं है.
aspirations for
Recall नहीं है
Vitality,
मतलब.
throughout this year for 2026.
59 है ना, बढ़ेगा
And
तो
of course
पता
the
ना
Zorg
मेरे.
does too, right? Like, because we
स्क्रीन पे लिखो.
kind of
अभी फिलहाल
alluded
जरूरत
to
नहीं
it,
पड़ रही
and we're
है. भाई
very,
गोलिया का
direct
एनिमेशन
with it,
देखो क्या
during
सेक्सी
PGS.
लगता है
It's very
भाई.
clear. Vitality wants a team to try and make to EWC. They want points on the board. They want to beat Falcons at the Esports World Cup. Never mind be successful in
क्या?
PUBG. So
ये मार रहा था.
guys can get back
नहीं
on
ना.
the bike, get themselves a rolling
कोई
down.
और मार रहा था ना इसको. चलो ये तो गया.
Oi,
Oi!
bonk.
That's huge. That's Diffix down. That's a big player to take down. CC Inex, though, under tons of pressure here. 17
Swaha.
HP. He's going to go for the flush. He's going to go to get in here. He actually catches him. They might be able to get Diffix up and save here. Let's see what SG does in this one here. That's a mayday I've ever seen one here.
Crashing.
Coming in quick. Coming in with a lot of damage. Already have
क्या हो
HP.
रहा है
No
ये
one finds
game
CC Inex here.
में?
Is SG going to commit to this one here, or is Diffix actually going to survive this one, James? I'm a little bit
Oh fuck me.
questioning this one here. Now on the other side, Diogo Benito and Kristalny trying to get some shots towards Slack here. No, Slack is not slacking for this one, that's for sure. They are,
I think
coming in hard.
I think both teams are quite concerned about the potential of a rotate in from the north, for like Nemesis as well as S2G. So I think they're a bit cautious about how much they want to take this fight. Wepa and Chiller were repositioning themselves, and it looks like they're going to disengage from it, knowing that there's the potential that somebody could quite easily come in third party. But also where Nemesis was. With the
Free Fire could never, bro. Free Fire does
much
things
easier
these games don't do. So
to
why
get
do you
their
need to
blue chip
compare?
out.
अपने वो कहावत सुनी है, comparison is the thief of joy. Nobody is talking about Free Fire here, but Shekhar भाई आपको for some reason मतलब झगड़ा करने की reason ढूंढते हो भाई, मेरे को समझ नहीं आता. Free Fire could never. PUBG PC देख रहे हैं, Free Fire could never. क्यों?
From where they are currently, James, and sending it out a little bit. Obviously, School is under the red zone, but still, I would be hiding and waiting a little bit inside School. Don't lose
Free Fire
cars,
gives
don't
LAN
lose
party,
armor.
LAN पे watch
They
party
have a great
access भाई.
spot to lock things down, and maybe
BGMI
if
could
this
never.
next circle locks in down on the southern side to
Enjoy
School,
the
they
game,
can have a
यार,
great
please
game. I
don't
don't want to
compare.
see
Let's
them
go.
lose any players.
Caster को
So
बोलो,
this is
S8UL
so
बोल रहे,
important.
call लगा
Having
रहा हूँ,
4 lives
call लगा रहा
towards the
हूँ,
late
रुको.
game is
Sorry,
so
मैंने बोल दिया.
impactful compared to being
मैंने
2
बोल
or
दिया,
3
मैंने बोल दिया.
if you
Calls
wanna
जा
win
रहे हैं.
games.
मैं बोल दिया. बोल दिया तुमने बोला मैंने बोल दिया.
What happened at the beginning of this Hive game, right? That's what I would say that they're normally very good at keeping 4 alive into the later stages of the games and just being able to somehow work with it for there. We saw some magic from them, honestly, when it came to the Masters at the end of 2025. Somehow able to thread the needle with 4 alive.
How many edges?
Was Hive.
तो देखो अगर आप देख सकते हो यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है गेम 3/5. तो स्लैश का मीनिंग होता है प्लस. तो 3+5 8 गेम्स.
All of these teams slowly coming in from
आ रहे चैट हम लोग TMO के सामने आ रहे हैं. TMO के सामने आ रहे हैं.
Trying to find themselves a spot up in the north of this.
Let's go.
Circle closing just shortly, and I'm kind of guessing myself here with Bushido Wildcats with this 2-2 split here. They could be having a great game. They're locking down some of the 2 highest prior position with this one. Twisted Minds moving in slowly. Virtus Pro moving in slowly here. They're also like, okay, we don't have a higher prio. We don't know where the circle going with this much water. We're not going to commit too much just yet. We're just going to get info. Just going to try to get a little bit deeper.
3 out of 5.
Yeah. Might be a slow start for VP. But
oh shit!
These guys have huge impact once they got the ball rolling here.
Well, this game's a slow start for everyone, isn't it?
Oh
really?
shit!
Apart from Hive being torn apart, and then a few fights here
oh
and there
shit!
On the west. But our circle
Zone
is about
to
close. Where are we going
Twisted
to go? As,
Mindset.
you see, as Ascend moved out of school preemptively a little bit here for pre-drive, and looks like they're going to turn them right on back to school.
Descent है. कर सकते हैं.
Listening to
कर सकते हैं. चैट 10,000 लाइक्स नहीं हुए अगर.
The scrims and stuff like that, they're all about the pre-drive.
तो इस गेम के अंदर 2 या 3 पॉइंट आएंगे.
It's the best way to try and get you to where you need to be.
10,000 लाइक्स अगर नहीं होते 9,000 लाइक्स.
Back if you need to. Having that one anchor player still there.
Oh shit, Nemesis पीछे से.
Yeah, and they didn't get punished for it either. Now on the other side, we were talking about this complex always being crashing. Now construction workers coming in, also coming in here.
Chat Nemesis
come out on top of this one here. Justice finds Fex immediately. He's knocked. That's a big player to come in.
Nice net.
The Welsh Dragon himself, now Pixelic and the guys needs to try to revert this. Oh,
half
HP, James.
I think exactly what you said means that there's some urgency about taking this fight, right? Because a lot of teams might be eyeing this up. Like Soul, for example, might be eyeing this up. We've seen like 3 or 4 teams co-inhabit this compound knowing that you can get away with it for a long, long time here. So the Mythov currently trying to dislodge them as quickly as possible. Smokes go down, but construction workers is dug in like a tick at the moment. Hitman's gone. And for the rest of the Mythov, I don't know. You're going to need a lot of nades. And you can't even necessarily throw them right at the windows. That's a perfect one, though. But it doesn't do enough damage. He's able to get a bit of cover.
Good, come on, cover. Also disengage to fight a little bit here for Naleb. Tries to get into the other spot. It might be daytime here, but the fog is heavy on this compound. Smokes everywhere. Justice trying to get a little bit more information from now on this with the guys on the same side of the road here. Pixelic with a shotgun. It's gonna be a little bit different. Levante takes down no slack. Absolutely destroyed here. Vitality is starting to level up just a little bit. Points on the board for them here. One big one could be huge. Smoking up inside. I like this for them.
Okay.
That's a good engagement here, James.
Yeah, you can't give Levante a FAMAS. That's illegal. Because look what he'll be able to do with it. But yeah, more smokes. More attempts at trying to be able to either slow them down or continue to put the boot in. That's double blue zone, but it's not really covering much of the building. So what they're trying to do is push them into other locations in that building and then making it out. Which is a smart move. They're wasting a lot of util here to try and make, unfortunately, nothing happen.
I'd love to see these
मतलब समझ मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ घर के वॉल के बाहर अगर मैंने नेट डाला तो घर के अंदर तक जाएगा थोड़ा ब्रोकन नहीं है वो चीज
but yeah, the construction workers are able to survive
थोड़ा ब्रोकन नहीं है वो
the red zone coming out on that side here. The disengage might be happening just a little bit sooner than
मोनालिजी जिस कॉन्फिडेंस से आप यस बोले हो
getting off with popping all the tires now, yeah, just taking advantage of this that they locked them down. And Pixelic trying to get in and get some.
So yes, आया है मोनालिजी का.
All the utilities been spent already here, James. It might not be worth committing further.
I think if this compound stays in for more circles, I think it's inevitable that Soul has something to say about it later on down the line. But we'll see. Construction workers still waiting on out. Obviously, Pixelic, the one that was joining on this team here. with Gustav being
मतलब
absent.
technically blue zone के definition के हिसाब से ठीक है नहीं मतलब कैसे मॉली अगर आप अंदर करते हो तो I mean बाहर करते हो तो अंदर नहीं जाएगा ऐसे मैं पूछ रहा था ठीक है it makes sense zone है ना वो it's not a real weapon I get it zone जाएगा red zone के आजू बाजू
with him in he's a TPP specialist and with this circle here they're going to be inside this next one and fighting a little bit more with TMO.
Anybody needs a coach?
We're gonna see. Oh my God! Lou taking down Quizzy, clearing this one out here. They're gonna be fighting on the southern side here. They're taking down. Meanwhile, on the other side here of Sangam, we're gonna.
अच्छा missile launcher sorry.
If they want to get the rest of the team.
My bad.
Oh my goodness! Hello.
Well,
oh my God!
We came a little 1 second too late to the party.
अरे वो जो निशान आया था मेरे को उसके हिसाब से लगा यार सॉरी मेरे को नहीं मालूम ना फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहा हूं मैं
post stands and you're dead and
जो साइन आया था उसके हिसाब से लगा
10 points so far James in 3 games. Is this the Navi that we know and love? I don't feel like it just yet.
No, not yet. I mean, it's funny as well. When
we look
zone
at the entry तो बहुत sexy है देखो
there, where they died, where the
zone
vehicles
entry
are.
है ये हम लोग इधर लोग साइकिल पे जाते हैं एक बंदा टैंक लेके आता है मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आता इस गेम का नाटक
Okay, you guys have a BRDM coming in from the north side.
पेपर के रॉकेट में ऊपर उड़ रहे हैं लोग इधर एक बंदा टैंक लेके आ रहा है.
He's going to use it to scout on forwards. I think you're right though about Navi, but again, it's so hard to tell from 2.5 games, 3 games, like two smaller sample sizes. Is what I kept saying during PGS. Like it's hard.
And then the day's over.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough.
Yeah, it is. It is best of 5 here.
Because zone बुरा तो नहीं है.
You gotta approach it differently. I'll say this though: once we've seen VP, once we've seen these guys have a beer down, they usually have a very deep late game. So for the VP fans out there, I think they might be able to grab at least into the double digits. How deep they can get into the top 8 for this game here.
Batulin.
We'll have to see here. Twisted Minds though, full 4-man squad coming in from Songam. A lot of information is able to be shared here from Batulins from the glider. And let's see the direction that they're kind of ending up going to here, James, because they actually control the vast majority of the southeast side.
What's funny about that is that's one of the latest pickups I've seen in so long. Like,
Aries bhai kidhar aa rahe hain?
He's very okay with the idea of like, okay, I'm going to go out, I'm going to get this much later to the game than usual. Still have it available forwards. I mean, it's either that or you try for an emergency pickup, send one up, but even then you're kind of slow coming down, so you'd be way more vulnerable than a glider.
Right.
So it's good here for Batulins, but I mean, unless they get a hard shift, there's gonna need to be some moves going on here. As you say, he's gaining some valuable information heading forwards.
There's a parallel timeline between the glider and the e-pickup, how late you can use it. But we have to swap over to construction workers and TMO with this one. Pixelic finds Justus. Nice. And now Micah with a big one here finds Pixelic. Vard does get the confirmation on Justus here now. Nil has to run through. He's on fire though. He can only, oh my God, Micah so well executed here with the Molotov being down. Vard is just 8 HP here. Can he make something happen?
It's a good question. He's been the clutch master in the past as Vard for be it phase before and now be construction workers now. He is phenomenal. But will he be able to do something against 3 moment for the mid-off? Tries to go around flashing himself. I tried to be kind of cheeky with it.
Timing का हमने पकड़ ली
Vard has gone on for another angle here.
तो ज़्यादा difficult तो नहीं है zone में घुसना.
Iman's coming down and Vard takes down Mika. As I say, clutch master control.
Well, it's just a different beast here. And now Soul comes in. You can see it. He-Man and actually coming in too. From the backside of the parachute. This is rough, man. With Soul just coming in to clean this up. That's going to be dead. Still first finds him. Construction workers and TMO in a mutual destruction situation here. He-Man coming in with this one, obviously, with the pickup here. Yeah, he's going to get a helmet, no vest, and a gun with 15 bullets. Yeah, he's going to try, but it's not going to be a lot.
This was like, you know when you see like the nature documentaries of whales kind of spinning around fish for a while to boil them all up and then eat them?
Right.
That was what Soul was doing on that compound. Yep. They were just waiting, salivating over the idea of being able to hit that. And eventually they did get in for the cleanup here. Not too many kills available to them. We're not absolutely doing that, but you want to do it as cleanly as possible.
Batulin क्या कर रहे हैं?
Batulin. No casualties.
Adosi bhai.
Trying to shoot down Ares, who's deep in the blue, whilst they were coming in to clean up the compound.
I'm going to try to see if he can get the explosion here. Maybe the timing is good unless he crawled away from the car here, but let's see. Nah, it's not enough. But, oh, the cover. Oh, it flipped in the wrong way. Oh, he hit him. He actually got him. That's the point.
Yeah, baby!
Now Diogo Benito in a big fight with Bushido Wildcats here. Losing multiple players here. Slaven trying to survive this one. It's super effectively between Code Marker and Grossberg and Diogo Benito. And you're just, it's rough to defend for this, but let's see if Simon
Apex जैसा वो उसका झंडा लेके जाते हैं.
Good
तो
nade,
झंडा घुसे तो फिर वो बंदा वापस आता है, ठीक है?
Yeah, it's like the suburbs of Songham, and it does actually see quite a lot of fights going down towards the later stages of this. Okay, so there's no opening on the position that he actually ran on past here, as Comarco will be able to get out of dodge here for the moment. Diogo Benito not been too aggressive on this one, but they do have 13 points. And as we mentioned here, it is just top 8 cutoff. Top 8 and you're through. So you don't necessarily have to be blasting out of control to be kind of all the way up to the top here to be able to make something happen across these 5 games. And currently, Diogo Benito is doing enough. We'll see if they can continue that on.
Yeah, we will indeed. There's a continued sentiment though. 16
Netflix चल रही है, Border 2 देख रहे हैं अभी हम लोग.
8 for each
Game नहीं है.
so
Border 2
gotta
की
make
watch
sure
party.
you get as deep as you can. But sure, grand finals is the main goal for the majority here. A P90 and full 3 gear for
Who's the Igel? Aduzi.
Scary for S2G here.
Aduzi is the Igel. What a nade. Oh my god, almost.
Can he continue
Almost.
This one to push it Wildcats here. Twist might continue with the utility here, James. Can they get an opening onto S2G here? They're trying to lock
T-Bone को गिराया है, T-Bone को.
Control of this and a perfect circle to continue this fight here without having to disengage.
T-Bone is down
against Practice, but it actually does bounce exactly on him.
Fight to
If
next.
I was S2G, I would be quaking in my boots. Slowly running the game. They lost CC and X, of course. 3v4 would be deadly here for them, especially with Perfectix laying in wait. He is just waiting for them to pop their heads over, and that P90 gets straight into their faces. But looks like Batulin's going to reposition once again here to try and get a little bit more information behind them, just to make sure that they're not going to be backfilled on.
And the scary part is that Perfectus doesn't have a big amount of cover already.
Chat,
मेरे को एक मैं just पता नहीं एकदम
तुम समझ रहे हो ना मैं क्या पूछने वाला हूँ? प्लेयर पे गिर सकता है? ये
great stun grenade here, multiple smokes open up as well. Nades coming into the corner here. Credcox is going to be down. Example, and now the sweep from Perfectix on the other side here. He's going to come in and perform this one. Lou actually gets it.
गिर सकता है और गिरा तो knock होएगा.
Tries to go for another one here. Perfectix can see multiple of the guys, but doesn't really open just yet. Waiting for the
Goblin
guys to come in on the left side. Utility being committed again here. That's a great nade on it. 58 damage done.
Retirement के बाद वो क्लिक लिखेगा. 100 ways to die.
P90 trying to do something where he can, but Baron actually beats him out with the org.
Chapter 1
down.
Rondo का bot.
Like a brilliant SWAT team maneuver coming in from Twisted Minds, and they do finish off S2G here, and they need to get on Perfectix as fast as possible so they can be 4 alive. Looks like the smoke goes down, and they do get this res off. It almost looked a bit dicey there for Twisted Minds, but they do execute here and get everybody up.
Chat.
Okay,
JMD
that's actually
oh
huge
shit,
for
knock
them.
हुआ शायद एक बंदा
The
अपना.
circle on the southern side, and
वो
Killer
heart
Kai
rate
doesn't
क्यों है
make it
उधर?
out to get an impact on it. So
Heart rate
Twisted
मतलब
Minds
knock
can
ना?
fall alive with the
शायद?
control that they're going to have
हाँ,
here.
knock हुआ है.
This looks like a Twisted Minds qualification to the top 8 here, but they will continue their campaign for this one here. Nodi though gets down Prosper. Simon goes down as well. This comes in and Habibi opening up in a mini.
Oh shit, fight.
BP going really kind of aggressive on this one, making sure that they can
चलो हम
actually
लोग के लिए
leapfrog
थोड़ा सा
ahead
easy हो
forwards
गया,
here.
better हो गया ये.
Unfortunately,
अरे वो
he's down to the
Hitman,
explosion of his own vehicle.
He-Man.
More nades will go forwards, trying to get rid of X-Howl.
He-Man मार रहा है.
Across the way from them. Does it
अरे
bounce?
He-Man
Yes,
मारो
it
भाई.
hit the shots anyway. It doesn't matter.
He-Man
It's
मारो
all
जल्दी.
Odin
मार
here
दिया,
trying to do
जाओ
something
अभी.
about this. He's on the other side though. He's
So-
far more
Oh,
concerned with the fact
Diwali!
he's about to bombard him.
Din Diwali!
Great nade
एक
here.
और.
Damage done here. Is more being committed? No, not just yet.
एक
So needs
और.
to have this fight on the western side here. They need to engage onto Ascend. They're going to do that instead. Maybe they're thinking a quick kill could open up the door here. Adusi goes down too, and Bushido Wildcats actually
Aduzo.
eliminated.
Aduji भाई गए.
This is very bold by Soul to try and make this work, and Keta actually does
shit,
greet
HP
Aduzi
है ही नहीं
straight
players की.
away as they're trying to crash on forwards for this. Molodok's
Anti-
down as well. I think there's only one left here for Soul really to try and make something work with it all said and done. Might just be Phil first once again, but Molodok's
थोड़ा उधर
actually
ये
knocks
वाला
Phil
मुझे समझा
first.
नहीं मेरे को.
It's all
Anti-
gone
Oh my
right
God.
here for
Anti-
Soul. Oh no.
Anti-
He dropped the nade
ठीक है.
after he got knocked,
ठीक है,
and then
चलेगा,
he
anti.
confirmed himself, knocked a teammate, and
Anti-
exploded a
anti.
car, and
चलेगा.
Soul's out sadly.
Twisted Minds का
Actually,
बड़ा
lost the
गेम है लग
campaign
रहा है
that they
मेरे को
had
बड़ा
throughout
गेम
this one here.
है. ये मैप हम लोग का वीक है
Managed to
actually.
survive to 6
Nice,
plays here.
thanks
That's
for
huge
watching.
for X-Howl.
Like करो stream को. ये मैप हम लोग का वीक है.
Outside the zone, he's going to
ये मैप
have
हम लोग का
a
वीक है.
hard time getting into this next one here.
ये मैप हम लोग का वीक है. हम लोग का
This
टीएगो पे
capitalizing
ज्यादा
on the
प्रैक्टिस.
Songham suburbs.
हम लोग का डस्ट टू बहुत स्ट्रांग है.
Going for all of
Next,
this.
Dust 2 है.
Still have
हम
a
लोग का वो
little
बहुत
bit of
strong
a
है. ये थोड़ा
compound
weak है.
available to them just north of
Anti-
Songham at the
anti-
moment.
That's
They've
their
got a good
qualification,
spread.
James.
Anti.
Yeah,
It looks like,
absolutely.
right?
Self nade.
Actually knocks Phil first. It's all And we'll see. Looks actually they're already moving back to try and reinforce their own position here. So giving up a little bit of that road side, I think, is a mature decision from this.
मैं बोला था 10K likes अगर नहीं हुए 3 ही पॉइंट आएंगे. मैंने बोला था. मैंने बोला था तुम लोग को पहले ही. क्यों कंजूसी है लाइक करने में? पैसा जाता है क्या? व्हाट्सएप से जब वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम पैसा जाता है क्या लाइक करने में? मैंने बोला था बे तुम लोग को. मैं बोला था यार. मैं बोला था बे. बोला था मैंने.
3 kills for Nixie, 4 overall here for VP. It's a big game for them. They did indeed jump into the double digits. Let's see how deep they can go though. This campaign for them and how far they can take it relies on the fight that they're going to have with the Sen just showed it. But they are 4 guys strong. They've been having inside school. There's a lot of loot inside school, so they have plenty of nades, plenty of utility. Nixie has a dangerous run.
बहुत अच्छा मूव रहता है वो. 4 पॉइंट निकालना किसी टीम से is not always, मतलब is always good only.
Trying for something.
अगर कोई मूव ही नहीं है
as well, trying to limit any potential movement coming in here from a Sen. It's an interesting one from a Sen's POV because I feel like they kind of had the choice of where they want to go, and they've been in school for the majority of this game. Being able to try and do something about the team
not bad, still in the game
is difficult.
Still in the game, we can still do top 8. We can still do top 8.
Have they just given the entire armory to Perfectix? What is going on?
He's just got a link, he's just got a P90. He's like, no, this man's not stop. Yeah, you might have not gone to PGS, but here's all the loot. Go absolutely ham here. And now with this one here, it is a home turf circle for Sen, but yeah, coming in and coming out from this western side here, you don't have much to grow. You don't have a lot of cover. I think they're under, I mean, tons of pressure.
PUBG PC का community पगला जाएगा सबका watching देख के. माँ कसम टीमोन वापस knock. टीमोन dead.
Takes down correctly. Lots of damage done to BP here.
हाँ चैट क्या बोलते हो? पगला जाएंगे भाई वॉचिंग देख के लोगों की. मेरा कुछ 10-11 हज़ार गया. 20 का कितना गया? किसने देखा? 6-7 हज़ार 20 का गया. मांबा भी कर रहे हैं. मांबा का भी 2-3-4 हज़ार गया. पगला जाएंगे ब्रो PUBG PC वाले. वाला S8UL जब एंटर करता है ना पहले 2-3 गेम में दिखा देते कि भाई हमारा लीग ही अलग है. हमारा लीग ही अलग है भाई.
There's one more point here to have from Nodi, and
insane, insane.
Look at this, he's gonna try to explode him up, but not. Anger. Can Lookarooks get another point here? It's also the clutch. You have to remember 1 point for placement, 1 point for the kill too. With an 8 in hand here, Nodi. That's, oh my god, he's gonna jump in. Super well executed here by Nodi, actually jumping in. Oh my god, Lookarooks takes him down.
Lovely.
Joker Benito out in 4th place. And VP gets top 4.
Got some salvage points from Lookarooks. Good stuff here. But having a BRG makes it a little bit easier to make that work as Twisted Mind.
Entertainment का top 5 is not according to votes, I'm sure.
Habibi is going to be
Bro, I mean, I'm not going to beat people who have 20-30 million followers. It was very obvious. Emerging में भी मैं कैसे आया मेरे को मालूम नहीं. It was very lucky, I guess.
Oh, he's going to get so much damage done. If
he's feeling it.
Honestly,
he's feeling this one here. He could take on.
मैं नहीं हरा पाता यार. मतलब मेन चैनल पे लोगों का 20-30 मिलियन है और वो esports की जनता नहीं है. मेरे को सिर्फ esports में लोग जानते हैं. तो उसमें अगर मैं नहीं आया वोटिंग में टॉप पे कोई बात नहीं.
उससे मेरे को
खराब तो लग रहा है झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा बट ऐसा नहीं कि उससे मेरे स्ट्रीमिंग में कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा.
Surely
मैं वैसे करूंगा वैसे entertaining रहेगा.
That's what I said for JDG when they were going up against Twisted Minds.
Award show में भी जाऊंगा even though I know मैं नहीं जीतने वाला हूँ.
Quite go their way. Twisted Minds was able to come back from it. I think though,
मैं जाऊंगा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. थोड़ा खराब लग रहा है.
But to be able to put pressure on Twisted Minds, but they've let their foot off the pedal a little.
An award does not define
shut down what is
how
700
or what I have done
PEC, PCS
in the last
champions.
It's
15 times MVP for across this entirety of this roster here, but yeah.
नेक्स्ट ईयर पर नेक्स्ट ईयर भी डिफिकल्ट है यार. मतलब मैं कैसे आ रहा हूँ 10-20 मिलियन. तुम मतलब बात समझो ना 10 मिलियन वाले बंदे के अगर 5% ऑडियंस ने भी वोट कर दिया सोते सोते तो भी मेरी गांड फट जाएगी. समझ रहे हो वैसा सीन है. वो वाला सीन है. कैसे आ रहा हूँ. बट दैट बीइंग सेड लाइक दिस अवार्ड नॉट विनिंग दिस अवार्ड डज नॉट डिफाइन व्हाट आई हैव डन इन द लास्ट 1 year, so it's okay. It's not a big deal for me. I'll still go to the function में जॉन्टी बैक. I hope he wins comeback creator में. And बहुत खुश होऊंगा अगर वो जीतेगा तो. But it's okay man. It's very difficult to. अरे उसमें
in terms of split, Habibi and
बहुत बड़े बड़े
have now actually rendezvoused together, so that makes it even harder.
मतलब उसमें तो शायद non-stop भाई भी नहीं हुआ top 5
and they've done quite a good job of doing the
तो मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा watching वगैरह आती है. वो भी नहीं है शायद top 5
against Vis's current position with Twisted Minds still out of the circle, so there's going to be some push on them soon.
इन गेम वोटिंग नहीं होता तो शायद जीत भी जाती. इन गेम वोटिंग अगर नहीं होता 101% जीत जाता.
It's difficult. He has one stun grenade. It's not a lot of smoke cover here, but they get Paints down.
उसमें आई थिंक पीयूष जोशी भी है ना एंटरटेनिंग में. कैसे हराने का भाई पीयूष जोशी को कैसे हराऊं?
Look at how much connection is done though.
मतलब
Yeah, the
कैसे हराऊं भाई?
he relayed information.
7 लाख का चैनल है मेरा बस. कैसे हराऊं?
Lying down in the open, he
How?
relayed that over to the 2 and was
Not
able
possible,
to do
not
tons
possible.
of damage just plus that
Impossible.
nade as well. It's good execution here by Vis so far, knowing that he was completely
प्लस
exposed.
उसके स्टोरी को आई थिंक
He
गेमर
might
फ्लीट
be
भाई ने भी
the greatest IGL of all time
share
for
किया.
wins, but
Impossible.
I don't think your knowledge,
Impossible.
your execution, your know-how, your willpower is going to be able to get you out of this one.
इन गेम नहीं होता. अगर ओटीपी वाला वोटिंग होता माँ कसम जीत जाते. मेरे को भरोसा है मेरे S8UL फैन बेस पे. मेरे नहीं हमारे S8UL फैन बेस 100% जीत जाते. किसी को भी हरा सकते हैं हम लोग अगर ओटीपी वाला वोटिंग रहेगा तो.
Can he get another point out of this? Or
अगर ओटीपी वाला वोटिंग रहेगा 100% S8UL को हरा नहीं सकता. अगर 10 का सर्टिफिकेट दिखा के वोटिंग है तो फिर हम लोग तो फिर शायद मैं तो कुछ भी बन सकता हूँ. कोई भी वोटिंग जीत जाएंगे.
So that's going to be the GG here for Twisted Minds. They're gone. This with a very
Minds qualify हो गई है.
win for them in game number 3 from the compound. The game kind of came their way.
मतलब गेम का भी ऐसा है यार कि
but it is a win nonetheless.
गेम का भी वोटिंग मतलब ऑब्वियसली उनके लिए अच्छा ही है. गेम का वोटिंग ऐसे कि हम लोग बहुत नए हैं यार फ्री फायर में. तो अभी मैंने उतना वो छापा छोड़ नहीं पाया वो फ्री फायर में जितना ये करना चाहिए. बट ठीक है मतलब मैंने पहले 2 दिन मेरे दिमाग में ये था और मैं इसके वजह से गुस्सा था कि अरे मेरे सब लोग ने शेयर नहीं किया मेरी स्टोरी मेरे को प्रमोट नहीं किया इसके लिए मैं हार गया. बट फिर मैंने वो दिमाग से निकाल दिया. मैंने बोला इट्स ओके. मतलब आई नो आई एम एंटरटेनिंग एज फक इन अ वॉच पार्टी. आई नो कि अगर ई स्पोर्ट्स का स्ट्रीम हुआ तो आई विल पुल मोर वॉचिंग देन एवरीबडी. Most of them, not everybody. Non-stop pulls very good watching. I know I will pull very good watching compared to everybody else in that entertainment list. But it's okay. It's pure sheer numbers and I cannot beat numbers right now. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. Maybe next year.
When everything, all the battles were going on elsewhere, they were sitting low, sitting steady.
Yeah, it was pretty explosive towards the end, and then
2 more games to go. यार इतना difficult तो नहीं है qualify करना. I think बहुत decent games आएंगे तो भी कर सकते हैं.
Huge amount of respect to these teams. Huge amount of respect to these teams, honestly, on the other side, from this to Twisted Minds, which overall is a
नॉनस्टॉप भाई का मैंने इसके लिए नॉनस्टॉप भाई का मैंने बोला ना जेन्युइनली. आई थिंक नॉनस्टॉप भाई मेरे से ज्यादा मस्त बहुत बढ़िया वॉचिंग लाते हैं वो. उसके अलावा मैंने कम्युनिटी में नहीं देखा है जो मेरे जितनी वॉचिंग मेरे जितना एंटरटेन लेकिन जॉन्टी भी करता है. जॉन्टी को वॉचिंग नहीं आती क्योंकि उसका चैनल नहीं है. बट मेरे जितना एंटरटेनमेंट और वॉचिंग मेरे को लगता है मेरे अलावा कोई नहीं. एंटरटेनमेंट एंड वॉचिंग आई थिंक मेरे को
for Twisted Minds, who after
मेरे को
that
लगता
first
है.
game of Avenger, it felt like a joy to have Perfectix back on board because we just hadn't we just hadn't had regional play. We'd not seen him in PPMI, we'd not seen him in PGSs. So yeah, it's great to see them back as full form.
जॉन्टी भाई के एक चैनल पे 2 मिलियन है बट वो चैनल आई थिंक कुछ इशू है करके उस चैनल पे वो एक्टिव नहीं है. उन्होंने नया चैनल चालू.
Juggling hold the guns, but you know it's probably going to be him on the very top.
यार सी एंड ऑफ द डे चैट मतलब आई नो बहुत लोग बोल रहे हैं मैं डिजर्विंग हूं ये वो. बट आई नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड मेरे से ये गलती होगी कि फ्री फायर का जो वोटिंग है इज नॉट जस्ट फॉर ई स्पोर्ट्स. मतलब फ्री फायर सिर्फ ई स्पोर्ट्स पे चलता नहीं है. मैं सिर्फ ई स्पोर्ट्स करता हूँ राइट. तो वो ऑडियंस तो मेरे पास है ही नहीं. जो मैक्सिमम ऑडियंस मेरे को जानती नहीं है तो मैं कैसे मतलब थोड़ा मेरा एक्सपेक्टेशन चुटिया था कि मेरे को लगा था मैं जीतूंगा. वैसा सीन है. इमर्जिंग में भी मेरे बाजू में 2 आई थिंक टीजी के प्लेयर है. एक वो रूफानी है और एक नहीं 3 टीजी के प्लेयर है शायद. डिलीट माफिया शैंकी भी तो टीजी है ना शायद. तो बट जाऊंगा मैं इवेंट में डेफिनेटली जाऊंगा.
Into that final, and it's great to see the competition coming in from those cups looking as strong and as well versed as they do. They look warm into the game.
But
I mean, it is kind of sad to see
maybe
the hype at the beginning of that game just
next year say there should be voting and jury categories in Booyah Awards. Maybe like people's choice एंड जूरी चॉइस, जैसा वो कौन सा एक अवार्ड होता है जो हर साल एक होता है, मैं नाम भूल गया उसका, एक अवार्ड होता है हर साल जिसमें दो होते हैं, जूरी और पीपल। आई थिंक वो भी कर सकते। Why discuss so much FF on this PUBG P16 Pro? Because it's a personal thing. I'm not discussing Free Fire. I'm discussing I was nominated and I could not win. What's wrong? मतलब we can discuss. I shouldn't show other things, but I can discuss. No, it's just a normal chat.
Big thing to bring up here because for them.
बैलोन डोर नहीं बे, वो एक अवार्ड होता है ना यार, वो नाम भूल गया यार, उस तो एक होता है ना न्यूज़पेपर या मैगजीन का, PWC नहीं, एक और होता है,
we have the PGC points, right, to be able to kind of get you up the tally overall. No, Martin did the wrong acronym in the game as well.
उसमें मैं भी
we've had to listen to
बहुत मतलब दिखना था भी,
in terms of
खराब लग
left, right, and center. Everything starts with P.
खराब मेरे को genuinely
I think that one thing that is fair to say,
but it's okay, 60% people 40%, हाँ ये भी एक्चुअली कर सकते हैं, ये भी एक्चुअली कर सकते हैं कि जूरी और वोटिंग को 50-50% टाइप कुछ करें, वो भी कर सकते हैं। पूरा वोटिंग में तो यार जीतना बहुत मुश्किल है, भले उन लोग की ऑडियंस उनके स्ट्रीम्स में नहीं आती हो, बट वो ऑडियंस है, मतलब किधर ना किधर तो एक्टिव है, एक स्टोरी पे उनके बेंच इतने वोट्स बढ़ जाते हैं भाई। इंडिया टुडे
there's 15 other teams in the finals, but it's
चलो anyway fuck it, 2 more games to go, 2 more games to go,
that's the big one for me, but yeah
यार ज्यादा पॉइंट डिफरेंस नहीं, हम लोग कर सकते हैं, बस डिसेंट गेम से ही अपने को चैट, क्या बोलते हो?
You have to remember as well the grand finals of
कर सकते हैं बहुत प्यार से,
the last one we had obviously they got second last
प्यार से कर सकते हैं
directly, and yeah, now they're back to prove that they need the points, they need the PGC points to go to PGS, to go to Esports World Cup. No, they don't need it because they're the Esports World Cup defending champions. So if they get top 2 here, it's actually third place. And also depending on what happens in PGS, we might have more teams coming through. So, but still, PGC points is important. That's your way to PGS. That's your way to PGC at the end of the year. So that's obviously massive.
No, for sure. I will say as well, we can actually check in with Ascend from that game, of course, who had, again, pick a litter in terms of where they were kind of going, considering it was kind of a home turf circle for them, but they weren't able to convert as much. Let's check in on those comms here and see what was going on for Ascend.
The use is also driving.
It's almost difficult to win these awards because mostly in-game people do not see YT, they know your... Exactly, that's what I said. It was my... मेरा थोड़ा सा गलती हो गया कि मुझे लगा कि मैंने जीत सकता हूँ, थोड़ा ओवर एक्सपेक्ट कर लिया मैंने ओवर एक्सपेक्ट कर लिया थोड़ा सा। दैट बीइंग सेड ठीक है, कोई बात, थोड़ा मैंने ओवर एक्सपेक्ट, बट जीतना था मेरे को ये वाला, कोई बात, नेक्स्ट ईयर मेरे ओवर एक्सपेक्टेशन के साथ और थोड़ी सी ओवर मेहनत भी करूंगा जी, एंड विल होप फॉर द बेस्ट।
Nice try.
Gosh, imagine if Keter had come around that corner.
2 more. अभी क्या होगा? Irangle Miramar.
Do damage against Twisted Mind. That could have changed the complexion of those fights that were going down in those moments there, Avenger. But not to be the case here for Ascend.
एक और Irangle नहीं, Rondo बाकी है.
Yeah, they got some work to do. 641 damage.
Chat Rondo.
He did have some impact here, but yeah.
Rondo में इसमें recall कैसे होगा? Same वैसे.
That's what I'm really worried about. Again, somewhat of a
इसमें recall कैसे होगा Rondo में?
Ended in between Songam and in between school. But you have to lock down school. With this circle that you see here, they have the roof, they have the high ground. The amount of points they're able to get, especially here from both Seoul and everything, but they were just not out and close enough into the fight and the impact that they're able to have here. And also being engaged from multiple directions. VP coming in from that side with also Viz coming in from the other side, being backstabbed from Twisted Minds.
LOL में GG हो गया, नहीं हार रहे हम लोग अभी तक.
Work of them not getting a lot of points.
Bro ये तो normal ये तो farming phase है bro.
That was really the rough start for this.
Yeah, going up against Twisted Minds, it's going to be able to push on you after something like that.
Boom.
Chiliax
did, of course, connect there with Perfectix being able to shut it down. But if Lou was just a little bit further over and you get 2, suddenly things might have changed. But I mean, the nades finishing them off here, Blank as well. It's always tough for Ascend. You're basically running into the gods of PUBG in Twisted Minds.
Yeah, can I just say though, that Panzer kill that he gets is like the aftermath of an episode of Grey's Anatomy. Like straight into the gut is insane.
मैंने तो तेरा आईडी से किया था वो आपको बहुत शुक्रिया.
I think you're right.
मैं बस इतना बता सकता हूँ कि मैं रात को मेरे को नींद बहुत अच्छी आएगी क्योंकि मुझे लगता है मेरा नॉमिनेशन बहुत जेन्युइन था. आई डिजर्व्ड बीइंग नॉमिनेटेड इन एंटरटेनिंग. आई डिजर्व्ड बीइंग नॉमिनेटेड इन इमर्जिंग. I deserve to be in the Free Fire community. I have to do a lot for it, and next year I will do even more so that I am able to win easily. And I won't need anybody to post stories for me or any whatever. I think I will work harder, so it's okay. I felt bad. 2 दिन मेरे को खराब लगा. अब मैं ठीक हो गया हूँ. अब मैं इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा.
I think it's a horrendous showing from them.
No, I think so. I think so. Well,
it's horrendous showing
there, Blank, because we got 2 more games remaining, and those 2 games will determine who is moving through into that finals already. So we're going for a break. When we return, the penultimate game of day number 1 for PEC is on the other side of this.
Cha 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 cha.
Port desire. But everyone wants a piece.
Chat, be right back. मुत्तर मार के आ रहा हूँ और कुछ थोड़ा सा बाइटिंग्स लेके आ रहा हूँ. एक सेकंड. बाइटिंग्स चाहिए, भूख लग रही है.
The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way. Every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.
Where is my bhujia? Oh, here.
You reap.
2 more games to go.
2 guys on the smoke, yellow. Look yellow.
Running back towards nipple.
1 HP, knocked.
Run to the car. Let's shoot together.
Let's push, guys. Let's push. मस्त लगता है मेरे को ये लोग accent. मस्त accent. मस्त accent है ये लोग का.
I'm netting.
One rock. I'm holding rock.
I'm talking
rock headshot. I'm driving at rock.
Keep band, that's ya. Point band, that's ya.
Where is the lol में FSN Asia? अरे हाँ मैं भूल ही गया था, रुको देखा.
I'm stopping in front of me.
देखो ahead हो गए अभी लीग में.
Solo guy somewhere. It's solo guy in front of me in the smoke. I'm driving on him.
I mean, they're probably 2 man.
Knock.
Nice. I'm gonna be safe.
I'm gonna try to rest over.
Erasable, I may be erasable. No, he's pushing you guys.
Push it from north.
Bro, we need to get the yellow, guys.
Inside yellow. You can rest me. Care of yellow line. There's a guy in the open there.
Sorry.
2 up, 1 up.
Shot him low. You got knocked, they're dead.
2 minutes to go. What's up Patel भाई? पटेल भाई अच्छा चल रहा है. Not bad चल रहा है currently. I think हम लोग 4th या 5th पे बैठे हैं शायद.
We just haven't had regional play. We not.
इसमें ये छोड़ो but 4th या 5th पे बैठे हैं. Not bad चल रहा है.
One more.
You're everything I doing. Appreciate man. That's a.
Nix, just shoot outside.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Shoot there. Outside. He's outside. Nix. No.
I'm blue zoning it 4 times. Come.
He's on that wall.
I'm blue zoning everything. Chill.
Yeah, give me a second. Nice teammates on the fucking top.
One in between us, Chris.
Smoke me. Should be fine.
Seven ठीक है मतलब. Not bad ही है.
Nice. I'm driving.
Above me? Above जितना.
He's dropping already.
Thank you. जल्दी से और 1.5 मिनट ही है. हो जाएगा.
They knocked someone.
They knocked.
Ui.
Did you rest?
No.
The 2 guys. 2 guys, no? Did rest?
It's the EP, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go to yellow, but we need to be careful of down.
Knock on green if you guys can see that.
What do we do?
Gonna go yellow line, but we need to spread out and use smokes and so on.
इधर है कितने टीम क्वालीफाई हो कर
Dead. So that's close. Same place. Down right.
8 इधर से नहीं हुए तो कल टॉप 5 उसमें भी नहीं हुए तो कल टॉप 2
The user is also driving.
कितने दिन तक चलेगा 3
Headshot one there.
GP's good team is coach is my all time favorite player. His name is Ibiza. You might have heard it. कोई आइडिया नहीं, जीरो आइडिया
Revival.
भाव जीरो आइडिया, एकदम जीरो आइडिया, जीरो एकदम जीरो आइडिया है भाई, जीरो आइडिया पबजी के बारे में, माँ कसम, पीसी के बारे में, एक्चुअली मोबाइल के बारे में जीरो आइडिया.
You got flash, one guy. I'm gonna blow you here.
Sorry. Alu Bujja is better or happy the way things are going in S8UL at the moment. Just Malik is not doing fuck all thing and stop being overconfident this week. Important. They are not overconfident, bro. If anything, they are underconfident right now. They are not overconfident.
Good question.
You think they are losing because of overconfidence? No, they are not.
Most underrated player is I think Cristani from Yoga Bonito team.
Lukarux as well. Correct.
I don't know. I guess Quizzy.
Fairest?
नहीं अपना प्लेयर ला.
Societ. Is Nemesis.
देखा क्या?
Habibi. I would have to put two in here. I'd say Scav and I'd say Kedda in my team.
T-Bone.
Nice.
I'm gonna say Nodi from Yoga Bonito as well.
Oh, most overrated.
Oh my god, Goblin.
Maybe Jims.
I actually don't.
कोई ले लो Goblin का नाम. जो लेगा घर पे बैठेगा.
For now, just because he doesn't have enough experience.
Say Boostic.
I guess Quizzy.
Stratos from our team.
अच्छा है ना कोई लेता अगर गॉब्लिन का नाम तो एलिमिनेट होता, इसलिए बोला मैंने घर पे बैठा पागल.
Anyway, we have got 2 more games remaining and would you look at that, it is not the usual names you will be seeing taking those victories so far. One Rondo and one Erangel will now determine who's going to be
ये सारे रशियन क्यों लग रहे हैं? रशियन नहीं है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोग सारे.
Nemesis getting a win in second. Hive getting
60% कश्मीर के फिर थोड़े से नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाले भी है.
It's still Twisted
गोरे हो
Minds
लोग
Martin at number 1. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, look at the 8 placement points, but 25 kills, enough to be in 5th place on its own. Yeah, huge game from them. It's actually kind of crazy to see, but yeah, Viz on the other side, 8 kills only, but 14 placement points, leading the lobby here. Obviously with the win, the consistency that I've had so far, but yeah, it's looking good. But even for
भाई Spotify नई कुछ मूवी निकल रही है क्या?
You're not done with just 2 more games to go.
पर जो उदय हुआ.
Totally agree. With it being
भाई चैट स्पॉट बॉय भाई कुछ भी से मूवी निकल रहे शायद.
Everything to play for here.
क्या सीन?
Like Team Vitality, we saw pop off from them on international stage at PGS as well. So even a team like them in 16th place could easily make this happen.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the day, right?
क्या बोला इधर? क्या सीन?
भारत की संस्कृति
हाँ ये ठीक है, ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम तो इसका
और इतिहास को मिटाने की अनेक बार कोशिश की गई.
अच्छा ये सोल बॉय है, स्पॉट बॉय नहीं.
पर जो उदय हुआ
कोई और है.
वो कोई कहानी नहीं थी, वो एक सच था, एक सपना जो आज भी जीवित है. स्वराज.
चैट को दूसरा गेम नहीं देख रहा हूँ चैट. एक्चुअली हाँ दूसरा गेम है, दूसरा गेम है। नहीं दूसरा गेम किधर है पागल?
वीर बजरंगी का
ट्रेन किया था एक बार फिर से ट्रेन किया था अपने आप को पाएंगे पनीर तोड़ वो तो भूखे शेरों की तरह आगे बढ़ते आप देखिए अग्रेशन और पॉइंट तक देखने को मिलता हुआ रॉक निकाले गए वहां पे हालांकि गॉब्लिन को डाउन किया गया बट प्लेयर ए वहां पे कवर फायर देने के लिए सही टाइम पे जो ट्रेन है वो भी आए गॉब्लिन को काफी आसानी से रिवाइव मिल जाएगा और
मूवी आ रही है, मूवी आ रही है शायद,
थोड़ा जल्दी इसका
मूवी आ रही है शायद,
और आप देखिए
मूवी आ रही है शायद, कोई मूवी आ रही है, मूवी आ रही है चैट, सेम गेम है, रिलैक्स रिलैक्स रिलैक्स, सेम गेम है, सेम गेम है चैट, रिलैक्स 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 रिलैक्स, सेम गेम है चैट। वो शिट लीग में हम लोग एक्चुअली हार रहे हैं।
The problem is that I was thinking about it, and then I started thinking about the answers. It was like, well, the brain of Patulins, the shooting and hands of example. I don't know. I guess the legs of perfecting. Basically, twisted mind.
What part? Oh no!
All the really good fingers.
Oh no!
Those, as he's got himself 9 kills alongside on the opposite side of this.
Oh no!
So said, who is in Nemesis, who actually also got some of the most underrated
So said
from an old teammate.
Yeah, it's cool to see this comparison, but we also have to remember examples on 10 kills, guys. Mogor
wow.
on 9
Chalo,
kills.
W, JMD!
To see Nemesis out here, but
JMD! 2 more games!
Holy.
चैट डायरेक्ट फाइनल जाना है यार, 50 नहीं चाहिए लाइफ में प्लीज, डायरेक्ट फाइनल जाना है, लेट्स गो लेट्स गो
Blank will
let's go
this one.
And the eyes of So said.
Yes. No, stop that. Get away with you. It's time to Rondo. We are getting going here, Martin, for game number 4. It's getting a bit urgent now for those teams on day number 1 to be able to make it through into the final.
Yeah, it's time to show up for this time here. And with this circle start, or this play starting over here, I could see a Jadina ending circle. We had one of those in PGS, actually one of the first ones.
यूलिन का सर्कल बनेगा। जडीना क्या बोला मेरे को नहीं मालूम, किधर है?
Get into the far south or the far north. You're gonna have to grab cars or try to get out and get one of your all spots. Luckily, there's plenty of space to be taken here. Bushido Wildcats and S8UL though are dangerously close to each other, James.
अच्छा ड्रॉप ही यूलिन है क्या? तो नहीं आएगा जोन
पे। Maybe they'd be challenging for. Okay, Danching is going to be the challenge point. Let's see if they going to be able to do anything about it. Tommy's on board. Uzi's on board. Vectors.
My bird.
I don't know about this one just yet. So we're working with very limited loot here for this fight so far.
Yeah, Code Margo is winning it so far with an UMP and a pump action shotgun. Let's see if CCINX can close the fight onto him. Look at this. Oh, only a vest. No helmet on CCI. That's a little bit scary for this engagement so far, James.
Let's go, Patel bhai.
Shotgun.
7 पे अभी बस थोड़े से पॉइंट्स चाहिए यार.
Marco, all too eager to be able to have that.
थोड़े से पॉइंट्स चाहिए बे.
I think that when you look at how it works here, there's kind of that high ground, low ground dynamic that S8UL is more than happy to sit just on a little bit more of the high ground compared to
I think जीत गए हम लोग लीग तो जीत गए
Wildcats, but the
लीग तो जीत गए शायद जीत गए.
Has that roof that can actually overlook a little bit of it. There's just that building in the way slightly. You can see some shots coming in from him now, realizing that maybe something is open there.
W into the finals, baby. Let's go. W's.
Yeah, and again,
LOL जीत गए W's
on them here, but James, eventually, some team is gonna rock up and they're gonna third party
W's. चलो.
Or whatever remains
शांति से अब देखेंगे.
It's not really worth it.
PUBG
Best of 5 for
Mobile
PC,
sorry.
It's not really what I would be going for if I was in the team going for it at this point here. And S8UL actually 11 points. They're fine. Bushido 17 points. They're fine. They just need a decent game, and they're actually staying in the top 8 here. But this could be mutually assured destruction, and I don't really like seeing that in a best of 5 for sure. But let's see what comes out of this one here. Schiller and the boys coming off some performance. Yes, but now taking out the Wildcats. These guys know each other extremely well. If we see Turkey at a PNC, these guys are most likely going to be teammates. So yeah,
true.
Let's see how this can rock this up here. But once we're done with this fight, James, I'm going to have to ask you a question. Who do you think is the most underrated? I'm not going to ask overrated. That's underrated. We need to discuss once we have this hot done.
League of Legends. Patel bhai, League of Legends. Undefeated. India, undefeated.
Stalemate here. But the problem is, Avenger, with you asking me that question is I got asked that question that they might show on the video. So I don't want to say.
Okay. That's you might be wearing a shield, and that was a.
This is S8UL. We're doing watch party. One game we get qualified by two other games.
Never show it. Yeah,
actually,
yeah. Away with that.
आज के watch party में जब 2 game में हम लोग finals के लिए qualify किए, 2 अलग game. That is true.
Well,
that is true.
I'll be waiting a couple of weeks to see that.
That is true.
Announce that in week 4 finals.
भुजिया.
Sure. And then you miss it, and you're like, oh no, where is it?
Prediction. इसमें मेरे को लगता है हम लोग.
Anyway, we will see.
Oh no, there's no way he jumped into that. Oh my god, he actually hit him a little bit. Okay, you can tank that a little bit, and then he's not on fire anymore. Now half HP here for sure.
That was such a clown.
इसमें हम लोग के आएंगे 2 point. Last game में हम लोग qualify करेंगे.
Now he has to get a first hit from one of his teammates.
Last game में qualify करेंगे.
And Crossbow was like, "What's going on?"
Let's hope for hat-trick. I fucking hope so, yaar.
Like, you know what? It would be better if both of us, if all people involved, just stepped away and healed up after that.
I hope so.
Right, Joker Bonito. S8UL actually only heard one guy.
ये वो गया ना gun chat Beryl है नहीं मालूम है मेरे को
guy here. So
उनको लग रहा है कि मेरे को knowledge नहीं है.
It was a 2-man in the car. They could have pulled up if they wanted to, but they were driving.
Prediction में बोल रहा हूँ इसमें 0 point.
They thought we're gonna be early.
Last game में qualify करेंगे. इसमें 2 point देंगे max.
1 or 2 on one of this compound here, so we're just gonna take something different.
Last game qualification है.
Tenching hot drop though. It's a stale, and already look at how many sharks around in the water.
Yeah.
Looking to capitalize on this one.
And as you said, right, like when it comes to teams moving in around them, sometimes what you will want to do in those kinds of hot drop scenarios is take to the roofs and use that as a vantage point to be able to try and put on some pressure against your opponents in the same city. But you can't do that if teams are moving in around you, and then it makes it even slower.
Why S8UL not in League of Legends?
You're just like, well, I guess we're stuck in dancing now, and I guess we're not moving now because there's teams all around us. So if you're gonna end it, you needed to end it quick, and now it's just gonna stale out. And for all the other teams involved, right? I mean, Virtus Pro beating Hongshan as early as they were. Obviously that's going to be their drop. They've got themselves a nice central spot.
इसमें बसड़ नहीं है ना, इसमें इतनी बसड़ नहीं है.
A little bit wary. See, it's on a roof. Oh, I'm scared.
Yeah, that could be too scary.
Top 8 से finally or top 2 से I think.
Sure,
top 8
if
से.
S8UL's going to commit to that, I think they're just going to take where they are right in the circle. It's actually a very, very good spot for some late game here. Look at that. Hold on.
नहीं मारेगा ना मेरे को लगता है क्योंकि फिनिश तो नहीं कर पाएगा.
We need a
सिर्फ देख रहे थे.
Headshot upper body shot to get him down though, but can he stand still for just long enough? Or could they do a 3-2-1 together?
हाँ दो लोग नहीं मार रहे साथ में, ऐसा क्यों?
That's usually the play, right?
Yeah, exactly. Simon finds Corexi on the other side. VP maybe spreading out a little bit too much here, losing Corexi at this point here with the even before first circle closing. We want to see VP up.
How much time S8UL needs to become one of the franchise teams in LoL?
Not the best of starts for them.
Not anytime
go
soon.
down to try and get towards that drop, but it's not going to
Very
be
honest
the case
answer
here.
I'm giving
Looks
you.
like S8UL did
Valorant
decide
maybe.
to take those shots.
League not anytime soon.
And not going to be successful. It seems like there was a lineup. The fact that the Maddest shooting and Odin was the one that was lining up the shots prior means that definitely was that opportunity. As we're in the 9th anniversary of PUBG, a little while
Hat-trick
before,
qualification, I hope so.
Saying, you know what, thanks lads, thanks.
Hope so.
Promo code PUBG 9th. Let's go. That's not the promo code you're looking for, by the way. That's not code blue. That's not code green. You need to go to social media and take the code that you got from the broadcast here, and then compare that up with the other blue and green codes that you see here.
Yeah. Do we get code red later on?
Maybe.
Do we get code Marco later on?
Sit back, you can understand how
That's
tiring
code
it is
Marco
to
right
manage
now,
both
that's for
sides.
sure.
Thank you, demo god, for the 449.
I actually kind of hope that the circle ends close to them, so this
I
is
imagine it's going to be hard.
But
priority to your studies, please.
That's 4 damage, not enough. But
कुछ हुआ ही नहीं.
Kristalny, most underrated player here, if you ask Lucarooks. I wonder why.
Can you please explain the franchise system? No, not right now. Let's watch the match.
They live somewhat close
Maybe
to
some
each
other
other.
time.
Ah, yes. And then did he say Naughty was the most open?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, he's got mixed
some other
feelings
time.
about
बाद में बात
Benito.
करते हैं
and I'm not too surprised considering they're knocking their players right now. As they've already lost Corexi, of course, to Yoga Benito. As I think that
भैया देखो जोन में अपनी जगह तो अच्छी है.
I guess there was a world where Virtus Pro might have actually got that blue chip, considering that we're smokes down on Corexi. And then maybe eventually move away from that and try and go for that res. But they know that now, after this much time has elapsed, there's going to be a lot of teams still kind of sitting around them here for a circle like this. So maybe they're a bit more concerned about making any of those kinds of moves.
CS2 की lineup यार देखो the big three of the esports world
How
is
this though, James? After this
Dota,
big game here for them,
League,
22 points, little
CS:GO.
bit more, and it feels like they could be safe.
The big three.
Unless we see, you
Most
know,
expensive.
a Ascent game, a big Navi game,
Most
a big VP
expensive.
game, anyone out
As of now उसमें घुसने का कुछ sense नहीं बनता.
These guys just
क्योंकि it
need
is
to
big
focus on that,
investment,
need to continue
obviously big
fragging and getting that
reward also,
consistency
but
inside the placements
super
here,
big
but,
investment.
It's a difficult one here.
But hopefully
especially
I'm
Rondo.
pretty sure जिस rate से
Difficult game to do so here.
जिस speed से
Also,
बढ़ रही है
on
और
the other side, inside 7th place, I had
maybe
big
one day.
expectations to them,
Hopefully
but still,
one day, very soon.
we're not done yet, and I definitely think we're going to see them end up in the top 8 and go straight to the grand finals after day 1.
Yeah, I didn't know how to take this after watching them in the cups, because they got themselves a decent
Trackmania is also
standing
most
across
expensive.
3
No,
of the
it's
cups overall. They
मेरे को ना
kind of just
ये बात
squeaked
करना
into
मेरे
this
को बहुत
first
गुस्सा
day,
आता है
like
भाई.
the bottom 2 to be able to get into
पहले
this
पूछते
first
हैं
day
मेरे से, फिर मैं
of
कुछ
gameplay
आंसर
as
करता
a
हूँ,
whole.
फिर खुद का टिप्पणी ऐड
And I
करते हैं.
think
Trackmania is most
there's
expensive
definitely
लिखा है
some
बंदे ने.
potential there. Obviously, we individually
क्या
there's some
लिखते हैं
players
भाई?
that I'm not even
इसके
that
लिए बोलता हूँ
familiar
भाई, गेम
with
देखते हैं, चलो.
like on our usual
गेम देखते हैं, चलो
regionals,
let's
where
go.
obviously we know pain,
PUBG PC देखते हैं.
etc. But I was curious to see how they were going to stack up, and so far it's gone well. I think that compound previously did help them, of course. I think coming in from the edge on a circle like this late might go against them.
Wow यार क्या graphics है बे लेकिन.
See how they fare.
Whoa!
I remember there was a week 2 or 3 where they had a third
भाई देखो
place
edge
overall
खेल
that
के
garnered a
इतना
lot of
खराब
points, and
तो
yeah,
ये
for
zone
them,
नहीं
Ching,
है.
that's a great shift. We're gonna see
थोड़ा
the stalemate
मारना
going on
पड़ेगा
a little bit longer in Tenching, but
मारना पड़ेगा.
Navi taking more space, actually leaving a little bit
मारना
of
पड़ेगा.
Ling here. I'm actually a little bit surprised that they go up to the kind of northeast side of this one here, but
ये सब सवाल चैट प्लीज मेरे को ब्रेक में पूछो. अभी मत पूछो, अभी गेम देखते हैं. ये होगा क्या, वो होगा क्या, ये इसका इतना, उसका इतना, सब मेरे को ब्रेक में पूछो जब मैच खत्म हो जाएगा. अभी लोग यहाँ पे गेम देखने आए, गेम के बारे में बात करते हैं, ठीक है?
What's going on here, Slaven? You can't be double
एक ही बंदा मरा है ब्रो राउंड में अभी तक.
M24. I want to see more.
क्या सीन?
You have to call that to the guys and say, "Hey guys, I need a sight. I need a scope."
एक ही बंदा मरा है अभी तक.
Put it in the car.
One thing that's very easy for us to take away from that is the fact that they've prioritized trying to get to what was the previous center over an elongated looting period, right? Like, because there's no way you will be leaving without that. Like, unless you were looking for something else.
Yeah, exactly. And also,
that's the first
10 seconds of my comms. If I don't find something, I need a scope. I need a red dot.
Please,
please, give me something.
Electric rickshaw.
No, with S2G, they look like they're a little bit cornered here. They've disengaged quite a bit, James. Maybe because the circle is actually laying out as it is. Not Kodmako with a nade here. That could actually connect quite well. Ooh. Double nade going on to Schiller here. Half HP. More damage done here. Actually with a great impact. Oh my god. Almost got him down. Nade could get him down here, James.
Yeah, I think because he's going to be healing in that corner, so he's almost
BGM में भी है. IC तो नहीं दिखती. IC दिखती है.
He's gone through the door and gone for a little bit of cover, so... Good job from Schiller. I thought he was on that corner. I didn't actually see him go through the door, but that's good in the end. That was so down to the wire. That was very close, and a bit of an oversight of exposure there from S2G. Who, I mean, technically.
Chat chuttal of the day is here. Break में, लेकिन break में अभी नहीं. Ujjal Miyazi. Chuttal of the day. Stop और एक बोला. Break में अभी नहीं. Display picture बंद कर, change करना चाहिए था. मैं क्योंकि मैं break में दिखाऊंगा. चलो let's go.
Huge. To see how everything intertwined
that
so
zone
being in and crashing into that
बीच में पहुंच गए
fun,
direct.
but yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. Diogo Benito taking a lot of space on that western side. A 1-1-1 way split for them. Soul actually locking down a lot of space. 2-2 split for them in the middle. That's also huge.
मत करो ना, कुल ये फिर अच्छा नहीं लगता है. अपने प्लेयर भी अच्छा खेलते हैं. Adusi भाई. Adusi भाई. What a W rotation Adusi भाई. Let's go. ना अरे मत करो ये W ना cool W ये मत करो. Chat अपने players को भी मजाक में से starting में और ठीक था. अभी we need to show them their cheers है ना. अपने को उनके रोटेशन अडूसी भाई का रोटेशन है. W अडूसी भाई, what a beautiful rotation है ना. Please थोड़ा स्टार्टिंग में ठीक था, अब नहीं करते, अब नहीं बंद करते.
After dominating the cops here,
अब बंद करते.
Was it the gust of magic that's
missing?
Let's go baby,
W अडूसी.
After 3.5 games.
I mean, all I can really think back on is the compound fight on Tego.
भाई covers है क्या अपने पास उधर?
Okay, so they got caught on the west side.
अब मैं तुमको बताता हूँ जोन किधर जाएगा, ठीक है? अब अपन सेंटर में, अब जोन में किधर जाता है? इधर से इधर हम लोग, अभी हम लोग सेंटर में होके एज पे आएंगे, देखना. चैट क्या लगता है? तुम लोग को भी लग रहा है, सिर्फ मेरे को लग रहा है? सच बताओ, सच बताओ, सिर्फ तुम लोग को लग रहा है कि मेरे को भी लग रहा है?
Yeah, they're better team than that.
मेरे को भी लग रहा है कि तुम लोग को भी लग रहा है.
Yeah, and with this northern shift,
almost
it's going to be a rough one for them too.
Almost edge पे आ गए देख, almost edge पे है chat,
catching if you ask me.
almost edge पे. अब लौड़े लगेंगे हम लोग के. देखो कितने टीम आने वाले हैं अभी.
I hope not. Boostic's moving already.
ए भगवान यार.
Being picked up by Boostic, hopefully. I don't want to see a greedy 2-2.
देख नीचे से कितने टीम आ रहे हैं, लौड़े लग गए अभी हम लोग के.
Together with Spiro. If they get pulled up on, that's going to be difficult. Nemesis also looking good inside.
कैसे होल्ड करेंगे चैट? Impossible.
Up on that side.
एक रिकॉल हो गया देख.
On the southern side.
एक बंदा रिकॉल हुआ.
No, I completely
impossible
agree.
हम लोग ये होल्ड कर पाए.
Same time for Navi. I think for them they're like
impossible.
Yeah, the fairest compound that they're currently in, it's a really good compound, but obviously not for this circle, right? We've seen so many teams get so many points, as you were saying before, but you've got to abandon it eventually. The other one is just too strong for a circle like this, surely at this point in time, especially with how many teams are congregated south of you, and also how many teams are in Dancheng.
Oh damn!
Jeez
Louise. Yeah, kid, a great nade onto Fex. Actually gets him down.
But VP आएगी लगता है मेरे को. VP आएगी ना?
The Danish prodigy coming in, and now
VP आ सकती है लग रहा है.
Pull up from the rest of the guys. Now look at this TMO also with a big fight onto Viz here. For Viz, if they survive and get a few points from this, this could be huge. Killer Kinds finds Pixel with the knock and the flush on Fex too. Just to down.
अचानक चालू होता है भाई kill feed. अचानक चालू होता है kill feed इस game में.
Not going very well from construction workers at the moment, who's been caught between a rock and a hard place. Mythov doing quite a lot of damage. Also, Mortar's going to be raining in on this position as well now.
Oh my god.
I mean, both of these teams are just like, you know what, we can just chill for a
Ward
moment.
ने खुद को मार दिया.
Hasn't been completely finished as well.
God.
Oh.
Well, the amount of
भाई देखो kills,
explosive actions going on, or Ordnance going on, explosive action we already see on this map here. It's kind of insane. Hitman actually finds Stratos though. Now we're down to Artun and Habibi. Can they hold this off as we see more Mortar coming in? S8UL Flores as well. So set just absolutely slamming down onto this angle here.
भाई वो मोटर देखो भाई.
Oh, it's just, it never ends. It
क्या सीन? भाई ये क्यों नहीं लाते यार BGMI में chat?
The problem is for a lot of these teams that actually have taken this like trench.
मोटर क्यों नहीं लाते यार BGMI में? क्या मजा आएगा यार?
The distances from their compounds to this
यहाँ पे
trench
रोंडो पे नेट से कवर नहीं बनता.
To be able to kind of scramble for those points and take later on down the line. It never ends.
Oh, गई team.
Oh my god. Super
मोटर है use नहीं होता ना.
They needed this. This
अरे
puts them
है
into
मेरे
double
को
digits
मालूम
here,
है भाई. प्रो में कहाँ use होता है?
We're gonna see more ordnance coming in from the other side.
प्रो में use नहीं होता है मेरे को मालूम है यार.
Alongside with Soza.
Use क्या होता है?
Is about to pop here, James, and now surely now he's gonna converge on the 2-2
अब जोन ऊपर जाएगा देख रहा
Benito and S8UL now. I actually like that they jump this. Oh, the Mavasi though finds
अब दूर जाएगा
Simon nice. From this confirmation here. Circle goes southeast. We're gonna get outside Dancheng, and that's actually kind of huge.
I think you were right about the Navi movie. I mean, it has to happen
अब दूर जाएगा.
Same time here for Joga Benito.
हे भगवान मेरे को मालूम है शायद कॉम्पी में बैन दे मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ. कॉम्पी में नहीं होता यूज यहाँ पे हो रहा है तो मैं वही बोला कि BGMI में भी होना चाहिए कॉम्पी.
Who knows how much utility they even have to try and deny this from S8UL on the other side of things. Blue zone and picture as well. As all of these teams now crashing into these important locations.
Obviously.
Doozy with a mortar now.
हमारे पास भी है.
Against Ascend.
I would be hating
that.
I heard mortars and then I also got hit by mortars. Like everyone's using them. There's just mortars everywhere. They're pumping the blanks off the mortar. And obviously that's the car, not our co-caster. I'm talking about Paul Blank, yeah. The T-Bone is going to get in.
T-Bone में उतर रहे ऑस्ट्रेलिया.
3-man though. On this southwest side, S8UL's there. Nemesis is there. Virtus Pro has some feed inside the southern side of this circle.
इसको हवा में देख के कोई मार क्यों नहीं रहा
Navi still with the 2-2 split. How long are they going to get away with it? They're getting away with it, James.
I don't know. I mean, eventually, right, the circle's going to move. I think they're really cognizant of the fact that maybe we want to deny any potential backfills for holding it as long as they have done. And they do see Twisted Minds up on that north side. Whether or not they know it's exactly Twisted Minds, who knows? But they know that somebody's there.
Zone में entry का BT तो नहीं होना चाहिए ना.
As soon as they move as 4-man down into there, that could be a qualification game for them if they're able to make it work. They're only on 10 points right now.
Yeah, for sure. And this could be the game. I think they just want to lock down and hold the northeast of themselves, and then maybe from the angle that Boostic and Ferris has, is like the amount of information they're able to have to support the other guys is just too big to say no to. I'm not going to question decisions made by players like Boosted and Ferris for sure. They have some insight, some knowledge, some information that they're basing their information off, and they're just some of the best in the game, right?
For sure, and we saw that prevail at PGS2 to being able to take them a championship, and I know that there are other championships in their sights here. That said, though, Twisted Minds is now moving to be able to try and make a move on between the positions of Navi at the moment.
हो गया ना ये मैप के एवरेज निकल गया ये मैच का एवरेज निकल गया
BRDM cheeky boys
ये मैच का एवरेज निकल गया
regrouping though. I think they realize now, okay, Twisted Minds moved into our territory, we cannot be caught divided here.
It's such a strategic move, the way they move their cars around, how the pressure they put on them. I'm not sure how much information they have on in terms of what team and player that's in there. But
एक बंदा अपने पीछे है शायद, वो मेरे को लग रहा है बीटी देने वाले हैं. वो देख कैटर, अच्छा नहीं गया नॉक हुआ ना शायद प्लस.
They're gonna have to finish and wrap this fight off or get into the BDM and kind of make into the new move here. But let's see where this circle pops.
दो लोग बचे, दूसरा कहाँ है? अच्छा वो रहा बाहर है. एक अंदर है एक बाहर है. Sorry.
Chill up. They're finally doing some damage here against Vitality, who have moved in underneath them. Bear in mind that they came in on the east side of Danching. And the circle is going southeast as well. So all these teams in Danching now need to wrap up these fights and get going. Santa getting hit by the BRDM as Nixie gets out and shuts down more of No Slack. Unfortunately for No Slack here on the eastern side.
शॉटगन तो नहीं दिखी है. But इसमें मैंने नोटिस किया यार बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज फाइट्स हो ही नहीं रहे, है ना? चैट जोन आ गया नहीं भाई, कहाँ है यार जोन? लौड़े लग गए तो ये तो बहुत खराब.
Sit up and hide in a bush for a while to see if we can get some placement points here. No Slack. They are inside the top 8 and just a few more points. Feels like they're going to be safe, and now Virtus Pro, and that's how these side games, it could be a big game for them. Everyone is on the west side. Everyone is outside on the northwest side. There's going to be huge fights happening and so much shots coming, especially towards Bashir Wildcats. They're sending it. CMO is taking so much shots at them. Natas and Zir here is taking so much shots at them.
Bashir Wildcats' looting phase was kind of slowed down as well by the fact that they were embroiled in that hot drop for as long as they were. So they're probably not working with a whole lot, but they do clean up Scav. He's gone now. So being able to make this man dash on through shuts down No Slack completely and may be able to take a decent spot, but they have now moved into what I would consider Virtus Pro territory. And I don't know if you want to deal with the Apex Predator in his natural habitat.
I didn't know that tooling was polar bear sanctuary, but I guess it is. No, with Bushido Wildcats, this is actually a great spot for them, but they could be backfilled quite easily here from VP once they get this knockout. Once they look into maybe a peek into this crate, it could be huge, but look at that. Oh my god, shots coming in here. It's Twisted Minds. It's again the Versus Pro here. Can they take this deep Ferris fight? But Zulin's already, they're going to try to get some confirmation on him. Demon Steel it.
Him on the other side, double Panzer against S2G, but that's by the by here as Twisted Minds is getting absolutely battered by the position here for Virtus Pro. Moving underneath them, but I think Virtus Pro is only a matter of time before we move on in here and get a flush and get a finish off here. Same time though on the right hand side, oh, they do take a lot of damage there thanks to Perfectix being able to do huge damage with that nade as well as spray. They were unaware of the fact
that nice. Kills मिल गया अच्छा खासा,
दो-तीन kill मेरे और on this move.
But भाई मार चुकी
है. एक ही बंदा बचा. Looks like they're going to be last. Yeah, Hekator just finds these two open knocks here. And look at that though, the push on from Bushido Wildcats. They're a huge push from them actually aggressively towards which be super well executed by them.
GG's.
If we can get more from it, they know that they're over there. So you've got to shut them out. The problem is that BRDM that's still in play.
But once
again, he was running over literally everyone in the previous game. We don't want to be going down once again here as Melman with M249 and Panzerfaust in hand. Could we have any bigger guns?
No, it's impossible. It's easy to spot them because once you put any of them on the back, it's going to be 50 more pixels compared to the other guns here. Celtic, look at this angle. It's going to lock this down. It feels like, though, the play is kind of open for the BDM to make something on that northern side here. Maybe try to log out Navi, maybe try to get a space inside. They also have an insane amount of utility. 4 or 5 boxes to loot from Twisted Minds and their common players here.
किधर जा रहा है देखो जोन भाई? क्या सीन भाई?
If I was Navi and I saw a demo over there, I would be laying down the hammer and shooting all of it. Slaven though finds Society and Nemesis.
Yeah. Get rid of it somehow, some way. So you're going to be the ones that have to move into it eventually. Mika, see what they can do alongside the Mythov here once again. They're in a bit of a danger zone at the moment. Molly goes forwards here for X-Owl to try and be able to dodge exactly what they need to be soon. The problem for X-Owl is that there's multiple teams they need to walk to, and Hive is also doing damage to the Mythov, actually. So that means that might eventually help out X-Hive, but they're going to need to be stalwart. They're going to need to be strong in order to be able to move through this trench. And I'll tell you, some of these teams, the Schengen completely dismantles the Mythov.
2 nades coming into just to make sure there's nobody in that other smoke here, but surely they have the information that the Howl is in here. They are in this spot, in this angle, and with the amount of cover they have already, and it looks like a PUDM. I'm not sure
very
if
close.
Broken already from earlier. Look, finds
one more game,
though.
One more
That's
game.
an opening. Actually, great
All
disengage here from them. Crossberg.
One
oh my God!
more.
Look at find another one here. What a great play from him. Diffix finds Code Marco. It's falling apart completely for Bushido Wildcats, and Nemesis is backpulling this fight completely.
Yeah, considering that Bushido Wildcats technically had the center bear down on the center, completely, this is not ideal at all. But at the same time, you've got such strong teams also pushing in on this position. Navi's made a huge cross. They backfilled the position here of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro had to abandon that, and now Bushido Wildcats might be the first head on the chopping block here.
Three-way tie for no slack. Jogo Bonito on VP here. Killer Kai finds Jogo Bonito.
Navi निकालेगी point, but फिर भी हम लोग इतना पीछे नहीं है, but last game अच्छा जाना पड़ेगा.
Sure, Killer Kai might be going out here, but that's a
day one,
great step up for the next one. Dance and Hive having confirmed that their game, and X-Hal is out in 7th place here. 4 kills for them. 4 guys strong on the western side for their campaign throughout this remainder of today. Looks like a quite easy top 8 for them. The question is, can they lock down first place? Can they get the 16 points for the PGC points here for PEC?
After all is said and done here, Martin, we are getting some of the big dogs making a push for it towards the end of the day. Because Virtus Pro moving into the top positions, good for them. Na'Vi still outside of it, but they are still alive in a position where they can also do quite a lot of damage to these teams. I guess eventually one angle that they're wanting to be concerned about is all the way across the circle, right? The fact that eventually once Hive actually shows their head, Navi's already taking shots at them. You can see it here on this line of sight as well. They understand they can shut them down. They've got so much room to work with on this north side, and it's perfect shots to start things off.
Cannot deny the discipline and the confidence that we have on Navi here. Staying 4 guys alive, and now they're looking so strong into this next circle here. Millman actually gets the blow up onto Rux here. So, oh my God, damage done as well. Hive is falling apart a little bit, even though they had the BRDM, they had the cover, they had the smokes to work with, but the impact that Navi is having right now, and Nemesis actually also coming in for the third party, is working quite well for them.
I think that M249, if they have to peek on over or do something, okay, the BRDM's on fire anyway. I didn't even crack that. I was just looking at the map. So now, yeah, Hive's got almost nothing to work with.
BW
a hope and a dream and a smoke. What can we do here, Hive? But you have done enough. 36 points on the board. A banger of a nade coming in from Spiro. Does he get the follow-up? He would love to get those 2 confirms. Looks like Diffex is coming in to steal them.
That's one steal. Great play here from Nemesis, trying to make sure that they can lock down this first place right now. 37 points, 1 point ahead of Hive. If they can shut them down. Great push here from Millman. Nice. Oh my God, he's going to get another one. He's going to get away with it, James. Agatori, though, has something to say about it. He pushes him away from this. Agatori finds Dante. That's another steal coming to the way of Navi. Oh my God, tons of damage done from State. They all have M249. So what's going on?
Yeah, I guess they were ready for any BRDM encroachments. Because if they all started shooting at it with an M249 each, that would have been carnage. But at the same time, they're just shooting at everything.
Andy. Don't lose hope, baby.
Lucarux is very, and Corexi here, now very vulnerable as Virtus Pro, as he's still alive. But Lucarux with 5 kills on board as well here for Virtus Pro, who was able to rule a decent chunk off that east side, but the teams moving in behind him are going to have things to say about that, as Corexi now is completely down. Hold on, Lucarux to do something.
Look at that. He's got the info and his knock. Oh my God, he finds Sosa as well. Cannot believe it. Can he lock this range down as well? Oh my God, he does it too. Insane play here from Lucarux. Can he get 1 or 2 more points from this one? No, Millman has something to say about it. Her PGC 2022 winner with Navi locks that down. Nemesis in first place with 42 points. Agatori, though, has something to say about that one. And Navi is poised for the win, James.
Yeah, looking to try and make the run for it here, making sure that the PGS2 champions from 2026 is going to be able to jump into that top 8 and get directly into the final here for the first one. As another nade, it's perfect. It's Na'Vi getting themselves the win here, controlling and dominating Rondo. And it catches back Avenger to
10 पॉइंट तो
PGS2.
चाहिए 10 पॉइंट तो चाहिए लास्ट गेम में एटलीस्ट 10 पॉइंट्स मतलब सेफ साइड की बात कर रहे हैं
on this battleground.
Safe side.
To think back to it. I dream about it every night.
Safe side, Chet. Safe side.
That nade from Keta. Construction workers
I
completely locked down and shut out. Now, SNX
Safe
had
side.
a decent game here, but it's all Na'Vi. Look at that 2-2 split. We talked about it throughout the game, James, and them being able to play so smart, so patient, and then still coming into the late game and having such a huge impact. Stealing a little bit of kills here and there, losing some, but
29 cutoff
and the mini gameplay was
Let's
just on a
see,
different
buddy.
level here. And
Let's
also
see.
the ordnance and all the explosions we saw on this tip here was insane.
The way you describe it there, like a mini game and blank, that's what it kind of reminded me of. Like the idea of like, okay, let's set up this trench that you've got to run through, and people are going to shoot 50 mortars at you, whilst you try and get from one side of the trench to the other. And it wasn't easy blank there in that.
Yeah, it could have easily been like a separate mode that they had, honestly. It's just the walkway of death. Yeah, pretty rough. We've got to anticipate where these monsters are going, and you can't really do that anyway. So pretty tough for a lot of these teams. But I will say this game was sort of a masterclass in ordnance overall. I mean, you see there Spiro with that insane
31 cutoff.
There was some great stuff throughout the entire game. TMO going down.
दुख होएगा अगर आज नहीं हुए क्वालीफाई बट मेरे को लगता है हो जाएंगे
really, really cool stuff
हो जाएंगे चैट positivity is all we need to qualify.
It's all that matters. But again, it was just
positivity.
Insane nades been thrown across.
Positivity
you can really tell we're getting to
is
that
all
stage in the
we need
structure where we're
to
getting
qualify
crazy teams in
for
hitting
the
these nades
finals.
back to back. But last chance saloon here for Na'Vi.
Positivity.
Towards our next game. Can they keep themselves
That's
in?
all we need.
And will Soul
Positivity.
do the same? Because I think with that, I just about.
There is no enjoying the possession of anything valuable unless one
obviously only getting themselves 5 kills on the board.
With whom you share everything.
Put them down into what is, as you say, kind of. You were almost on the nail on the head. It's a tied like 9th place basically. It's just the most points that's been able to eke out.
Everything is for sharing except my chair and my setup यार माँ कसम मेरा सेटअप है ना मैं सच्ची बता रहा हूँ मेरा अगर चेयर है ना 1 सेंटीमीटर भी शिफ्ट होता है ना इधर से इधर मेरा दिमाग खराब हो जाता है ब्रो दिमाग खराब हो जाता है बाकी कुछ भी मेरा ले लो मेरे को इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता ऑनेस्टली मेरे को मैं इतना मटेरियलिस्टिक हूँ नहीं मतलब मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि अगर जैसे अभी मेरे पास एक 5 लाख रुपए का घड़ी है फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर वो टूट गया या वो घुमा दिया तो मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा क्योंकि मेरे दिमाग में वो मतलब मेरा माइंड थोड़ा सा ऐसा वक्त करती है कि वो पैसा 2-3 साल मेरे ऑलरेडी चला गया था तो वो अभी मतलब वो कैसे समझा मैं समझा नहीं पा रहा हूँ बट वो मैटर नहीं करता मतलब मेरे को इतना मैं हूँ नहीं मटेरियलिस्टिक बस मेरे सेटअप को कोई थोड़ा भी कुर्सी का पीछे आगे करता है या ऊपर नीचे करता है तो मेरा दिमाग का भोसड़ा होता है मेरा मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा एकदम वर्स्ट irritating चीज है मेरे लिए बाकी मेरे को इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता
open here guys with how close it is in our 9th and I think shared 7th or 6th place
चलो तो डे फक मैंने बंद कर दिया कोई बात नहीं यार छोड़ो जाने
1800 damage
that's a ridiculous ratio
1800 डैमेज है हाकाटोरी भाई का
of like Hakatori playing
क्या बात
है is he man of the match on Rondo because it must be
क्या बात है हाकाटोरी भाई
Hakatori on this battleground is just
oh my god
bonkers, but he's doing a lot of work for them so far and it's not even boosting that's in second place Spiro of course ever the veteran blank of course we know him from Northern Lights Virtus Pro basically the Twisted Minds
Trackman is expensive because of player availability and team presence in F1 also spend
what if this
yes but it is not more expensive than Dota CSGO and League of Legends bro it's not they are the big three Dota CS League of Legends is the big three of esports in the world
whenever he was getting that
most expensive
getting a kill off the back of it but overall
very few orgs
pot shots all over the place
very few orgs जो तीनों games में
what a player
check कर लो जाके बहुत कम orgs है और जो orgs है वो कौन से orgs है वो check करो
machine right it feels almost
it is the big three of esports it is super expensive right now not possible
I think overall
but maybe in a year or two
28 points. It's not entirely safe, but they're feeling
nothing
way
is
better than
impossible
they did at the start of the day. Let's put it that way.
Let's hope for the best.
Sure. I think currently it's a 10th, 9th,
and match, yes,
8th
let's
place
go.
tie, which is wild, and it's just off of those placement points. So this next game is going to be insanely cool to watch end out. And like you say, Martin, I think that it's a very interesting thing where, you know, we do say, you know, players can count, but it also changes the way you play too.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, it definitely does. Before we actually get to Martin's points, though, we've got to check in with Twisted Minds comms that we can't understand.
Now, can you explain the franchise? अरे यार मतलब IPL is a franchise league, no? तो उसमें समझाना क्या है? IPL is a franchise league. वैसे ही लीग का franchise league होता है. तो वो franchise league में वो लोग ही qualify कर पाते हैं. उसका open नहीं है. कोई भी जाके लीग का वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीत नहीं सकता. मोबाइल एजेंट्स में भी वैसा ही है. अभी नसीब से वो लोग ने 2 स्लॉट दे दिए. एक स्लॉट है शायद EWC को, कितना है पता नहीं मेरे को, 1 या 2 है शायद, या HOK में फ्रेंचाइजी होता है मेरे को पता नहीं. वैलो में होता है, जैसे G इज इन अ फ्रेंचाइजी लीग है ना, तो वैलो में कोई नॉन फ्रेंचाइजी वाले टीम्स क्वालिफाई करके नहीं जा सकते EWC खेलने के लिए. बस उसमें और कुछ नहीं है, नथिंग टू एक्सप्लेन, वही है. तो लीग में वी कैन नॉट गो देयर इवन दो वी हैव अ टीम, वी कैन नॉट क्वालिफाई ओनली, मतलब वहाँ का स्लॉट ही फ्रेंचाइजी लीग से डिसाइड होता है.
The Batulians required a spotter for his mortar play during all of this, as well as trying to deal with what was going on that ridge line when they were pushed up against Virtus Pro. I think when you look at their push up against Virtus Pro, it was interesting to see that VP had just completely forgotten really to check some of that little bit of a lift.
Spot मेरे को मालूम है सब, तो वही चीज है ना, मतलब the reason we are not in CS2 Dota 2 लीग राइट नाउ, तो लीग तो बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है लीग, बिकॉज इट इज अ फ्रेंचाइजी लीग. लीग के नंबर्स तुमको दिखते नहीं है, बट लीग इज द मोस्ट एक्सपेंसिव आउट ऑफ डोटा एंड CS2. मोस्ट एक्सपेंसिव मतलब इट उसमें ऐसा पैसा है कि तुम लोग ने कभी सपने में भी नहीं देखा होगा. बस वो लोग वो चीजें बाहर नहीं आती. तो दिक्कत ये कि वो ये तो 3 गेम्स इतने डोमिनेट है, लीग तो एकदम ही इम्पॉसिबल है फॉर नाउ, नेक्स्ट 2-3 ईयर्स एटलीस्ट. CS और डोटा का ऐसा सीन है कि बहुत पैसा खर्चा करने के बाद भी आपको ऐसी टीम मिलेगी जो मे बी टॉप 5 टॉप 8 नहीं है वर्ल्ड के. तो ऐसे गेम में घुसने का फायदा नहीं है जहां पे तुम खर्चा कर रहे हो इतना ज्यादा, एंड ऑल यू कैन होप इज मे बी गेटिंग द 9th बेस्ट, 10th बेस्ट, 11th बेस्ट टीम इन द वर्ल्ड. तो इट मेक्स नो सेंस, मतलब समझ रहे हो, नॉट अ लॉट ऑफ सेंस गेटिंग इनटू सच गेम्स. Which esports game have highest watching world? मेरे पास statistics नहीं है यार, मतलब यार ये गूगल वाले सवाल मेरे को मत पूछो यार. गूगल कर लो ये सवाल ना, ये सवाल तो तुम गूगल कर सकते हो.
And it's pretty undisputed the way he's playing at PGS, the way he's playing here, and the way even when this team has in theory leveled up their roster as a whole, there's still moments where he's carrying.
CS2 is not working right now. Team vitality is dominant. ऐसी बात नहीं है. It's not about which one team is dominating. It's about कि अगर हम CS2 में घुसते, can we at least make a mark? हम लोग को ऐसी भी टीम नहीं मिलेगी जो who can create a mark unless we are paying millions of dollars, right? तो मतलब it's not कि ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी अगर 10 साल समझो वाइटलिटी जीत गई तो क्या हम लोग CS में घुसेंगे ही नहीं? नहीं घुसेंगे, बट ऐसी कोई टीम भी तो मिलनी चाहिए जो इतना खर्चा करने के बाद कुछ तो हमें फायदा दे, नॉट इन टर्म्स ऑफ मॉनेटरी बेनिफिट्स बट इन अदर बेनिफिट्स आल्सो. वैसा impossible है ही नहीं कोई.
Which was just insane. But of course, we compare 2 other big damage dealers in this lobby right now. Lookarux, who, I mean, there was some people, you know, looking at him as like one of the more underrated players because he's
Entity was in Dota 2. Entity was in a local Dota 2. उसके बाद वो लोग इंटरनेशनल में भी घुसे और उसमें भी कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा थे. They were already established. So they were only in Dota 2. They were not in anything else. But they also left. एनली प्लान से प्लेइंग विंडोज. यार मैं खेला अकेला ब्रो, ये सब गेम्स कितना बंदा अकेला खेलेगा मेरे को बताओ. ये बंदा कितना अकेला खेलेगा, कोई आता ही नहीं ब्रो खेलने को. अकेला कितना टाइम खेलूंगा मैं.
Straight into it then, Mr. Avenger.
Yes, baby.
चलो towards an offensive. Let's see how this one goes. We are running out over on our angle as per usual. back to a little bit of normality, which again is nice.
Last game
does feel like a bit more of a
at this
consistent
points to
map
go
for teams, just because
let's go.
Has
entity completely shut
but
down.
this
Yes,
is the perfect place to try and make up for those points, or just get the exact amount of points you might need to stay in contention.
You know what? I'm just thinking of this and saying, okay, I just want to avoid the top teams if I'm in the chase, and then focus on the guys that I'm directly competing with, right? Because these guys know where everyone's dropping. These guys know exactly what's going on here, and a direct contest we're not going to see, but it's a little bit scary if you're close to that cutoff. Even if you're in 24, 26 points here, I'm not worried for Na'Vi. They're going to get their 1, 2, 3 points. They're going to get into 30+ points. That's going to be enough. I think there's realistically 3 places to be fought for here from 6, 7, and 8. And we get a crazy circle after that plane path blank. Holy.
Yeah, it's a lot of water in that one. And very undecided as well, because that undecided part of the map where it's always rough. I mean, this heads down towards that south side. It's a little bit
Why not
easier,
blue
but still
games?
you're playing towards those fields. But if it does head up towards that north side, you have these weird decisions to make, and you never really want to have those 50-50s.
Group games pull off करना बहुत difficult है.
Could mean the difference between
without mortal
or
Thakbai
so we'll
taking lead of it.
What does happen with phase 2 for the meantime?
Most weeks
most teams are on the move. VP.
जब बात चलती है 20 लोग इन होते हैं
जैसे
जैसे गेम पास आता है पहले मैं तो नहीं होता ग्रुप में मैं नोटिस करता हूँ 6-7 लोग बेचते हैं हर वीक अभी तो बहुत टाइम से नहीं प्लान हुआ है नॉर्मली ये होता है तो अनलेस इट इज मॉर्टल और थकबाई लीडिंग इट
easy peasy for them here.
और फिर 1-2 बार मतलब 1-2 बार काफी बार ऐसा भी कि मॉर्टल फिर अच्छा नहीं लगता उसको कि यार ग्रुप गेम अनाउंस कर दिया और बचे 5 लोग हैं.
They're looking for maybe a repeat here. They could try to lock this down. They're like Nemesis.
Opposite zone कोई बात नहीं अभी तो kills तो मारने पड़ेंगे थोड़े से.
We're going to lock it down. No slack though on the South George. They could be encroached on from team by team.
कोई बात नहीं यार कोई बात नहीं.
And as you see the general
यार opposite zone का फायदा ये है कि kills तो मिल सकते हैं. ऐसा तो नहीं है ना कि लास्ट तक जोन में बैठे और फिर एकदम से जोन गया फिर तो कुछ नहीं होता.
You see the rest of the Finnish guys.
ठीक है चलेगा चलेगा.
My conclusion here is blank that
still in touch with Chris Jota every day.
Is very expensive.
Almost
so
every day.
Turning on your PCs, and there's not going to be enough money for the lights turned on in the background.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to take something away to gain something. In this case, it's more PC power. One doesn't even have a camera on. That's fine. One's horizontal on the vertical, which is sort of unusual. I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it.
League of Legends का announcement नहीं हुआ और watch party भी नहीं.
The wall with some duct tape.
कौन सा announcement? हम league में है.
Some have standing desks.
Watch party दो नहीं कर
सकता
ना एक time
पे. You know, gaffer taped, duct taped their desk on the wall and is sitting sideways. That's fine as well. Over here to construction workers, a underwhelming day for them so far. You could say with the 8 points
मतलब personally मेरे को allowed नहीं.
I'm not too worried about them. We have
rules
2 more days
में allowed रहेगा
शायद.
Personally,
2 more chances for them to
personal
get
life
into
के हिसाब से मेरे को allowed नहीं. Personal life के rules.
It's top 5 tomorrow.
मेरे life के भी rules and regulations है ना. Terms and conditions.
On Sunday,
उसमें
the
allowed
last
नहीं.
chance to try to get into that grand final that we're going to be happening already next weekend.
Yeah, I do think that you're right. I mean, construction workers are struggling, and again, it always hurts to lose Gustav for them. I think he was. We said it earlier today, but he's really good inspiration in terms of leadership for the squad. Has that experience to go by, and now you're in that
moment where you need
that kind of veteranship more than ever. But
how many games are y'all targeting in EWC qualified?
We've had a lot of experience over multiple tournaments in the past.
I mean, we are targeting all.
Rough, like having that switch up happen.
We are hopefully targeting every game that we are in.
They have been practicing.
How can we not target every game, bro?
It's definitely possible.
अगर हमारे कितने रोस्टर जितने भी होंगे 12-13 जो भी रोस्टर होंगे we are targeting for 13 qualifications.
But जितने भी है मतलब surprise to me, we've seen great things from them. 4 points is not on form to what we know that this team is capable of. Just alone Levante, I think he got 3 of the 4 kills. Like that's just next level for them here. But difficult circle. There's some water on play here, both the river and also the harbor power.
अरे अभी डरना पड़ता है क्योंकि अभी घर पे है ना उसके मम्मी डैडी के पास है ना मैं इधर आने दो ना फिर मजा कर रहा है
try to get up and there's Suji already doing it, getting onto Everest here, locking down some of the sides.
लाइव अच्छी जाएगी अगर मेरे को ये लाइव अच्छी जाए तो
able to gather up here is just next level blank.
Yeah, playing around Castle as well, and you've got that compound down towards the south side. The all really strong positions. It's an aggressive hold coming through from S2G. But it is a really successful one if it does play down towards that south side. I didn't really want to bring up Vitality.
थोड़ा सा kills मिल जाए starting में.
I'm glad you did.
यार but इसमें ना वो domination वाला scene नहीं है ना BGMI जैसा चैट. 20 kill, 15 kill, 18 kill वाले देखने नहीं मिला है अभी तक, है ना? फिर भाई इसमें पॉइंट्स कम क्यों सब? अरे भाई मत स्पैम करो भाई, आप भी देखो ना इवेंट, रिवाइंड होता है मेरे चैनल पे, मुझे क्या मालूम कम क्यों है? ये देखो आप भी।
But yeah, maybe they saw a car there and engaged it. I don't have the information. Maybe they do.
TMO
though now finds stay at here. Nemesis losing a player when they're in first place. They might not get first place from it, but if they can hold on to it, would be great. The 16 points is massive. Could be a difference maker once you
तुरंत सोऊंगा भी ये मैच के बाद, ठीक है? सबसे पहले तुरंत सोऊंगा, तुरंत। और कल उठूंगा मोस्ट 99%, 98% 80% उड़ जाऊंगा, 80%, 80
with Soul, with this, and you know 5 more, 6 more, 7 more points. The cutoff is likely going to be high 20s, early 30s here.
15-20 मिनट बाबू सोना करना पड़ेगा फोन पे, पूरा दिन बात नहीं हुई है। 15-20 मिनट का बाबू सोना, 15-20 मिनट का डिनर, एक्चुअली डिनर और बाबू सोना एक साथ भी कर सकता हूँ। अराउंड 30 मिनट्स फिर सो जाऊंगा, सो जाऊंगा टाइम पे। एंड पकड़ लो 70% तो होगी कल, 70% होगी।
To just hold out this team, and that means that if Seoul rocks up behind them and they can steal a couple of points away and then start moving off towards the western side, this is a fine play for Na'Vi to hold out construction workers. It is still a 3v4 though, so they do have to be a little bit cautious on this area. But did want to go back to Bushido Wildcats real quick, because they have felt like Wildcats, a lot of power has been going on, and then there's explosive moments of where they pounce out.
Apex का वो ये है क्या अपने पास वैसे?
But other than that, it's been a little bit quiet. And I think that we haven't really seen those big endgame performances from them yet. Despite that, they're still in a position to qualify. But it is that late game I worry about, Avenger.
Yeah, there's not enough mangle, there's not enough lacerate from them just yet. I need to see more from them, to be honest. That's my big one here. The consistency has been there, but 24 points is the middling one. It's not to be certain to go into the top 8 here. And obviously a 3-way tie here is but still, the energy spot here, being close to ruins, locking that down, and but my worry is that it's extremely close to water. If the circle goes that way and they have a hot shift away from water once we get into phase 4 in terms of land ratio, that's going to be rough for them. I want to see them take more space, but maybe they're just ready on the pounce, the stealth mode, and trying to get ready to get into areas, because approaching it from that eastern side is actually the best way. Even though with the S2G's 2-2 split here, it could be different from them here. Nemesis though holding down the garage buildings on the other side here. Oh, look at that. Grosa and a full 3 set, probably easy for S8UL. Let's see if they're able to get that early on.
Yeah, that's probably going to assist them in some of the Hail Marys that they do like to go for. Would be a lovely close quarters tool, especially on top of Everest, man. If you get a Groza on top of Everest,
फिर लेट रोटेशन अजीत पवार भाई, देखो मैं आपको एक बताता हूँ, आई नो आप 2023 के वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हो 3 टाइम PUBG PC के, बट अभी मेटा चेंज हुआ है ना, ये लोग अपने रीजन के चैंपियंस है, तो मेरे हिसाब से 2025-26 का जो मेटा है उसमें अजीत पवार फ्रॉम सीड बाय चैट से ज्यादा शायद अडूजी को पता रहेगा थोड़ा सा। मतलब 2023 का जो मुलुंड चैंपियनशिप आपने जीता था उसमें, और अभी इसमें मेटा थोड़ा अलग है, थोड़ा शिफ्ट हो गया है मेटा अभी, है ना? व्हाट्सएप सीट भाई कर तो से व्हाट्सएप, अच्छा व्हाट्सएप बोले, व्हाट्सएप थोड़ा मेटा चेंज हो गया अभी पवार भाई, है ना? प्लीज थोड़ी शर्म करो प्लीज अपनी आदतों को 2-3 दिन साइड में रखो। ये लोग अपने रीजन के चैंपियन हैं, 3-4 लाख डॉलर हर बंदे की अर्निंग है, प्लीज इस पे अपनी टिप्पणियां ना डालें, प्लीज डोंट हेट मी, मेरे पे गुस्सा मत नहीं बोलने के लिए, बट प्लीज मत अपने टिप्पणियां इधर ऐड मत करना प्लीज, बहुत एम्बैरेसिंग लगेगा तुम्हारे लिए, एम्बैरेसिंग। बहुत बड़ी टीम है ये, बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर्स को उठाए हम लोग, है ना? तो प्लीज
actually take Nemesis as their first place here if they get a great game.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Nemesis is quite happy about that happening. With Hive going down to 3. The scary thing is that Twisted Mind's still in the game, and they could easily leapfrog both Hive and Team Nemesis in this game. Perfectus already starting things out strong. Over towards S2G, in fact, from City and X. It's surprising they're able to pick up that one in the midst of all this. I think that's as they're trying to go for a little bit of a regroup over towards Everest. That's an unfortunate pickup for S2G when they were in such an insane spot.
Yeah, I would like to see them play all 4 on the same spot here. Survivability is insanely important here, especially being 4 guys strong. Because like, if you go up against a team that's 4 guys, you're going to lose really free. Utility might get you some way, but a 3-man versus 4-man almost always loses despite of position and utility. Now look at that.
टूल गलत है.
In the water. Twisted Mind
ये टूल इधर यूज नहीं होती. ये गलत है.
Navi on the south side. Oh, look at this drive-by from Nix. He gets Dante down. Another point going the way of VP, and that's enough to secure them.
I think for Hive, that's just rough, right? That's your first place kind of taken away from you now. Going down to 2 players, not really possible. I love that X-Howl were able to get that E pickup, but you're right. With the fact that they were fighting as well, they saw all the traces. They 100% knew it was free to take.
4v4 फाइट है लग रहा है. कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्क नहीं है फाइट. निकल ही गया डायरेक्ट.
Regroup over towards the compound.
डायरेक्ट निकल
गए. They know they can't play Everest anymore because they need the beacon. Getting their 4th player up kind of means a little bit more to them right now. And it is crazy, you said earlier, 3 third places today. You're still on 14 points, kind of going for that pacifist run.
Huh?
Yeah. Not a lot of kills coming their way. Solstice finds Simon here. Celtic going down as well to example. Lou goes down to Schiller. Huge fights going on, multiple sides here. Oh my god, Schiller finds Perfectix with the drive-by. Finds Lou too. That's crazy for S2G here. Really well played by them. And yeah, might be not enough points to come their way, but if they get a big game, even if it's a 3-man here, it could be massive. And also,
मर गए मैनेजर ने पोस्ट कर दिया.
Could they get all 3 up, all 4 up again would be massive for them, obviously. Habibi though and Viz currently 8th place, tied, but they have the placement points advantage here because of the win they had. But they need more points. They need more kills here, Blanca. That's the big one for them.
Viz over the BRDM though, it's a lot of survivability all the way through towards that late game. That's nice to have. And even if you do get a high placing, go with placement points, might have it. Vex is in. The tries go for drive over towards BB, but he's looking good so far. Luckily,
सब चीज सिखाएंगे.
His way here takes down BB.
नहीं हुआ क्यों तुम क्या बना रहे हो?
But the shots are coming through clean and fast.
1-0.
If I am Soul right now, I'm sending it to this position here. Up and down compound is crazy spot right now. Next circle does go away. It's going towards the water. That's an insane shift. And now Nixie, can he find one? He finds Bart. That's huge. That construction worker out. And they're sent straight into day 2 of playoffs. They're not in the top 8. But VP with 6 kills they're locking down 2nd place right now. But can they take it further? Can they survive for longer? And can they get a few more points? That would be massive. So though, look at that. Driving straight past S2G here, trying to get deep into this one. They need the points. They're not inside the top 8 currently.
It's a dangerous push, but one they know they have to go for. That's tough, though. I mean, going out versus a Sonoff, it feels bad. But Pixley, I would say definitely pulled his weight in that fight, which is just all control. This is the one-on-one fight that matters most right now because Bushido Wildcats, they're right on the cusp. Soul does take them down. There will be one player lying on the floor for Soul. It is Molodox. See if a doozy can be able to do this alongside the rest of his teammates. Nades have been sent their way. It's looking fairly good, but the bounce is not quite there. Over towards Bushido Wildcats. And it goes through, and it's perfect.
Phil first straight onto Crossbreak. And it's a direct competitor taken out as well here, Blank. Taking down Bushido Wildcats. The team that they were tied with. Now Soul being able to get the points here. That is massive. Locking down a center position. And I'll say this already. Next circle shift is likely to come their way. Looks like it's going to go west or something like that though. Nixie. It's rough. They're trying to get trying to get side here, and Hive was just locking down God.
Please, a second. Please shut the fuck up, please. I mean, not you, chat.
And available for them. Correx is going to be left alone here, but they're inside the top 8. That's fine, but they could have gotten more PGC points if they survive for a bit longer. Navi, though, now to take on to this, the southeast side.
move it over towards
पहले मैच से बता रहा हूँ मैं, तुम लोगों को क्यों भरोसा नहीं हो रहा है भाई? मुलुंड का है, मोगरे देशपांडे, मोगिया बोलते हैं हम लोग उसको प्यार से, मोगिया।
They're just like, we're going to dip out. We can wrap around ruins. This is no problem for us.
मराठी रत्नागिरी में हेल्फांसो मैंगोस का उसका बिजनेस है।
To get ahead of the picture.
झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ
though, the fact that they're the ones holding out.
लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को, नहीं करेगा तो भी चलेगा, 11,000 के ऊपर चलेगा। Intense shit.
Viz is on 24
Intense shit.
Soul on 27. They don't want them to catch
What's up, Rashad?
That's exactly right. And Navi also, it's actually 2 points just between these three teams. And they're all on the southeast side here playing. It's kind of crazy for this game here. This, though, they're just going to wait for this next circle to see where we end up here. Soset finds Quizzy. Vitality in more shamble. That's really rough for them to end like this here. But then playoff day 2 tomorrow, they can have a great
I think Kasha bhi root kar rahe S8UL finals pe rahe, obviously.
Falling apart just a little bit. If Twisted Minds, Navi, or any of these teams that actually have more players alive have a big game, they could take first place away quite easily. Sosik goes down too. Millman, last player alive on Nemesis, but they had a great day so far.
Yeah, Team Nemesis is absolutely fine. Swings himself through the window and
oh my god,
the knock off the back of it.
Oh my god.
Me. Some acrobatics into some perfect placement on the crosshair and then straight back through again.
That's scary. Me. How did he survive that? It's beyond me. Just the Minds here, 2 men alive. I don't really see them getting a few more points here, but look at that 3-way tie on second place. 37% for Twisted Minds VP and high. It really comes down to how much more can they lock down this here. So looking to lock down this position from Navi here. Can they deny them? This push here would be massive. Correctly finds Mogor. That's also VP.
लेकिन फिर भी जोन हम लोग से दूर जाएगा चैट। कितनी की बेट लगाते हो?
Big fight happening here.
फिर भी जोन हम लोग से दूर जाएगा देखना। Aichi can't hive.
I mean, they're moving through S2G on their sidelines. Do lose Schiller, but easily resable, I'd imagine, from this position. The Hive is currently just flying around. It looked like it was okay for a while
stop this shit. Stop saying Nakul and all those things. It's not funny anymore. Please, अपने players के नाम में उनके नाम बोलेंगे हम लोग chat.
Swimming in the waters for a little bit.
TMO though, 19 points, 7 points from 8th place here with their position currently and all 4 live. And the utility of 48 teams and all the cars available to them. That could be actually a potential game to jump over either Noslack, Soul, Jogo Benito, any of the teams that's close to the cutoff here. Top 4 is done. The question is who takes second place, but I would say right now, if Navi falls out early, even Jogo Benito, Soul here, I could see Viz and TMO jump up into a great spot here. So let's see who survives the longest. Is it going to be Navi and Soul with their position? It feels like the winner of Soul or Navi actually is the team that survives inside the top 8, obviously.
I mean, it's a cool game so far. I mean, there's a lot of action happening, a lot of important action.
इधर कैमरा जा रहा था। माँ कसम मेरे को लगा कोई तो बड़ा मिसाइल छोड़ा है किसी ने। माँ कसम मैं पूछने वाला था भाई कि ये कौन सा वेपन जा रहा है बेंचर ऐसे जा रहा था वो। माँ कसम यार कैमरा था बे वो। आई सौली मेरे को इतनी शर्म आ रही थी ना पूछने के लिए। मैं सोचा 5वां गेम हो गया, मेरे को अभी तक ये वेपन नहीं दिखा। ये कौन सा मिसाइल जा रहा है इससे सोच रहा हूँ मैं दिमाग में भाई। माँ कसम रे फिर एकदम से हिट हुआ मेरे को। फक कैमरा है ये। देख जोन अभी देखा वापस ऊपर जाएगा। देख किधर से।
Unfortunate. I'll blow your mind here. Are you ready?
Why are they calling them so? Bro, stop being offended by everything yaar. Just watch the game.
Before this game started. TMO has 0 placement points. Navi has 15. Sheila finds Twisted Minds out in
Zone TikTok hai.
You blew my mind and you blew Twisted Minds' mind too.
It's an explosive day so far, I can tell you that.
Oh, Christ alive. I mean, yeah, I think for TMO, it's been a rough day.
पहाड़ी रोनिक ये सब लोग को EWC में slot मिलेगा। Yes, S8UL के
the play them for though here is
fans program के में चलेंगे।
They need to take cars. They need to get kind of a foot inside the door of the next circle here and take on Ascend. I don't know how much information they have from where they are, but they're full 4-man strong. And Ascend is in a really broad, I think, involuntary split here with Kilyakai being on the southern side and Keter and Itzchris being inside the middle. Kilyakai here is on a mission. He's coming from Narnia, basically, through a door somewhere in a jungle, in a forest, and now trying to get over to the other guys. It's going to be an impossible task. He's going to have to move through S8UL. And I think if TMO finds a perfect timing here on the S8UL and Ascent fight, that could be massive for them here. But yeah, no slack. Inside the Harry Potter tower is also a little bit dangerous. Because they're going to have to make them way in, and they're going to have to fight Jogo Bonito for it, which is the team that they're directly fighting for here. TMO, as I said, trying to find Ascent, though. Can they find something? Oh, my God.
Navi!
Finds it, Chris.
Bhagwan, please.
Yeah, just...
भगवान कल 3-3 वॉच पार्टी नहीं हो पाएगी मेरे से प्लीज सुबह एपेक्स दोपहर को मोबा फिर सो जाऊंगा प्लीज भगवान प्लीज डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स प्लीज प्लीज शादी की तैयारी करनी है 3-3 वॉच पार्टी नहीं हो पाएगी प्लीज
with S8UL's position. But this backstab could be insane, actually, as things do progress through. S2G really haven't had to move at all. They have inched barely outside of their starting position on this game.
ये जोन तो जाएगा
अपने से given that opportunity to get their player
हाउल पे जाएगा हाउल पे जाएगा
He-Man, he's going to try and leave.
Impossible.
It's going to be awkward though, and for TMO those chances are dashed in a moment.
Yep, back to the lobby and back to playoff day 2 tomorrow, guys. A full four-man pull-up would have maybe worked. There were only 2 guys there, but yeah, the third party from S8UL would have been impactful. But the information that guys getting here is absolutely next level here. As Sen might actually have a blinder of a game. If he can get 1 or 2 kills here, would be insane, Blank.
Oh, he sees 1 at least. He's waiting for the second.
He's got 2. Oh my God! If they're close together. Oh my God!
Oh shit! परसों है ना हाटी.
Gotta strike soon though. Damage is happening onto his Chris.
Right?
Yeah, damage is happening on his Chris. He's gotta strike soon, otherwise he might lose teammates to this.
Pulls out the nade. 1 nade onto 1 and then
swap,
take down the other. Yeah, that's what he wants to go for.
Oh my God!
Come on!
Oh my God! क्यों इतना?
Oh, he's winning the trade. Stun grenade coming out. He has cover on the vehicle.
Ascent के नीचे है ना अच्छा खेला अच्छा बढ़िया खेला. हाउल वाले किधर है वो लोग भी नीचे. Fuck!
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
अच्छा खेला Ascent वाला अच्छा खेला
He had an opportunity, but the time to strike and the window of opportunity closed quite quickly on him. Correction though.
Navi मर जा भगवान.
S2G please Navi मर. But then 249. He just mows down the entirety. Oh my God.
क्या गई VP गई?
ठीक है VP second पे. Meanwhile, but Baron gone down to correction 2, falling completely apart for S2G here though. The pull up from this. Look at this though. This, they might be able to make it.
Yeah, I mean, they're still chasing, and Navi's down to
barely
1 HP. 1.1 of the player. But this is chasing still. So for S8UL, although they might stay in with the points they're getting at 31, the players, for Jogo Bonito, as well as No Slack, it's looking worrying.
Yeah, but if S8UL gets out and gets Jogo Bonito out, it's about this here. Oh, it's kind of crazy. I think S8UL is in though. I'm not too worried about them. Their position is good. Slack also 4-man strong, holding down the northern side here and actually gets quite a lot of impact from this angle. It's uphill. They've got cover. They've got things to work with here. Comes down to if this can survive for long enough, longer than Jogo Bonito, and maybe get a kill here. That could be the impact. Stratos is just sitting alone in the BRDM inside the center. Habibi bleeding out here. He needs to survive. He needs to get points. Ferraris finds it's Chris here. Is S8UL making a run for it? They could win the game with a few kills.
Yeah, they need a few kills off the back of this, but as 4 players coming off the back of Everest, having the full wipe over towards Ascend as well, grabbing all the loot, all of the gear, it's a nice reset for them overall. Pretty low on that P90, but this is okay. They can still work with it. They can switch out the weapons. But S2G making a swipe round here, Avenger. They're behind them. S8UL has a look behind them. The second time they've been backstabbed. It's so rough, but immediately there are shots going their way. But that's not before Odemavasi does fall.
S2G also needs to get kills and a win here to make their way into the top 8 here. A lot of teams actually has a chance to do it. Oh my God. Flores taking blue zone damage eventually here. Surely they're gonna get some.
International चलता है, इंडिया में नहीं चलता, सब जगह चलता है bro.
For much longer
BJS के तुम लोग वो games भूल गए हो जहाँ पे split लेके हम लोग जीते. बस split अपने को अच्छा नहीं लगता जब वो मर जाते हैं. बाकी अगर अच्छे से split लिया तो वो अच्छी strategy होती है. Zone का बहुत control मिलता है. The only reason मैं भी मजाक में बोल देता हूँ इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि इंडिया में of course चलता है. बस split से अपने को दिक्कत बहन चोद. 2 किल आ गए और 2 किल आ गए और W अपने को स्प्लिट से हमेशा दिक्कत तभी होती है जब स्प्लिट में हक देते हैं. स्प्लिट लेके जब गेम जीतते हैं तभी कोई उसके बारे में बात नहीं करता.
It's looking likely if Kera gets
found here, that is
jumping above Joker Benito. I think Navi is safe unless we see
S8UL
something crazy from
split
S8UL or Howl here. I don't think that's happening though. They're going straight up against each other. It looks like mutual destruction with a third party from Noslack. From my point of view, with the amount of spots that Noslack has on this spot here, but Kera, man, he could have an impact. He could strike and hit a booby trap on one of these guys here. Flourish goes down, Scaff goes down, so it's actually X-Howl finding a lot of impact here onto Noslack. Noslack is safe at this point. 32 points is enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's
leave for Italy this July
for S2G where they swipe
and
over
before
hoping for a little bit more of a weaker approach on the circle, only to run
you are leaving for Italy. I am leaving for
unfortunate for S2G.
Different life.
But they're looking to make this work either way.
Not possible to meet before that.
Yeah, it's a massive nade into a good knock with the M4, and you're right. It's just mutually assured.
Booby trap का meaning पता है तुमको? Booby trap मतलब वो नहीं जो तुम लोग सोच रहे हो. Booby trap.
Now Soul, who
booby trap का meaning पता है कि नहीं पता है?
What they needed this game.
See भाई.
Next win was the start.
Hat-trick qualification है पटेल भाई.
And I love this.
Let's go.
Having a little bit of an impact.
Hat-trick qualification. 3 finals.
Come in and get some more utility too.
In one day. Is it going to happen, baby?
Maybe get an impact here. Look at that strat.
3 finals in one day.
He just needs to survive for just a bit longer, and that's it. Look at that. Vis jumps into 8th place here. That is their campaign through, and Stratos just needs to survive for a bit longer.
Baby.
Maybe if Howl makes it, that could be crazy, but I don't see it happening right now. They need to get kills and the win. Ascend also 6 more points to come their way here. Stratos just chilling inside. Keter just chilling behind a broken up car.
It is crazy for Viz that they're probably celebrating right now.
Let's
getting
go!
back to where they were at the start of this game.
EDWC solo games organization.
I think a lot of people really gave it some welly this match, which I love to see.
तो भाई 3-4-5 लाख और $4 दे रहे थे हम लोग 4 लेते थे.
There was a chance here. There is still potentially a chance here. But we'll wait and see as things do progress.
तेरा टाइटल में ये क्यों नहीं पूछ रहे कि 20 में नहीं है 20 में क्यों नहीं है
versus Soul, and you really just don't expect X-Howl to be winning against
the
team across the road here with such control over the map. We'll wait and see.
This is day 1, no qualifier. Top 8 wins direct finals.
Today, they seem to thrive from that position.
Oh my God! One more knock.
Okay, he actually gets into cover here. Howl, man. Could be insane. Stratos comes out, not strike here, but he gets found. Damage done here from Molotov. Jumps back in, trying to get something happening here. Look at that. Keter is really the next. Oh my God, a blue zone onto him. That's gonna force him out, force him away, or at least try to drive over there. And now, with everything happening here, Noslack jumps over to the other side here. If they go out, they maybe get a kill or 2, and they are able to win over Soul. That's it for Howl. That's a kill. That is 1 point for placement, 1 point for the kill here. Howl jumps up into 22 points here. Does Keter strike and destroy their dreams at this point? I'm not sure, but Noslack and Soul is going to be the next team that's going to be fighting just shortly here. The Mad is inside. Filfer is trying to put on so much pressure onto them.
भाई कितना जगह लेके रखा है हम लोग ने जोन में देखो एक बार.
Smokes are being deployed here for Howl.
Dominated है जोन में. मतलब इधर से अगर चिकन नहीं आया तो थ्रो रहेगा. तो थ्रो होगा चैट इस ये गेम में. एक बार जोन का कंट्रोल देखो ब्रो.
Everyone's just meddling up here for
जोन का कंट्रोल देखो.
Inside the game, X-Howl is kind of struggling with the position they're playing with. It's a little bit cramped over on that side of the road. And they've still got Keter, like you say.
Almost 50% zone है अपने पास. 50% zone है अपने पास.
Not quite cleared them out just yet. I think they assume there's a player still in this location, as they did take shots and take a lot of names on its end, but no instant flush.
This nade's gonna have an impact. Sure, Molotov finds IXT. Look at that. Molotov finds Sata.
थोड़ा पीछे गया. एक और बार पे.
The nade actually didn't affect anything. Now it's time for Hal to try to make a move here. Another placement coming their way. Can he find something? Mad finds two first. Keto now is the man to destroy the dreams of X-Hal, that's for sure.
4v3, baby!
3v3 with X-Hal, and Keter is on the side from Ascend here.
4v3!
Imagine though, he could also win it if he kills them. If he gets an impact and gets the win eventually. Keto finds one, he strikes two, finds a flush as well, finds two flushes. Ascend is up into 26 points. And he's out. Ascend is out in third place. That's enough. That's it. That's going to be it. That's not enough. Jogo Benito, 28 points. Viz, 28 points. And it's a tie for the placement points. And look at that. Moldog closes it off. And X-Hal doesn't stand a chance either. 13 kills here. So to win that game is insane, Black.
Oh my god!
ਹਵਾ ਨੂੰ ਚੀਰਦਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਬਾਸ ਦੀ ਚੁੰਝਾ ਹਟ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਜੱਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਫੜ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੋਟ ਗੈਸੋਲੀਨਾ ਫੁੱਲਾ ਟੈਂਕੀ ਹੱਥਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੂਜ਼ਿਆ ਮਹਿੰਗੀ ਦੇ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਅੜੀਏ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਿਰ ਲੈਟਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਚੜੇ ਸਿਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨੇ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਸਪੈਸ਼ ਲੈਟਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਚੜੇ ਸਿਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨੇ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ V12 ਇੰਜਣ ਦੇ ਗੁੰਝੇ ਲਲਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਲਰਨ ਦੀ ਸੈਨਾ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਤੇਜ਼ ਰਫ਼ਤਾਰ ਨੇ 3 ਡਿਗਰੀ ਆ ਹਾਈਵੇ ਤੇ ਉੱਡਣੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਇੰਜਣ ਲਾਇਆ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਬਬਲ ਹਜ਼ਾਰ ਨੇ ਬੋਲਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਨੇ ਉੱਡੀ ਡਰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਟਾਇਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਰੋੜੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਛੱਡੀ ਲੱਗਾ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਚੜੇ ਸਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਲੈਟਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਚੜੇ ਸਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਲੈਟਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਚੜੇ ਸਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ
Official stream, baby. Official stream. Power दिखाओ मेरी watching हो गई आपकी.
Pop कर लगी दी.
Official stream, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
ਗਿਲਟ ਲੋਂਜ ਕੁੜੇ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ ਘੱਟ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਤੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਤੇ ਬੱਕੀ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਲੈਟਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਜੜੇ ਸਿਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨੇ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਸਪੇਸਸ਼ਿਪ ਲੈਟਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਜੜੇ ਸਿਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨੇ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਸਪੇਸਸ਼ਿਪ ਲੈਟਾਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਰੇ ਜੜੇ ਸਿਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨੇ ਪਾਰੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੀ ਫਰਾਰੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਸਪੇਸਸ਼ਿਪ
Finals! Oh my god! What a day, what a day. Dharmil, thank you for the 10,000. Thank you, Patel Bhai, for the 10 pounds. First win of our boys. Yes, sir. Let's fucking go.
God, it was so
many
close
more
for some of
to
these
come,
teams
baby.
in the pursuit, right? Like X-Howl trying to make the moves here.
Chala do idhar
from
chat.
Everest, trying
Chala
to
do
make something
official
happen,
channel
but
ka
they're
chat.
gonna miss out on it. 24
Hashtag
points
one.
is the end here for them. And Keta towards the end.
Dude,
so close.
If Kilyakai on the top got the kills on X-Howl, they would have made it. They would have made it.
Jala do chat
go. The other guys on the center turned around. They would have gotten 3 kills.
Bro, क्या rotation डाला है?
X-Howl there,
क्या rotation डाला है?
And it would have been enough. Or X-Howl didn't get struck on from Ascent, from Keta. They could have taken on Soul and won and also been in. But no, it's going to be day 2 of playoffs for you guys tomorrow.
Impossible लग रहा था मेरे को यहाँ से.
Crazy stuff. And those are the results. That's the top 8 that is going to be
moving
through into
Oh fuck,
that. As you mentioned, PG.
Chat kill से qualify हुए हम लोग. Chat. Qualified by kills
in that grand final, as well as Phil first 731
into the finals
damage here for Soul to lead the charge. As I said, Blank, he's the Khabib of PUBG and he's doing Soul proud.
Finals, Khabib of PUBG. क्या बात है? Feel fast.
It's a fun game to watch, honestly. It's one way you
Kill
never
से
expect
qualify,
to happen when
baby.
you're so focused on the middle of the table.
क्या बात है
Who's
भाई?
qualifying, who's not.
क्या खेले bro? क्या
All the while
rotation
you've
डाला है
got,
भाई?
Soul with a few pickaxes out looking for those diamonds, and they
Absolute cinema.
just kept going.
What a rotation! Wow!
As well, getting himself 5 on the board as well.
Incredible!
At internationals when Perfectix wasn't there, so it's not like they've gone unsated when it comes to some international performances. But it does make you wonder. Wow! How does Soul, when it comes to that, and as we take a look at the PGC points that have been earned from today, which will have impact later on, how does Soul how have they been practicing without Molodox for like the PGS weeks? That's got to be a little bit rough, but they've still seemed to make it work just fine.
Plenty of time to practice. There are 10, 12 days and then a little bit of grind and then have fun with it. Yeah, but it was close though. I gotta say, we didn't have a huge blow up. We're talking 40s. points here. Nobody averaged more than 10 points per game on an average here, but yeah, what an insane day to finish off things, whereas Sander gets hydrated just a little bit.
He's got to do what he's got to do. Code red! Code red! All right, you guys at home can use half of that code and then go over to social media as well. Find the other half and then redeem yourself some code for some.
This is important. Obviously, it's important for us, bro. What do you mean?
I need at least one of these days.
Obviously, it's important for us. What do you mean?
Code Marco, please, production.
100% is important for us.
But if you look at the standings, there have been some very important kind of moves from some of these teams. Of course, we can talk about those teams that have been able to get through in the
last game.
but
Chat, by the way, those people that don't know,
at the top 8. But before we do that, let's check in with Virtus.
3 for 3 finals today.
Game on Erangel.
B Booyah, only Indian team to qualify for the finals. Free Fire.
Nice. Go back to
PUBG PC #1 qualified directly for finals.
On me, one hit.
तीसरा गेम मैं भूल गया हूँ. एक सेकंड. लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स qualified for finals. Let's fucking go. Hopefully कल का दिन भी अच्छा जाए chat. Hopefully कल भी अच्छा दिन जाए, बढ़िया सा सेक्सी सा दिन जाए कल भी. एंड कल PUBG PC की ऑब्वियसली वॉच पार्टी नहीं होगी, बट कल MLMS एंड ALGS मे बी की वॉच पार्टी होगी. दिस इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर इज ऑलवेज EW कॉलेज एंड नॉट टॉप 10 फाइनल EWC इट्स ओवरऑल PGC एंड टॉप 2 EWC. हां पता है मेरे को, पता है टॉप 2 टू फाइनल्स इन फाइनल्स टू EWC. हां पता है समझा मेरे को. Yes.
Even they thought
so,
that the M249
ALGS सुबह 9:30 बजे.
How much he was able to get away with those shots.
ALGS की वॉच पार्टी 9:30 बजे होगी. एंड MLMS की वॉच पार्टी है 4 बजे, आई थिंक 3 बजे, नॉट श्योर.
Crashing on their position initially, but
समझ रहे हो?
Blank, you could hear it in the comms as well. They were very clean about how they were trying to dispatch of this, despite taking some.
ALGS है 9:30 बजे, जिसकी वॉच पार्टी 100% होगी. उठा तो एंड मजा आएगा. कितने पे है हम लोग, कुछ क्या है मेरे को आइडिया नहीं. कल देखेंगे हम. MLMS मतलब मोबाइल लेजेंड्स. मोबाइल लेजेंड्स. अब मेरे को लग रही है भूख. एंड मैं जाऊंगा बुर्जी पाव मंगाने. मजा आ गया चैट मजा आ गया यार. लेकिन यार मजा आ गया यार. मजा आ गया जेन्युइनली. दिन अच्छा गया भाई. EWC का स्टार्ट अच्छा हुआ है. होपफुली कल भी प्लेयर सोशल स्ट्रीम ऑन ट्विच. किसी का रुको ट्विटर है चैट. रुको जाओ मत रुको. ट्विटर है अडूसी का. रुको अडूसी का ट्विटर है चैट. अडूसी का ट्विटर है. रुको जाओ मत. एक सेकंड. वो YouTube बंद है. अडूसी के फॉलोअर्स बढ़ाते हैं. आओ. ट्विटर. अडूसी के फॉलोअर्स 3,500 लोग अभी भी है. 3,500 लोग अभी भी है. अगर ट्विटर पे हो फटफट ये लो. अडूसी 5 के फॉलोअर्स कर सकते हैं हम लोग. 5 के फॉलोअर्स कर सकते हैं. 5 के. लेट्स गो. 5 के फॉलोअर्स बिफोर वी लॉग आउट बेबी. 5K फॉलोअर्स बिफोर वी लॉग आउट. क्या बात है. लेट्स गो. 4971. क्या बात है. एंड वी आर एट 5K. लेट्स फकिंग गो. ये इंस्टा पे स्ट्रीम नहीं कर सकता रशिया में. आई थिंक इंस्टा बोल रहा हूँ. यूट्यूब बैंड है तो यूट्यूब पे स्ट्रीम नहीं कर सकता, बट ट्विच पे कर सकते हैं. तो ट्विच पे आई थिंक ये लाइव आएगा. तो प्लीज जाके सपोर्ट दिखाना. 5K होगी भाई. लेट्स फकिंग गो बेबी. चलो बहुत मजा आया स्ट्रीम करके. अभी जल्दी सोता हूँ, खाना खा के फिर कल टाइम पे उठना भी है. आई विल सी यू गाइस टुमारो. थैंक यू फॉर शोइंग अप. ऑलमोस्ट 11-12 आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी थाउजेंड पीपल ट्यून्ड इन टुडे. बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि आप लोग ऐसे टेल के लिए. आई थिंक cumulatively we had around 20,000 people watching PUBG PC today across all our watch party streamers. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow morning 9:30. Good night. Take care. Hope you had fun. And I will see you tomorrow. Love ya.
Baby bet, ayy, couple racks, ayy, couple Grammys on him, couple plaques, ayy, that's a fact, ayy, throw it back, ayy, throw it back, ayy.
धड़क आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से भीड़ जरा खोल नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय 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 धम हाय धड़क आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से भीड़ जरा खोल
I told you long ago on the road I got what they waiting for. Nothing dog, get your soul, just tell them they lay low.
नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय 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 धम खट खट बाजे 10 तक वो न अब तक आया रे तब से हाँ देखी राहिक अब तू खोल बाहें आजा
Hey, hold it, do it. I ain't fall off out this, ain't release my new shit. I blew up, man, everybody trying to sue me. You call me Nas, but the hood call me Doobie. And this one is for the champion. Ain't lost since I began. Funny how you said it was the end.
ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम
My track record so clean, they couldn't wait to just bash me. I must be getting too flashy. Y'all shouldn't have let the world gas me. It's too late cause I'm here to stay and these girls know that I'm nasty. I sent it back to her boyfriend with my handprint on her elbow.
पल पल बीता जल जल नाच अब चल आजा रे थर 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 हाँ कांपे थर थर हाँ डर डर जी से डर अब नाना बातों में बोला बोला रे बोला मोर बदला रे दिल का भूगोल नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय 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 धम धड़क आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से भीड़ जरा खोल
I told you long ago